And here we are. It's the first Tuesday of June. Our journey through the 2026 primary season continues. A half dozen states with primaries today, and polls in one of them have now closed, New Jersey. And you are looking at the 7th congressional district in New Jersey. This is going to be one of the most closely watched congressional districts in the country this fall. The Republicans, we can already say, have renominated Congressman Tom Kean Jr. Tom Kean Jr., who has not been publicly seen in some time, put out a statement this afternoon, said that will change in the next few weeks. An undisclosed medical situation with him, but unopposed, renominated in the 7th district here, a battleground district. And what we are now waiting on is who will oppose Tom Kean in New Jersey's 7th district. Rebecca Bennett, a former Navy helicopter pilot, has the endorsement of the most county organizations in the district, has led in the polling. She goes into this as the favorite, but there are some other candidates here. There is some drama. We'll see what happens as this unfolds. We're also going to be looking at another congressional race in New Jersey, just next door, as a matter of fact, in the 12th congressional district. This is Democratic territory. This is an interesting race because the incumbent here, Bonnie Watson Coleman, is retiring. This is an open seat. It's attracted quite a bit of money, some national attention here. Very likely the winner of this will be the next member of Congress from this district. We'll discuss more details of the dynamics here. And again, as the vote will start to come in, we expect the results to start lighting up in both of these districts fairly quickly. While we wait for that, though, and by the way, if you were watching us last week, this is refreshing. Last week we came on the air at this time for the Texas Republican runoff for the Senate, and I wanted to take everybody on a tour of what was going to happen. Here's the counties to watch, here's the time zones. If this happens, this means this. And we timed it. 7 seconds. A gigantic county just north of Dallas and Fort Worth, Denton County, lit up. It was an absolute landslide for Paxton. And so at like 8 o'clock and 7 seconds, I already knew who won the runoff. And it was like the entire reason we were on the air. And because Texas is a split poll closing state, we can't declare anything till we get to 8 o'clock Mountain Time, and there's 2 counties in Mountain Time in Texas. We then had to spend 59 minutes and 53 seconds trying to, as they say, draw blood from a stone. And yet, many of you stayed and watched, and we appreciated it. And anyway, it's a long way of saying polls have now closed in New Jersey, and we haven't had a Denton County yet. I want to give you a quick sense of how tonight is going to work, because it's going to be a long one. It's going to be a little different tonight. We're going to be combining a little later on what we're doing here with a special that's going to begin at 10 p.m. Eastern Time on NBC News Now. NBC News Now is in its regular programming right now. They're going to be checking in with us a couple times in the next few hours. If you've been watching these, you know how that goes. You'll get to watch, the on-air hit. It'll pop up on the screen there. And a matter of fact, I think I have one coming up like in the next minute or two, just to sort of in 2 minutes. So we're getting our first one in 2 minutes. If you haven't seen this before, it's pretty cool. You see the tricks our control room is able to pull off here. They're going to connect me to Gotti Schwartz. He's hosting our show on News Now. He's going to ask about New Jersey. I think he's going to ask about New Jersey. And we'll take him through, what we know, which at this point is nothing. But that could change in the next couple minutes. So we're going to do that. When that hit finishes, he'll come back on the other side. Again, you won't miss anything. Come right back here. And then we'll go through what the rest of the night's going to look like. Because obviously this is all building towards California, where polls are going to close at 11 o'clock Eastern, just inside 3 hours from now. A lot of drama, obviously, in the gubernatorial primary there, maybe even more in the Los Angeles mayoral race. We'll be covering that, too. Some key congressional races there. And in between, we've got Iowa, and we got South Dakota, and we got Montana, and we got New Mexico, even though there's like nothing going on in New Mexico tonight. So I don't think we're going to spend much time on New Mexico tonight. It's too bad. We haven't spent too many nights doing New Mexico elections. It would have been fun, but unfortunately, not a ton happening there that's of note. So again, we're just kind of waiting here to go to our hit on News Now, where they'll ask about NJ7. We can show them NJ12 too. Make sure you're not missing any votes. Again, these are the 2 main congressional races we're keeping an eye on here tonight. And again, as I said, the 7th district, it's such a key race this fall because this is what the district looked like in 2024. Trump won it by a point. Tom Kean was reelected by a couple of points, okay? And in the governor's race last fall, remember Mikey Sherrill was elected governor in kind of a landslide, she carried this district. She only carried it by 2 points. It was close, but she did carry this district. So Trump won it by a point. Mikey Sherrill, running for governor, won it by 2 points. And obviously in the midterm climate of 2026, which so far looks like it's going to be challenging for Republicans, you can see why this is just a prime pickup opportunity for Democrats. This is one Republicans would badly like to hold on to, really kind of badly need to hold on to. And of course, sort of complicating the picture here is we're not quite sure what's happening with Tom Kean. Again, I think his last vote in the House was back in March. I think his last public appearance, it was early March. It's been about 3 months here. We got about 30 seconds till it's hit, I think. So you see what I'm doing? I'm just sort of, taking you through some things as we get to this hit. I don't want to bite off more than I can chew. Now, that's about a minute. So, okay, we're gonna keep waiting on that. Maybe I can. And what can I do in a minute? So, what I can do is this. Tonight's going to be, as you say, there's 2 congressional races in New Jersey we're watching in these early hours. I'll keep toggling between them. And Adam, I can introduce Adam. My gosh.
Hey, Steve.
That was rude of me.
That
was rude of me.
It's a busy night.
But I wasn't busy. We have no results. So this is Adam the Boa. He's my producer. He's also our data cruncher extraordinaire on the sidelines here with a very small table tonight, it looks like. Are you comfortable over there?
I like this studio. I think it's cool.
Okay. Well, it's different. Okay, they're about to come to us. You met Adam. Here comes our hit. They're 30 seconds to me, guys. Give or take. Okay, guys, I don't know if you can hear it, but they're finishing up a report. Then they're going to come here. As soon as we do this, we're going to, here we go.
And I want to turn now to the big board and NBC's chief data analyst, Steve Kornacki, who, by the way, Steve, if you were in California and you were crunching the ballots coming in, we would have answers in seconds. I know you're keeping an eye right now on New Jersey this hour, where polls just closed. Like, what are we seeing there so far?
Yeah, I don't know if I could be faster than California, but I couldn't be slower, I'll tell you that. So we're waiting on New Jersey right now. 7th Congressional District is the key primary to watch here tonight. Why? Because this is going to be one of the most competitive congressional races in America this November. The Republican incumbent here, unopposed, Tom Kean Jr., you could say the check mark there. He formally wins renomination. There's some mystery here. He has not been seen publicly in a few months. Medically undisclosed situation. He released a statement this afternoon promising some clarity. What we're waiting on to see tonight is which of these Democrats emerges to challenge him. The leader in the polling has been Rebecca Bennett. She's a former Navy helicopter pilot. But, Gotti, to give you a sense of it, this district, Donald Trump won this by a point in 2024. And Mikey Sherrill, when she got elected governor last year, Democrat in New Jersey, she won it by 2. So it voted for Trump by a point. It voted for a Democratic governor by 2 points. This is a classic swing district here. So there's a lot of eyes watching who emerges in this Democratic primary tonight in New Jersey. And yes, the polls have closed. No numbers yet, though.
Yeah, we'll keep checking back. But 5 other states have primary elections today. So much is going on. Here in California, we're also watching the redistricting maps and how they play into today. Their governor's offices up for grabs. What else are you watching?
Yeah, obviously California. I'll give you a state, though, that's in between here. Take a look out in Iowa because the Senate primary there, let me just get out there. Democratic Senate primary here is one to watch. Now, this is a race here. The Republicans will be favored to win this Senate seat. Joni Ernst, the Republican, is not running again. Ashley Hinson, a congresswoman, is favored to be the Republican candidate. But Iowa is the kind of state where if the Democrats are going to have a chance of winning back control of the Senate, they're going to have to win a couple states like Iowa. And what I mean by that is a state that Trump won by double digits. And Democrats think this is one of those states that they could put in play nationally. They are hoping that Josh Turek wins tonight. Chuck Schumer, national Democrats are behind him, but he's facing a potentially difficult challenge here from Zach Walz. Some interesting dynamics here, but this one could have general election implications. Who emerges here?
Interesting. We'll be checking back with you very soon. Steve Kornacki, thank you very much.
You got it. All right, folks, there it is. We did one of our first hits, and thanks as always to Gotti and the News Now folks for letting us do that. Let me get back to New Jersey here. I'm like lost on the map as I try to talk and maneuver at once. Yes, Cory Booker, by the way, again, not much suspense, unopposed. He's running for re-election, and he has won his primary. Let's go back to these House primaries, though. Have we got any numbers, Adam?
No.
Oh, okay. That was emphatic and defeated.
Sorry, not yet. We're hopeful soon.
So let me show you the other race here. And again, shout if NJ7 starts coming in. But let's take folks through what we're looking at here next door in the 12th Congressional District. So as I mentioned, it's a very Democratic district here. Kamala Harris won this thing by 23. It was an even bigger margin for Joe Biden in 2020. Very Democratic turf here. Bonnie Watson-Coleman is not running for re-election. I think a 12-year incumbent right there. And, you know, in big blue districts, you know, when the longtime incumbent retires, you get a lot of candidates, and that's the situation. Big red district, longtime Republican retires, same thing, but you get a lot of candidates here. So this is what we're looking at in the 12th district of New Jersey. Some of these are more serious candidates than others. We will change the order as soon as the results start coming in. But a couple things to keep in mind here about what we're looking at in the 12th district. It's sort of spread out here in Central Jersey. There's debate about whether Central Jersey is a thing that exists. For the purposes of this, I'm going to say that it does. But about 40% of the vote is going to come out of Middlesex County right here. Okay, next door is Mercer County. That's where the state capital, Trenton, is. It's not all of Mercer County. It's not all of Middlesex County, but it's pretty big chunks of each one of them. And then the balance of it, about a quarter of the vote's going to come here. This is Somerset County. So this is sort of, you know, far suburbs, some bedroom communities, you know, growth area, sort of outside New York City here. And then the balance of the vote, this is probably going to be about 5% or so, is going to come out of the city of Plainfield in Union County. So it's parts of 4 counties here. And you know, the candidates here we got different candidates representing different factions. The mayor of Plainfield, Adrian Mapp, is one of the candidates, okay? He's running. You see the city of East Brunswick here, the town of East Brunswick, I should say. New Brunswick is the city. East Brunswick is on here. Brad Cohen is the mayor of East Brunswick, and he's running with the backing of the Middlesex County Democratic Organization. Sue Altman's name, you see here. Do you recognize that? We got votes. Okay. Sue Altman had run in a different district against Kane. We talked about Tom Kane. She was his opponent in 2024. Okay, we got some votes in here in the Somerset County portion of the district. Okay, so again, we generally, this is the early vote, we think, right, that comes out first.
Yeah.
Okay, and this is very interesting. Adam Hamawee, has the most financial backing of any candidate in this race. Okay, he's shown a lot of movement. He's a plastic surgeon from Princeton, but he's been backed by a pro-Palestine super PAC. A flood of money has come in behind him. Okay, and here he is in Somerset County with the lead, a pretty significant lead here. Chanel Robinson is a county official in Somerset County, so this is sort of her turf politically, okay? And she's running 14 points behind Hamawee here. Again, Sue Altman, she had run, she's a well-known name in Democratic politics in New Jersey. She'd run in next door in the 7th District in 2024. Sam Wong is a Princeton professor here. Look at that, Brad Cohen. See, Brad Cohen with that Middlesex County base, but not translating across county lines here. I think that's significant to see him down there at 5%. But what's very significant in that vote right there is Hamawee running with 36% of the vote in Somerset County. Again, he is a Princeton plastic surgeon. He is not running with county party backing in this district. He does have a ton of money behind him. There's some controversy, certainly around Hamawee here, about him. He was testified at the 1995 trial, federal trial of Sheikh Omar Abdul Rahman, who he was implicated, or authorities had implicated him in the 1993 World Trade Center bombing, accused of terrorism. The exact circumstances, there's a lot of there were a lot of questions raised, certainly about Hamawee and his connections there, and some of the candidates explicitly raised those connections. But you can see here again, that's a very impressive number if you're him from what just came in Somerset County. Did we get anything in the 7th?
We do have something in the 7th, but sticking with the 12th real quick, I was looking inside Somerset, inside the municipalities in Somerset, and we do see kind of Hamawee leading in all of the different municipalities inside Somerset. So we're talking Franklin Township, Hillsborough Township, Montgomery Township. As you get into the vote, again, it's all early vote, but he is kind of broad support inside Somerset.
Yeah, there's a breadth there. That's significant. You said we got some in the 7th. Holy cow. I mean, there it is. Okay, so let's take you through the 7th district here. And again, Rebecca Bennett had been favored, certainly, coming into this. Look at that. That's about a fifth of the vote right there. So start right here, Hunterdon County. This is probably about 20% of the district here. Gentile, Hunterdon County. Adam, you're a Hunterdon County guy, I think.
I am.
Born and raised, okay, or at least raised. Born and worn. Anyway,
raised.
That's a huge number for Bennett right there. That's a huge number for Bennett. Somerset County, this is her base. Again, Bennett is running with, this district spans a little bit more turf geographically. Bennett, Somerset County here, this is another big part of the district. Probably 20% of the vote or so is going to come out of here, like Bridgewater, New Jersey. This is Bennett's home. This is where she's from, Somerset County. Again, that's about half the vote in right now there. Geez. Yeah, half the vote in Hunterdon, half the vote in Somerset. These are big pieces of the puzzle between these two counties. They're probably going to account for about 40% of the vote that comes out tonight. This is the single biggest piece of the puzzle in the 7th district here in New Jersey. Probably 30% of the vote is going to come out of the Union County portion of the district, like Rahway, New Jersey is here. Then smaller shares in Morris County. And again, Bennett has the county parties backing there. And then you get out smaller again, still Warren and Sussex County. And you're getting in northwest New Jersey. You're getting in more into sort of rural areas. These are the only two, these are smaller. These are the only two counties where the organization didn't back Bennett. They backed a different candidate, Brian Varela, in this race. But again, they are much smaller size compared to like a Hunterdon, a Somerset, Union. These are the three biggest right here. And we've now heard from two of them, and those are giant numbers for Rebecca Bennett. So again, she had led in the polling, and Adam, shout if we get more NJ12 here. She had led in the polling, and everything you see with a fifth of the vote in is validating what that polling was showing. And so if this is indicative of what's to come with the rest of it, you could be looking at, this could be the matchup here, Rebecca Bennett, Tom Kean Jr., okay, in the 7th Congressional District in New Jersey. This is one you will be hearing about an awful lot between tonight and November. And again, Bennett's background here is interesting. Folks have drawn parallels. Look, Mikey Sherrill, the current governor of New Jersey, elected last year. 2018, she began her political career running for Congress nearby, at that time, the 11th Congressional District of New Jersey, based in Morris County. She was elected that year, and one of her sort of selling points biographically was that credential of being a Navy vet and a helicopter pilot. And Rebecca Bennett enters this race months after Mikey Sherrill gets elected governor as a Navy vet and helicopter pilot. And so sort of similar political terrain, similar geographic terrain, similar sort of story, entry into politics story, and also, like Sherrill, attracting a lot of party support, meaning the party organizational support. The party organizations saw something in Sherrill early on, and I think in this part of in this district, they seem to have seen something in Bennett, and you seem to be seeing that in these results so far. So again, if this holds, that could set the stage there for a general election, and we'll see what happens, with Kean. Again, his statement today, I don't know if you saw it, but
some Morris.
We just got some Morris County in. Continues. This is smaller here. Morris is a big county. This is only a small sort of chunk of Morris counties in this district, and it's only 10% of that vote. So we're just seeing hundreds of votes here. But you could just see this is still directionally in line, completely in line with what we're seeing everywhere here. If you're Bennett, everything you're seeing in these numbers is exactly what you wanted to see. Nothing new in 12? Anything new in 12?
Nothing new in 12.
Nothing new in 12. So we're keeping an eye on that one. And yeah, I said the Tom Kean situation, he put out a statement, a written statement. He said within a few weeks, he said he would be transitioning from work from home back to in-person attendance and public appearances. He said in the next few weeks. So didn't put quite a date on that, and he said he promised full transparency at that point, because there's been a lot of questions about what exactly is going on right there, and obviously those questions then spill over into the general election. What does that mean for him as what does whatever has been happening with him mean for him as a general election candidate? And again, what'll be a top tier race nationally this November. So keeping it on here, we don't want you to miss results. But maybe, and I'll just check the 12th here. There we go. Did we Oh, great. By the way, you see it in the bottom of your screen. Thank goodness. We had a lot of viewers asking about this. Could we put a scroll or whatever at the bottom of the screen there with the results so you're not just locked into whatever I put up on the screen? I hope you see it. There it is. It's a great idea. We were overdue in getting it to you, but that should hopefully help tonight as we kind of jump around from race to race. So as a matter of fact, why don't we do this? Adam, if we get more in New Jersey, Paul, I'll put the counties back up here. If we get more in New Jersey, let me know. But I'm going to go off of this for a minute. I mean, you get the basic idea, clearly, I think, of what's been happening here. And let's just give you a sense of what the rest of the night is going to look like here, okay? So we're going to do this right. We're going to zoom out, right? You get to see all these. Don't ask me to explain the colors. And then we make our way over to Iowa. And I didn't mean to go to the 4th congressional district. I meant just to go to the Senate race in Iowa. So
we just got Union County.
We just got Union. We're going right back. We're going right back, folks. Zoom out. New Jersey. Now, it's going to be like this is the Republican Senate primary for the right to run against Cory Booker in New Jersey. But I wanted to show you the House primary. Well, this is... I wish we could have turned the Pennsylvania colors off. Okay, we just got Union County, meaning we got, oh my goodness. Let's go over here. Okay, so if we just got Union.
In 7.
Oh, in 7, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go, okay. This thing. All right, this is a big one. All right, there, okay. Union is like a third of this, it's almost a third of the primary vote in this district. Now, again, this is just 1/9 of the vote. But again, it's absolutely everything we've been seeing. Again, Rahway is here. This is the biggest population center in the district. And what more is there to say? Bennett crushing it there. Bennett crushing it with half the vote in Somerset County. Bennett crushing it in Hunterdon County. Even in Morris County, from what we've seen, crushing it. It leaves 2 component counties here, Warren County and Sussex County, where it might look a little bit different because those county organizations have actually backed Varela here, but those are small compared to what we just got in, okay? So yeah, about 30% of the vote, Union, about 20% of the vote is going to come next door from Somerset, and then about 20% of the vote as well is going to come from Hunterdon County. So between these counties, you're looking at like 70% of the vote. So where 70% of the vote is in this district, you're looking at Bennett running at 51% in Union, 45% in Somerset, and 51% in Hunterdon.
Union in 12.
And we just, okay, now Union just flipped in.
It's a smaller portion.
Just came in the 12th district. So this is where the city of Plainfield is. Now remember, Adrian Mapp is the name of the candidate here. Is this going to be Mapp? Did he win? And he did. Okay. So again, Plainfield's a good-sized city, but this is the only part of Union County in the district. So again, this is going to be like 5-6% of all the votes cast in this district. This is the mayor of Plainfield, Adrian Mapp, and he is, again, with that early slice of the vote that just came in there, he's putting up big numbers here over Hamui. But here's the problem, right? Like, you can win your home city. You got to do that. You got to win it big. Maybe you probably want to win it bigger than that. But go to Somerset County, where there's a lot of votes. Now, where do we find Adrian Mapp here? We got to keep going. Look at that. He's at 2% here, right? So that's the concern for Mapp. And I think that was sort of the sense going in. Was Mapp going to sort of have his home city, but it wasn't going to extend across city-county lines? And I mean, look at that. You go down to Somerset County, and you can see he's not going to be able to do much with 43% of the vote out of Union County if he's getting 2% in the other counties. Meanwhile, take a look inside Union County right there, and who's coming in second? It's Adam Hamui, 18% of the vote. Chanel Robinson, again, who we already saw in her home county, she's running so far in the vote. Her home county, she's running behind Hamui here. And then you go into Union County, and Hamui's running ahead of her here. Again, if you just sort of see this to Mapp. So in a way, that is actually what you just got out of the city of Plainfield is better news for Hamwi than for anyone else. Because if Mapp's limited by just his home city, then the question is who's coming in second. And he's coming in second so far over Robinson, and so far he's leading her in her home county. So what that translates to district-wide, that's what it looks like right now. We've yet to hear from the two biggest pieces of the puzzle, however. Again, 40% of the vote in Middlesex County, and Middlesex County is backing, find him on here, Brad Cohen, okay, who's currently at 4%. Okay, so his county is going to have to come through for him in a massive, massive way. And remember, we say the county organization supporting him in New Jersey. They used to have the thing called the line. If you're watching this, you might know what the line is, but the line really puts a muscle behind those county organization endorsements. It doesn't really exist anymore. So you could say, you're the candidate of the county party. You could put a slogan on the ballot that sort of says that, but it probably doesn't have the juice that it used to have. But we'll see what Middlesex can deliver here. What Middlesex can deliver for Cohen, but he's going to need something. He's going to need something very big out of there, I think. And then Mercer County, again, about 30% of the vote is from here. Again, the city of Trenton's here. Princeton is here. So if you Ewing Township, if you know New Jersey, is here. That's another big one. West Windsor. But again, the question too. Again, if Cohen were to do well in Middlesex, is it a bit of like the situation we just showed you with Mapp in Plainfield? Is it not going to spread elsewhere? For Mapp, it's such a small part of the district. That's, if Cohen were to get something really big out of Middlesex, that's 40% of the district. That could change these numbers a bit. But let's see when that comes in. So that's the big thing here. Middlesex County, we are waiting on Middlesex and Mercer. And those are going to be very important to see when they come in. But zooming out, that's what it looks like. Did we get anything new in 7? No, I think we're where we were in 7, right? Were we at 23%?
Nothing new.
Nothing new in the bigger sense of it. Okay, so I'm going to shout if we get any more in 12.
Yep.
Right? Okay. Middlesex, Mercer is what we're kind of looking for there. But I wanted to give folks a sense of what else we're going to be doing tonight, because about a half an hour from now, things are going to expand a bit. And where they are going to expand is going to be in Iowa. So, you think I would know how to do this by now. The Senate race in Iowa. So start here on the Republican side. Ashley Hinson is a congresswoman running with Trump's endorsement, is widely expected to win this primary easily tonight. This is the U.S. Senate seat that Jody Ernst is not seeking re-election to. Again, and this is in Iowa, a state that Donald Trump carried by double digits in 2024. But it is one that Democrats are hoping to put in play this year. They're hoping that with the national climate, if the national climate does move solidly against the Republicans, this is the kind of seat that they could put in play. And so that's the backdrop for this primary for the U.S. Senate in Iowa. So it's a very interesting contrast here between these two candidates, right? They represent very different things, sort of ideologically, geographically, demographically. Josh Turek, okay, National Democrats are backing him here. He's from Pottawatomie County. It's where Council Bluffs is. It's out by Omaha. And he actually he's a state legislator, and he represents a district that voted for Donald Trump. So he actually, of all the state legislators in Iowa who are Democrats, he represents the most Republican, the most pro-Trump district. He's been able to win in that district. Calls himself a moderate, is running on electability. You see why folks like Chuck Schumer, the Senate Democratic leader, they see a possibility to sort of export that out of his district statewide. Now, Zach Walz, meanwhile, is from here. He's from Johnson County. This is where Iowa City is, the University of Iowa. He's a state senator. I saw a Republican consultant call this the People's Republic of Johnson County. This is as blue as it gets in Iowa. And not just Johnson County being blue, but the district in particular that Walz represents, the 3 sort of communities that make up his state Senate district, the 3 of them gave Kamala Harris her 3 highest shares of the vote of any community in Iowa. The top 3 are all in his district. So you have the Democrat who represents the most Republican district in Iowa state legislature, represented by a Democrat on the one hand, versus the most Democratic legislative district in Iowa on the other hand. And Walz has been running. Look, you say the National Democrats are behind Turek. Walz has been, sort of trying to harness that to his benefit. He's been saying, that Chuck Schumer is not a popular figure in polling with Democrats. So not just with Democrats, but inside the party, he's been trying to take that frustration with party leaders nationally, with party leaders in general, and says, hey, send me. I'll vote against Schumer. I'll vote against these leaders. So he's been trying to turn that to his advantage. It's going to be interesting to see this come in here. Anything new in New Jersey?
No.
Nothing new in New Jersey. Also in Iowa, when the polls close there, we're going to be looking at the governor's race. Again, not on the Democratic side. Rob Sand here, who's won election statewide as a Democrat, running as governor, the governor's seat here. Kim Reynolds, the Republican incumbent, not seeking re-election. We are going to be looking at the Republican primary here, though. It's a crowded race. The two main candidates appear to be Randy Feenstra, Republican member of Congress from the 4th District of Iowa, the northwest corner of Iowa. So most Republican, most of the 3 other congressional districts in Iowa are competitive to some degree. The 4th District is the one that's a solidly red congressional district here. That's what Feenstra represents. He's running for governor. Zach Lon is a farmer, but who is running as a populist, MAGA-aligned Republican candidate here. And Lon is the one who has had the momentum in polling. In fact, there was a poll last week that actually put him slightly ahead of Feenstra. Now, 2 complicating factors that make this thing interesting tonight. Number one is this. Iowa's primary has a 35% threshold, right? So it's a crowded field here. And that's important because if no candidate gets 35% of the vote in this Republican primary, they go to, not a runoff, they go to a state convention. The state convention would pick the Republican nominee then. So who comes in first is a question, but right away, does that person also get 35% of the vote? Otherwise, it goes to the state convention. And the other thing is this, maybe this was the most important. Feenstra, last Friday, last minute, got an endorsement from Donald Trump, right? So his opponent has been tapping into the sort of populist, pro-Trump, MAGA grassroots and gaining momentum. Feenstra gets the Trump endorsement at the last minute. Is that going to change? There had been tens of thousands of votes had already been cast when that happened. But after that, does that change sort of the complexion of this race? So we got that.
Yeah, we got some new results in NJ12
Great.
In Somerset County.
Somerset, we got more Somerset in NJ12. I told you not to put the shortcuts here, and I am kicking myself for that, Adam. But I think I just found it. Here we go. Okay, wow. We got more in okay, now this just got interesting. Okay, so we said Somerset. Wow, look at this. Chanel Robinson, who is she's a county commissioner in Somerset County. So that initial batch there, which was the early vote, we think. Is that right?
Yep.
Now, the next giant batch here has come in, and it's much better for Robinson and not for Hamawee, who's now in second place here. So Robinson is now leading in her county with a little bit less than half the vote it totaled, and that's put her into the lead district-wide. Again, all we have right now is Somerset County, and again, Union County, where Plainfield is, where that city's mayor, at least early on.
And it looks like this vote report is being labeled as mail in Somerset.
So we got early vote and now vote by mail.
Yes.
Okay, that's important to know. So early vote, you saw Hamawee, vote by mail, Robinson, and now we await the same day vote.
Yeah.
Does that make sense? That much mail compared to that? I feel like those are reversed.
Yeah. I'll investigate more, but
yeah.
I
feel like that's. I think that's the dynamic, but I think we might have reversed the dynamic there. But the point being, we're waiting on the same day vote now in Somerset County. We're waiting on everything in Middlesex, everything in Mercer. Again, is this the vote by mail we're looking at here in Union County? Pre-election vote, certainly, because they reported out that much that quickly. But what it adds up to, again, powered by her home county, Chanel Robinson, with a slight advantage over Adam Hamawee here. If Robinson is able to build this advantage, and again, if she's able to build this advantage with the with the same-day vote here. There are a lot of votes to be had out of Somerset County. It's not the biggest piece of the district, but it's not insignificant here. It's about a quarter of the vote. I'll be very interested to see then if she's able to do that. Yeah, that's a huge if. What it looks like for her is that support going across county lines here when you get to the two biggies, when you get to Middlesex and Mercer counties. Why don't we leave it here, because we do have a little bit of suspense here. Why don't we first just check back in on NJ7, nothing new. So again, NJ7, that's, Rebecca Bennett went into tonight favored. Everything you're seeing right now is coming up Bennett right there. So unless there's an absolutely stunning turn of events there, I think you see what's coming in the 7th. Okay, this looks like we just got Middlesex County. Okay, so we said this would have to be a big number for Brad Cohen. It's a lot bigger than the 2% we saw him getting early on in Somerset County. He's the mayor of East Brunswick. He's running with the organizational endorsement in Middlesex County. Middlesex is 40% of this district, and there's half the vote. So that's probably mail and early vote, all coming out at once. And Cohen with the advantage there, 2,000 vote advantage, about a 11-point advantage over Hamawee. And what that does, add that to the mix. Now we got a third of the vote in this district, and Cohen now has the advantage over Hamawee. But look what happened. I think something more significant can be gleaned from this. Go back here to Middlesex County. So we said, Chanel Robinson, what happens when you get outside Somerset? Does that support extend? Look at that. She falls to 5%. So you see her running just a little bit ahead of Hamawee in her home county, but then you go next door to Middlesex County, where there's even more vote. It didn't extend across county lines. She's an after-ran in Middlesex County. Meanwhile, here's Brad Cohen getting 36% of the vote in his home county, where he's got the support, where there's the most votes. But again, you go next door to Somerset County, and that next batch there, again, we think early vote, whatever exactly it was, it's pre-election vote. That next batch brought him up, but it's 7%, right? So he's running at 36, and he's running at 7. Chanel Robinson's running at 27 and 1, and she's running down. It's 4% in the other one. Meanwhile, here's Adam Hamawee. He's not in first place in either, but he's only 3 points behind in second place in Somerset County. And he's 11 points behind, but running at 25%, quarter of the vote in Middlesex County. So, if Hamawee is able to keep doing this, if he can do this across Mercer, if he can do this across Middlesex, if he can do this across Somerset, and Cohen is like a one-county wonder, and Robinson's like a one-county wonder, and somebody else maybe in Mercer is a one-county wonder, or maybe that's Hamawee's county because Princeton, he's got to be the most pleased with these results so far.
We do have more at a 7.
Yep.
We just got Morris and Sussex.
Okay. So let's call that one up here.
Morris, that's our second report.
Yep. Right. So I think we got. I think we got mail, and then we got the in-person early, based on these numbers. But it doesn't change the picture in Morris. And look at this. This, to the extent there was an outstanding question here in Sussex County. I mean, look, this is small. Okay, Northwest New Jersey, but Varela had the county party's backing here, right? So we're sort of looking at this saying, Bennett had the county party backings and she's winning big. Are these two going to be? It's not different. It's not meaningfully different. She's 30 points ahead of the guy who had the county party backing. So I think right now, zoom out. This is what the district looks like. It's basically about a third of the vote. I mean, look, she's 5,000. She's 5,300 votes ahead. Obviously, we say this is vote that was cast before Election Day, mail vote, early in-person vote. I think our decision desk is probably just waiting to make sure that the same day vote, which is going to be a big chunk, just make sure that there's nothing crazy in that suddenly Varela's not getting 60% of the vote. I don't know why he would be. I don't know why any of the others would be. But that's the thing with the decision desk. That's how they have to do these things. You want to, what do they say, cross all your T's, dot all your I's, and you got to make sure, you can suspect it, you got to make sure that same day vote doesn't look any different. But I mean, I think you can see where this one appears to be going. So going back to the 12th district here, and I'm just going to take a little bit of water too. My allergies have been brutal for the last week. It is I lost my voice for 2 days after doing this last week. Just got I think maybe people know this. If you talk for an extended period when your allergies are acting up, Oh, it's brutal. So
and that was on a quick night.
Yeah. Can you imagine if that had been suspenseful? So bear with me. The voice is going to be a little scratchy, and
At least in our pre-election estimates for Somerset County in particular, which we were talking about earlier, our expected total votes going into it were about 8,000 election day votes in Somerset, 6,000 mail-in, and 3,000 early in person. So again,
I'm sorry. Say it one more time.
Our expected vote going into the night for Somerset in particular, about 8,500 election day, 6,000 mail, and about 2,800 early in person.
So I was completely wrong.
No, we're still trying to get some clarity.
I doubted what you told me, and I told the folks
it would match up with that.
Right. The point is that what we're looking at is the pre-election vote. The point is also that I was wrong in my sense of which type of pre-election
we just got some Warren County vote in NJ7.
Okay, so again, this is the place where Varela had the county party's backing. Let's see if it looks any different. Surprise, surprise, it does not. So Warren County, and again, and look at that, he's in third place here. So Rebecca Bennett, again, this is the worst number she's gotten tonight, and she's up double digits, and she's almost 2-1 up over the guy who got the county party's backing. So now 35% of the vote is in NJ7, and it's just it's currently a landslide for Bennett, and it would take an epic reversal in the same day vote for that to change. So again, if that does hold, it would be Rebecca Bennett against Tom Kane Jr., NJ7. I hope the folks in those counties like TV ads because they're.
I just want you might want to stay there for a second.
Is it coming? Folks, pay attention to that Rebecca Bennett name right there. Oh, you see it? There it is. NBC News Decision Desk has declared that Rebecca Bennett has been nominated by the Democrats in New Jersey's 7th congressional district. She will now move on to the general election where she will face Republican incumbent Tom Kane Jr., who was renominated tonight without opposition and who has been sidelined with an undisclosed medical situation for the last several months. He released a statement this afternoon promising that there would be a return to the public view in the coming weeks, and that with that would come full disclosure on what that situation has been. No one's quite really sure what's been happening, but we do know this. It will be Bennett. It will be Kane Jr.
We got some more in Mercer in NJ12.
We got our first Mercer vote. Huge. Okay, so now Verlina Reynolds Jackson is a state legislator from Trenton, the state capital, but also it's the largest city in Mercer County. And look at that. The pre-election vote here, she finishes first. But again, what's the pattern? We've seen this in our 3 big counties. Hamawee isn't winning any of them, but he's second place again, right? 24-21. And now, remember, take a look here for the other 2 candidates here. Brad Cohen back down to 6%. He got his bang out of Middlesex County, but he's sort of an afterthought in Somerset and in Mercer. And the same can be said for Chanel Robinson. She's getting somewhat of a bang out of Somerset County, but an afterthought in Middlesex and Mercer. So add that all together, and you're looking at a district-wide vote right now that has Hamawee ahead, but Cohen still at double-digit lead in the biggest county in the district is keeping him competitive. Everybody else now has fallen under 10%. So, again, that's about half the vote district-wide, and now we start to say where's the remaining vote coming from? So we've got, again, that's more than half the vote in Middlesex County, and a little bit less in Mercer. So Hamawee's margin right now over Cohen in Mercer with those votes, 2187. So it's about a 1,500 vote margin. So if they keep running at that level, that's a big if, but if they keep running at that level, then Hamawee Hamawee versus Cohen, he could net another 1,500 votes in his margin over Cohen. He leads him by 1,000 right now. So if you added 1,500 to that, okay, we're playing with the math right here, you get to 2,500. Now you take a look in Middlesex County, where Cohen's margin over Hamawee is 2,000 votes with a little more than half in. So again, if you were generous and gave Cohen another 2,000 vote margin with the remaining vote, what would that do? We said Hamawee would be up 2,500. You'd shave 2,000 off. Hamawee would still be up 500. And you would then have the matter of Somerset County, where a quarter of the vote is in. And here, Hamawee, you could see, is kind of crushing Cohen. He's more than 3-1 ahead of Cohen. So if that doesn't change in Somerset County, then currently what Cohen's getting out of Middlesex County, based on the numbers we're seeing so far, currently that wouldn't be enough. That wouldn't be enough. He right now clearly is the main opposition to Hamawee, I think, as these votes are coming in. And again, our friend Adrian Mapp here, winning his home city currently in Plainfield, but, go down to Mercer County. Where is he, right? He's at 1.2%. We showed you Somerset. Where is he in Middlesex County? He's down at 0.7%. So again, he's a one-county wonder. And there you go. So again, the Hamawee, I think, has got to be feeling the best here of these candidates. And I think, obviously, realistically, if it's not going to be Hamawee here from these early numbers, Brad Cohen is the only one here. But what he would need, one thing that he would really need, he needs a bigger margin than this. We say this is the pre-election vote in his home county, right? He was winning it 36-25 over Hamawee. Now comes the election day vote. Well, okay, what if he wins what if he could get that over 40% with the election day vote? What if that Hamawee share fell under 20% with the election day vote? What if Cohen gets a lot more out of the second half of the vote that gets tabulated in Middlesex than he got out of the first? That's what he's going to need. He's going to need something like that, I think, realistically here, because again, Mercer County, he's running at 6% right now. He's running at 6%. He would like Hamawee's number to drop in Mercer, for that matter, as the election day vote gets tabulated there too. He doesn't want Hamawee getting too far away from him in any of these other counties. But and for that matter, if it comes to it in a close race, again, Union County, 6% or so of the vote here. Hamawee running at 18%. And where's Cohen? 1%. See, this is a small county, but that's consequential. If this is close at all, that's consequential. So again, I think those numbers right now, as that pattern that we're seeing presents itself, it's much more favorable to Hamawee than to Cohen. The pattern would have to change in the remaining half of the vote that gets tabulated for that to shift. But an interesting race right there. And again, this in a heavily Democratic district. So, in all likelihood, winning this primary is tantamount to becoming a member of Congress.
Just a reminder, it's 8:47 now. We're coming up at the top of 9. We will have to do a check-in again with News Now just prior to the top of the hour. And then we'll have Iowa polls closed.
Right. Okay. So Adam took you through that, and I think the News Now one is going to be a little lengthy at the top of the hour here.
I think so. Yeah.
Okay. How do we split this? I don't know if we've had this challenge. This is an interesting story, but I also have a feeling that our viewers are more interested in the outcome of that Democratic Senate primary in Iowa. It's just that this is, as we say, it's a Democratic district. So I have a bias towards when I see a close race, right? I want to stay on it just because I have a bias towards something that's very close and very competitive. But at the same time, in 12 minutes, we could start getting numbers out of Iowa. Now, I think Iowa's going to be a little bit slow going with its returns. But we will shift towards that and err on the side of showing you Iowa, I think, and then obviously jumping back here anytime we get anything. But again, the next big things here, anything we get from Middlesex or from Mercer or from Somerset County, potentially even decisive if we get a big batch of vote here. I think it'll clarify the situation that we've outlined. So let me, I'm just going to zoom out. And South Dakota, is that coming at 9?
Might get some South Dakota. If we're lucky, we'll get some New Mexico.
So let me just show you in South Dakota here. It's an interesting race here for governor for the same reason the Iowa Republican governor's race is. There's a 35% threshold here. Now, unlike Iowa, if nobody gets 35% in the South Dakota Republican gubernatorial primary, they just kick it over to a runoff, I think, in 8 weeks from now. So it's not a state convention, but this has runoff potential. Now, this is, remember, Joni Ernst, excuse me, Kristi Noem was the governor of South Dakota before she joined the Trump administration and opened the job. Larry Roden became his lieutenant governor. He became the governor when that happened. John Hanson is the state house speaker. Dusty Johnson is the at-large member of Congress from South Dakota. And Toby Doden is running. He's a self-funded campaign, or a largely self-funded campaign, again, aimed squarely. He's tried to position himself here as the most staunchly, adamantly pro-Trump candidate, the sort of populist, grassroots conservative candidate in this race. He's the one who's been moving in the polls out here. Okay, so you got Doden as sort of the outsider, Johnson the congressman, John Hanson, of course, the veteran state legislator, and Larry Roden, the interim governor, who moved into the job when Noem went to the administration. But does anyone get 35% here tonight? So we'll be watching the South Dakota primary as well. Iowa, we're also. I mentioned Iowa for the Senate race. We've taken you through the Senate race. There are some House races in Iowa that are going to be very significant this November. We're just not looking at particularly competitive primaries in them tonight. But there are four. There are four. Wait, they're tough to see when it's all sort of this blob of orange, of yellow. But there are four different districts here, as we say. This one, Mariannette Miller Meeks, is the one I wanted to show you here. She's got Republican opposition in the primary, but it's not considered to be a serious threat to her. She won by less than 1,000 votes in 2024, and she faces a rematch here, Christina Bohannon, who nearly beat her in 2024. This is another one. I would say NJ7. This one we're going to be talking about at least as much as NJ. It looks like you got something out of it.
Yeah, we just got an update in Somerset County. It's small. It's 200 votes, but I think it is election day vote.
Okay, let's go. I really should have.
I can.
Nope.
Those.
That's
okay.
All right. So you're talking about the 12th district.
Yes. Sorry.
So what was the election day vote update we got? Did we?
So we got
46. No. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm not doubting you again.
It's 214 election day votes, so it is small.
Yeah.
Hemingway gets 35%, and he was getting 36% in our first report.
No, he was getting less. He's at 25% countywide, so he was.
Yes, there is that interim report that
he seems to be doing
that. He fell behind Robinson.
Right. Okay. The pre-election, the in-person early, we established.
Yes.
He was at about 36% with that.
Yes.
The mail went for Robinson.
That's right. And he
now
got
we're back.
He got 18%, and he's back at 35.
Now we're back at poll, and that's first place here in that.
Yes.
In that, it gets small, but okay. That's. Well, look, we're trying to sort of game this one out, folks, saying if the pattern changes in the second half here, and if it changes in any way that changes that's more beneficial to Hamawi, then he's got this thing, because it's already been favorable to Hamawi, and that would be very favorable to him if in that county, Somerset County, he does even better. So Iowa closing here in 723. That Senate race, obviously, real interesting dynamics in that Democratic primary. I'm really looking forward to kind of diving into that one. South Dakota, we'll keep tabs in that governor's race. I think it's an interesting one. And we'll have Montana closing in a little bit too. And I know some folks are going to be very interested in the Montana, the first district in Montana, first congressional district in Montana. Just a warning that we're sitting here telling you California takes a long time. They're going to take even longer. Tonight, the Montana one is actually going to be the slowest. So I'm not sure we're going to get anything meaningful or clarifying from Montana's first congressional district, but we will monitor it. We will be checking it out throughout the night. And now we are a little bit more than 2 hours away from poll closing in California. So again, I'm going to, as we build towards this News Now hit, I will take you through a bit of the play. We got something?
Well, just a little bit more on the design of this News Now hit.
Yeah.
You'll have about 3 or 4 minutes coming up here in about 2 minutes. They're hoping you can teeing up Iowa Senate. And then they'll do a minute reset at the top of the hour, and then they'll bring you back in.
Okay. Could I ask you a favor? Is it easy to put an NJ12 in one of these shortcuts?
Yeah.
Because I think for the next hour in Iowa, we're going to want to check back on this, but kind of live in Iowa. So as you can see, folks, it's a process to get from one to the other. It's my fault. I told Adam at the start of the night. I said, I won't need the shortcut. I know New Jersey. And then look at this. What's going to happen later tonight, though, at 10 o'clock, News Now is going to begin its special. And I'm going to be joining that special where they're actually just, about 20 yards over that way. We're going to keep the live stream going. Anything that's happening with me on the special, you're going to see. In that 10 to 11 hour on the special, we're going to be recapping anything major that's happened between now and then for results. We're going to be setting up California, which closes at 11. And when I'm not doing that there, I'll come back here, and again, we'll be checking in everywhere. We'll be checking in South Dakota.
We got another update in Union.
We got more in Union. Okay. So here I can see Mapp is doing better with the Election Day vote.
Yeah, he's up to 50% in this recent report, and it was about 867 votes.
Okay, and Hamui and I can see Robinson did a little bit better with it, but we're talking a very small number of votes there, right?
Yeah.
Okay, right. So basically, Mapp, again, his home city, the only place where he's really registering right now. Coming up on another News Now hit, but I will say, so then a few minutes before the News Now special, 10 to 11, we're going to be juggling both. You won't miss anything that we're doing. A few minutes before 11, that's California poll close time. I'm going to go over there. You'll see this all. Leave this thing on. Please do. Because I will tee up with Hallie Jackson what's about to happen in California. And when the polls close in California, we make fun of it as a slow state. It is slow on the tail end. But that first hour, right, it's like there was the California gold rush in the 19th century. It's the California vote rush in the 11 o'clock hour. Because all that pre-election, all that vote by mail that's been received by Election Day, or some point before Election Day, they've processed it, they've got it ready, and county after county, they release it all in one giant chunk. Orange County in 2024, 750,000 votes came in at 11:06 p.m., and they just fly like that. And at some point in that hour, one of those counties is going to be Los Angeles County. And when you see that, that means City of Los Angeles. And when you see that, that means we're going to get like half the vote in the mayor's race all at once. Talk more about that, but here comes the News Now hit. They won Iowa.
And closing up this hour on a very big primary night across the country and here in California. In just a few minutes, polls will close in Iowa. That's where we are keeping an eye on the U.S. Senate race between State Representative Josh Turek and State Senator Zach Wells. They are battling it out for Joni Ernst's seat, which opened up while she retired or decided to retire. There have been millions poured into that race because some Democrats think this might be their best chance at flipping a seat in their favor. For more on what we need to keep an eye on, let's check back with Steve Kornacki at the big board. Steve, what's it looking like?
Yeah, Gotti. Well, I mean, we're obviously waiting for the first votes to come in here. But again, the backdrop for this, as you were just saying, this could be. We're not sure it's going to be. This could be a battleground Senate seat in November here. It's a Republican seat now, as you say, Joni Ernst retiring. Ashley Hinson, Congresswoman, does face some opposition in the Republican primary, but it's not expected to amount to much. She's expected to coast tonight in this Republican primary. So the suspense here is on the Democratic side between Turek and Walz. And if you just want to think about the stakes of Iowa in November, it would be this. The Democrats are trying to get Senate control. Republicans are trying to keep them from doing that. Democrats need a net gain of 4 Senate seats to do that. They'd have to hold on to, they'd have to get Maine. They'd have to get North Carolina. Those are big ifs. They'd have to hold on to Georgia. They'd have to hold on to Michigan. And then they'd need 2 of Iowa, Ohio, Texas, Alaska, right? And all those states are states that Donald Trump carried, like he did in Iowa, by double digits. So this is one of 4 very pro-Trump states that Democrats are hoping to put in play. And we're going to see tonight, in the next hour or two, who they choose to make their candidate for that.
Yeah, and hopefully we'll have some conclusive results outside of Iowa and beyond. But realistically, you've covered so many of these primaries, and we all want instant gratification. When do you think we'll have a real sense of how things may turn out here in California?
Yeah, look, I mean, there's the possibility in California that there's some clarity in the first hour to 90 minutes. And that's because, I'll put it up on the screen and just give you a sense of it here. This is the governor's primary here. Remember, this is a top 2 primary for governor, meaning all the candidates, regardless of party, run on one ballot. The top 2 advance to the general election. Tom Steyer, Steve Hilton, Javier Becerra have kind of been the top 3 in polling here. each county is going to report out probably like half of its vote pretty quickly, in that first hour. And what that's going to be is California is a heavy vote by mail state, and the vote by mail that came in before Election Day, counties are able to process that, get that ready, and spit that out pretty close to after poll closing. Then there are still some folks who come out and vote early, who vote on Election Day. They'll be reported in the first hour, too. There could be some clarity in that first hour, but if there isn't, that's where the wait comes in, Gotti.
Yeah, fingers crossed. We saw some very busy primary polling locations today for, again, a primary. A lot of people out there voting. Steve Kornacki, thank you so much. That's going to do it for us tonight.
You do have a shortcut, and we do have some more Middlesex vote.
Okay. Tell me when I'm going back to them.
In about a minute.
Okay, folks, we got a minute here. What just came in Middlesex?
So we got 3,700 votes.
Oh, I can see it. Wow, it was Hamawee, huh?
Yeah, he gets 37%, 38%.
Wow.
Yeah.
Folks, Hamawee's feeling great after seeing that.
And they'll want to go back to Iowa on the other side of this.
Do they want me to show the 7 result?
I think they want to go back to Iowa because we have made some characterizations, at least particularly in Congressional District 3.
Wait. They want to do the 3rd district?
Yes.
What do they want to? It's unopposed.
Yeah, we made the characterizations at the top of the hour.
What am I doing? They want me to do it the unopposed.
There. Joining us now at the big board, NBC News chief data analyst Steve Kornacki. Steve, you've got an update on the race in Iowa, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, as the polls are now closed, so we don't have any votes yet, but hopefully this thing is going to light up soon. Again, the Senate race here, all eyes are on this. Ashley Hinson expected to win the Republican nomination. Question on the Democratic side of will it be Josh Turek or Zach Walz here. By the way, as the vote comes in tonight, keep in mind, Turek is from the western part of the state. Walz's base is right here around Iowa City. That's a big county. We just got a little bit of vote in. It is from Turek's part of the state here. This is small here, okay, Carroll County here, but you just got a chunk of the vote in Carroll County. It's a 4-1 margin for Turek over Walz. Again, that's the only thing that we have right now, so we show it for you. That's obviously a very strong number for Turek, expected to some degree because he's going to, again, western Iowa is sort of his base here. His political base is in, Pottawatomie County, but, these are, a place like Carroll County is small, but a bunch of Carroll counties can add up. That's a very, it's a very early initial number, but obviously that's an encouraging one there for Turek. But again, his big base here in western Iowa is Pottawatomie County. Walz is right here, Johnson County, where the University of Iowa is. And this is going to be, if this race is at all competitive, right here, Polk County, where the state capital is, this is 25% of the vote. This is a quarter of the vote in a Democratic primary in Iowa. So if East meet West and we've got a competitive race, this big city in the center of Iowa there would decide it.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on those numbers that are coming in. And Steve Kornacki, just to specify there, we've got 0% in, and we're looking at just triple digits right now, 148 to 39. Is that what we're reading here?
Yeah, I mean, look, I'll show you anything that lights up. So we got a small rural county there in western Iowa. We're not sure if that's representative of anything. Again, like I said, just to the extent you could say anything, it's that you're expecting Turek's strength to be more in western Iowa, in places like that. That's a 4-1 margin for him there. We'll see if he can keep that up as these other counties fill in.
Yeah, let the numbers rain on the big board. Steve Kornacki will be checking back with you in just a bit. Joining us now to break.
Okay. I'm sorry, I was unclear if they wanted the 3rd district, and I was trying to figure out,
They were just trying to go through the calls at the top of the hour, and we did put in some calls for those unopposed races, and that's what the guidance was, but we're on the other side of it. We do have new vote in this race, in the governor's race.
We got
South Dakota governor's race.
We got governor's vote.
Yeah.
Okay, of course, we've got Carroll County. And Randy, now, of course, this is, say, Feenstra represents the 4th district of Iowa, so we're in Feenstra territory here. And though it is interesting here that we expect his main opposition to come from Zach Lund, who's actually running in 3rd right here. But again, we don't want to read too much into it, but this is just part of the vote in one small county here, but Feenstra leading there, his neck of the woods, and remembering that 35% is the threshold here. Candidates got to get above that 35%. Do we get more in NJ12?
We got about 190 votes in Mercer County.
Okay. And what did they look like? It was
Reynolds Jackson gets the share of them at 42%.
Same day votes.
Appears that way. Yeah.
And Homoy was second, or does he?
He gets 18%. I don't know if that was second.
Okay, it's a small number of votes here, but again, we're here now because this has become the competitive story of the moment. It's going to shift here. I will not spend the hour on NJ12. I was just trying to see if we can get us to resolution, but it is like the news has been, if you're Homoy, the news has been very good and very encouraging for you. Cohen showed some life here in Middlesex County, but now we've gotten a big chunk of the same day vote reported out there, and it's not been as good for him as that early vote was, and he needs it to be better than the early vote was, or otherwise he would need to offset it somewhere else. We're certainly not seeing him offset it in the small part there in Plainfield. He's not offsetting it in Mercer. Where we were in Somerset. So this right now is advantage Homoy until and unless something changes. And if it doesn't, as we said, he had the most money behind him of any of these candidates. It's certainly paying off right now, as of right now. So Adam will alert me if we get anything significant in NJ12, and we've got a shortcut on there. I'm going to go out to Iowa now because that's shifting to where the action is this hour. The much discussed Iowa. I keep getting the fourth. We're giving the fourth district here so much airtime here tonight. This is the safe Republican district. But again, get the Senate race up. Okay, here's the Senate race, and again, okay, now we got Lee County. Okay, so again, this is small. We've gotten two small counties here, but we said, is there going to be an east-west divide, right? And
that's in Polk.
We can. Wow. Folks, remember Denton County last week? Look at that. We just got a sixth of the vote there in Polk County, pre-election vote, I would imagine. And look at that margin there for this is no ordinary county in a primary. This is 25% of all the vote in the state. This is a quarter of the vote, okay? And again, we've got three counties. Two of them are small rural, and one of them is the biggest of big counties in Iowa. And Turek is crushing Walls with the early vote right there. So you're seeing potentially a geographic thing here with Turek in western Iowa. Again, this is Walls' neck of the woods down here, and yet he's getting crushed there too. So, Tama County, Turek, okay. I mean, this is, you're not seeing a geographic divide in these four at all. You're just seeing big Turek numbers. Now, again, Lynn County, Johnson County, Cedar Rapids, Iowa City here, these are big. Okay, these are, we say it's 25% of the vote in Polk. Johnson County, which is right here, is 10% of the vote. Where Cedar Rapids is, that's going to be 10% of the vote. There's some, we got Dubuque. I'm staring at Dubuque. Okay, wow, right on the Mississippi River. This is a big one. This is like 5% of all the vote in the state is going to come out of, in this primary, is going to come out of Dubuque County. And look at that, Turek is, okay. Folks, this is feeling, if you catch my drift, this is feeling a lot like Ken Paxton versus John Cornyn last Tuesday. We've gotten just a few reports from a few counties here, but so far those reports are very emphatic. And again, Josh Turek, who is a state representative from Pottawatomie County, western part of the state, his selling point to Democrats has been, he says he'll run as a moderate, and that he's elected, his state legislative district is, of all the Democrats in the Iowa State legislature, there's no more pro-Trump district that any of them represent than Turek in Pottawatomie County in western Iowa. So he's been selling Democrats the idea that a candidate like that can win a state like this. Certainly seems that Democrats in Iowa are buying into that. And as we said, we didn't expect Ashley Hinson, Congresswoman Ashley Hinson on the Republican side, to face serious opposition tonight. You could just see here the four counties, nothing Nothing, they all look pretty similar. 5 counties, I should say, all pretty similar. 3-1 lead, a little bit better than 3-1 lead for Hinson. So you got Hinson, as completely expected, winning or leading in her Republican primary by a wide margin, but not by a margin that far off. Turek right now over Walz in the Democratic primary. Gubernatorial primary in Iowa. Let's check in. That means if we got Polk County, it means we got it here. Wow, look at that. Adam Steen, right? Okay, so now this is where it starts to get a little more, a little bit more interesting here. You're looking at statewide. Steen is running in second, and Lon is running in third. So in Feenstra, remember to keep in mind the 35% number as that comes in tonight. Feenstra, Trump endorsed 34%. Another thing to keep in mind as these numbers come in here, just sort of looking around, Tama County, Dubuque County, this is a pretty big one. Feenstra with a big number there. Yeah. Okay. So again, Lon is to the extent it's a factor here is from sort of the he's from just outside Cedar Rapids, Lee County here. Remember that Feenstra got the Trump endorsement on Friday. There had been some number of early votes that had already been cast. Republicans going to the polls not knowing that Feenstra was Trump's candidate. And looking at early vote in some of the analyzed places get reported out first is the possibility that the initial batch, it might get friendlier to Feenstra as you get to the same day vote. We always talk about how the same day vote tends to be more pro-Trump, more sort of Trump aligned. We see this in Republican primaries. Well, this is Trump's candidate, okay? And he didn't endorse until the Friday before the election after the early voting period had started. So that's something to keep in mind. Is that going to, as Feenstra moves over the 35% mark, I guess we just got Webster, yeah, as Feenstra moves over that 35% mark. So we'll keep that in mind. Democratic Senate primary, call that back up. Means we got one more county, nothing changing there. Want to take our trip to South Dakota?
Adam head over there, there is a vote.
Adam said he wanted to see South Dakota. Let's call it up. Governor's race, Republican primary. There he is, Dusty Johnson, the at-large congressman with 31% of the vote here, okay? The big population centers here, well, this isn't, to the west of Sioux Falls here. Sioux Falls this is the biggest county in the state. Minnehaha County, biggest county in Iowa. Right down here, Lincoln County, going up north, Brookings County. These are some big population center counties. The other one, the main one out west is Pennington County. We don't have anything from that yet. South Dakota is split between 2 time zones here. So the polls were actually closed an hour earlier in the eastern part of the state. They just couldn't report anything out until Mountain Time. But these are just small counties largely that we're seeing right now. As you can see, about 2,500, about 3,000 votes total counted. Just seeing Larry Roden. I mean, he is the interim governor right now. Hansen, the state house speaker. Doden, who's been running as sort of Doden leading in 4 counties. Doden's been running as sort of the populist Trump-aligned candidate. And then there's Dusty Johnson too. Really, that's kind of powering his performance statewide. So again, 35% the number here. Yes.
While you're doing governors, we also got our first report in New Mexico. Santa Fe has our first report as well.
We want to put New Mexico on the map here?
Yeah.
All right. What do we want to show here? We want to show.
Switch over the Democrats.
Yeah. There we go. Deb Haaland facing opposition here from Sam Bregman in this primary. But yeah, we just got a big chunk of look at that. It's Denton County times 2. So we said we didn't expect much drama. We didn't expect much suspense in New Mexico. And look at that, about 10% of the votes already in that Democratic gubernatorial primary. And Deb Haaland with a, as expected, advantage right there. New Jersey 12, nothing new?
Not since our last update at the top of the hour, no.
Okay, let's go back to Iowa and just kind of live in the Democratic, we should be in that Democratic primary, right? Because that's this is more interesting, but I think nationally significant is what happens in that Democratic primary, which again is just looking, is pretty, pretty emphatic here. Yeah, I'm trying to think if the decision desk would. Sometimes that comes quick. I think we do want to see Johnson County, Lynn County right here, Johnson County right here, 20% of the vote from these two. This is Walz based. What does he get out of here? Does this change anywhere else for him? But that's what he's looking at right there. Again, the congressional races will have 2, maybe 3 very competitive congressional races in Iowa this November. Not looking at competitive congressional primaries in them tonight. We could show you on the Republican side. Go up here to the 2nd district. Joe Mitchell. Joe Mitchell's running with Trump's endorsement. So I just wanted to see here if that was translating. Small number of votes in there. It is. We showed you Mariannette Miller Meeks. This will be, we say, one of the most closely watched in the country. None, leading there. And again, no opposition here for Chris McGowan in the 4th district that's being vacated by Feenstra, and that's a solidly Republican district. Back to the Democratic Senate primary there. Call that one up, if I can get that. And again, just waiting to see a little bit more there. I need to just have a little allergy situation. Sorry. Okay, sorry about that. Do you feel any of this?
I do get allergy, but it hasn't affected me these past couple of weeks.
This has been brutal. I keep thinking it's like a sinus infection or
ragweed, grass.
What is pollen?
Pollen.
It's got to be pollen, right?
I don't know. I don't know what your allergy situation is.
They put me on Singulair today. I don't know if that's going to do anything. Okay.
Not.
This is what happens when we don't get avalanches of vote returns. We start talking about our medications. This is also what happens when we age. Okay. The situation here. Nothing new, New Jersey 12.
No news in 12.
I don't want anybody to miss New Jersey 12. We got a winner in NJ7 on the Democratic side, Rebecca Bennett, Tom Kean Jr. That's going to be your big November general election matchup in NJ7. And again, we're showing you these House primaries here in Iowa. In Iowa 1, Miller Meeks and Bohannon, the rematch. This one's going to be hugely followed this November. This race is going to be very closely watched this November. This is more of a fringe target, I should say, if you're a Republican seat here.
One bulletin, sorry.
Yep.
We did make a call in New Mexico governor that we just checked in.
Deb Haaland.
Yes.
Okay, I'm not even going to. Deb Haaland, Democratic net primary, governor of New Mexico, check mark.
Yes.
That's my shorthand. Okay. Here again, Joe Mitchell running with Trump's endorsement. This is a district Trump carried by 10 points. This is the kind of district. Look, if I say this, the 2nd district of Iowa, if Democrats are successful in making the Senate race a real race, that means the state as a whole will have moved, 10 plus points. It's a 13-point Trump state. So here's a district. Instead of me telling you, I can show you. Here's a district that Trump won by 10 points. So this is one of those I think you would look. Again, this is the Republican primary. This is the Trump-endorsed candidate. Here's the Democratic primary. Lindsey James. This is not a surprise. Is far ahead here. This is also her political base. But this is one of those that if the Democrats succeed in making Iowa competitive in a Senate race, almost automatically, I think it would make this a competitive House race because it just would mean the state's moving at the 10 or so points that a district like this would have to move. So it would come into play. They're kind of linked, those two storylines is what I'm trying to say. Otherwise, 1 and 3, that's where the action is going to be this November in Iowa. I'll put that Senate race back up on the screen for you. We'll check in. We've got a few more votes that have come in here right now, going along sort of the Mississippi River. Again, you're in the eastern half of the state. I said, is there an east-west divide? There's no east-west divide in these results so far. It's Turek, Marshall County, Turek getting 2/3 of the vote. Sierra Gordo, this is where Mason City is. This is a decent-sized place right here in terms of vote share. And Turek's just.
We just got some more in NJ12.
Yes.
Mercer County, another update.
Big one.
Yes, about
all right.
2,300 votes.
Okay, what's Mercer looking like? Oh, I think I can see this. Go ahead.
So Hamwi gets 33% of that latest batch.
Yeah. That's the most, right? Reynolds
yeah,
Jackson.
that's what There's a little cutoff on my thing, but
yeah, but I mean, and again, that was how many votes?
2,300.
That was a ton of votes, right? Mercer's up near 60% right now. That's election day vote. Hamwi doing better with the election day vote than he did with the early vote here. And we said even what he got with the early vote was putting him on a course there that he wanted to be on. Zoom out there. Yeah, I mean, remember, we've been watching this. Remember when we first got Middlesex, Cohen moved ahead. Then, Hamwi, I think, was about 23-20 we were looking at it is what's in my head, when pretty much the early vote had come in from everywhere. And we said that was a pace that Hamwi wanted to be on. The pace has quickened for Hamwi since then as this election day vote has come in. We've seen that in Middlesex. We've seen that we've seen that in Middlesex. We've seen that in Mercer. We're still stuck at 46% here in Somerset County.
We just got a Polk in our Iowa Republican governors as well.
That's big. Let's get out there to Iowa. This is going to land me in, our friend, the 4th District. Okay. We want the governor's race. We want the Republican primary. We want Polk County. Oh, my goodness. Okay, now we say 25% of the vote in a Democratic primary comes out of Polk. Polk is the biggest on the Republican side, although right next door is Dallas. That's significant, too. So this is about 15% of the vote in the Republican primary is going to come out of Polk County. Again, this is where Des Moines is, the state capital. We just got most of the Republican vote from there. And here, Zach Lon, again, he's positioned himself here as the populist conservative grassroots candidate. He was endorsed by the Political Action Committee from Turning Point USA, the Charlie Kirk group. They endorsed him last Friday on the same day that Trump endorsed Feenstra. And here he is running 10 points ahead of Feenstra, 9 points ahead of Feenstra in the big state capital there, right next door. These are the suburbs.
We also got another big update in Polk on the Democratic Senate race as well.
We should. Polk, Dallas County, though. Another big one there, Democratic Senate primary. Oh, wow. Almost all of Polk is in. Look at that. Congratulations, Polk County, on the quick vote counting. Josh Turek, 27 points ahead, and no. Okay, I thought, okay. Next door, Dallas County. Again, these are suburbs of, this is decent. This is, decent size here. What are we looking at here? About 5% of the vote is going to come out of Dallas County. Turek there, I think, with that early vote, comfortably ahead. Nothing here is at odds with what we initially saw. It does seem that the same-day vote in Polk County was more friendly to Walz. Remember that early vote, I think, was over 70% for Turek, under 30 for Walz. To get it up to 63-37, Walz had to do decently with that same day. But the end result is he's getting clobbered in the place where a quarter of the vote is. He's lost by 27 points, more than 10,000 votes, and he's getting clobbered everywhere else we see results from. We keep saying Johnson County, which is his home, his base, his state Senate district's here. He lives here. It is a big piece of the puzzle. It's 10% of the vote in a Democratic primary. It's probably the second biggest Democratic vote-producing county in a primary in Iowa. But when you're running this far behind statewide, even if you get a bang from there, that could erase a big chunk of that. But you're losing everywhere else, right? I mean, could he do something next door here? This is the other big one here. Cedar Rapids, Lynn County, but I mean, I don't know. He's getting crushed in Dubuque County. He's getting crushed along the Mississippi River right here. Nothing in this to like if you're Walz. If you're Turek, if you're a Turek supporter, there's a ton to like in what you're seeing right here. Again, Republican gubernatorial primary. We'll check back in there. You can see here, again, powered by Polk County. Lon, you're getting close to 40% of the vote there, has pulled into the lead statewide. Feenstra's numbers, we're just going to kind of look around where his congressional, we showed you Carroll County to start the night. This is a big one. Woodbury County, is only 4% of the vote. In western Iowa and in northwest Iowa, especially in a Republican primary, this is a big one. Woodbury County here. Again, remember, Feenstra's district covers the northwest of the state. It's the most Republican part of the state. This is one of the population centers in that very Republican part of the state. In Feenstra, they're getting more than 50% of the vote in just that small initial batch. They're probably early vote that we're looking at right there. But if he can run up some margins like that in places like that, he's going to need to run up margins like that, I should say, in places like that, because that's a huge, huge performance there for Lon out of Polk County. And so where else are we looking here on the Republican side? It's interesting, you know, we say, you know, this is going to be about 5% of the vote here when we get, this is going to be much less. Johnson County is the big one on the Democratic side, not as much on the Republican side. You know, again, Dubuque's about 5%. Davenport here, where Davenport is, Scott County, that's going to be about 5%. So we got some population centers there too. The Republican vote too is also just more geographically distributed, spread out than the Democratic vote. But an interesting dynamic here. And again, if no one clears 35%, then it goes to a state convention. That's where that gets settled. South Dakota. Let's check in. Now we've gotten some vote here from some of the more, Lincoln County it's a small number of votes here. It's one of the bigger size ones here in South Dakota. So is Brookings County, where we got 40% of the vote. Congressman Dusty Johnson, this is the Republican gubernatorial primary, is leading there. Be very interested when you can get something from Pennington County. That's the big one out west. But, you know, sort of filling in right here. But there's
Steve,
Doden with lead. Yes.
We got another updated NJ12.
Okay.
In Middlesex.
Let's go. NJ12, county level, Middlesex. What do we got? Oh, wow.
So we got another 6,900 votes.
Yeah.
Hamway gets 42% of them.
So Hamaway has had a great election day. The folks who went out and voted at the polls today, very, very big for Hamaway. Remember, Brad Cohen led here this is his home county. He's the mayor of East Brunswick. He's endorsed by the party committee, and now he's fallen behind. The election day vote here has been huge for Hamaway. It's been very underwhelming for Cohen. He's now behind in his home county. You could see what that does district-wide. 2/3 of the vote is in right here. You know, we're in territory here that's getting close to where we are. That is, I think, where we are in that Iowa Democratic Senate race. Everything that you're looking at here is if you're Hamaway, is what you want to see. And what is Cohen left with if he can't even win his home county? We're not seeing Chanel Robinson extend her support in her home county anywhere else. We're not seeing Verlena Reynolds-Jackson extend her support from Mercer County anywhere else. We're just seeing Hamaway lead in Cohen's county. We're seeing Hamaway a very close second in Reynolds-Jackson's county, and we're seeing Hamaway a close second in Robinson's county. And we are seeing our friend Adrian Mapp with a big number there, flexing his muscle in his home city, but nowhere else. In his home city, 6% of the district. So it adds up to this for Hamaway.
We got another update in Iowa Senate back in Blackhawk County.
Oh, home of the University of Northern Iowa. What's their nickname, Adam?
The Blackhawks.
The Panthers. Blackhawk County comes in. Okay, yep. What can you say? In fact, what you can say here, not only this is a continuation of the trend here that's very positive for Turek, you're getting into the kind of territory where you'd think Walz might be a little bit more competitive, because I mentioned this is, among other things, this Waterloo, Iowa is here, Cedar Falls, Iowa is here, the University of Northern Iowa here. There's a college town aspect to this, and you think that Walz kind of running to the left, the more liberal candidate here from the college town, Iowa City, or the Iowa City area. Maybe he gets he's not getting traction here. 22% statewide. Turek, 30-point advantage over Walz. 15,000 vote advantage over Walz. Give you a sense of the scale of this, right? Polk County, you're looking at just over 40,000 votes. We think that's probably all the vote, right, that's going to come out of Polk County. That's just over 40,000 votes total that are coming out of Polk County. Again, in a typical Democratic primary, that's going to be about a quarter of the vote statewide. And in a typical Democratic primary, the turnout coming out of Johnson County is going to be a little bit less than half of that, right? So, 40,000, what would it be in Johnson County if passed as prologue? It might be between 15, 20,000, something like that. So even if Walz gets a massive number out of Johnson County, his home base, right, even if he gets a massive number, it's a universe of 20,000, and a great night for him, 25,000 votes. He's 15,000 votes behind, and you could just see this pattern here of Turek dominance across the state, where even, when you get the Johnson County reported out, even if it's huge for Walz, it's going to be offset pretty quickly by all these other areas that are just sort of adding up. I mean, you take a look down here. This is small Mills County. Yes.
Think back to the.
There it is. There it is, folks. Oh, I wish I like it when I'm on the screen and it comes up.
I know.
NBC News is declaring that Josh Turek is the winner in the Iowa Democratic Senate primary. He defeats State Senator Zach Walz, and he will advance to the general election, where NBC News has also declared that Congresswoman Ashley Hinson has defeated her Republican primary opponent. It will be Hinson. It will be Turek. That will be the general election contest in Iowa. This is one that you go into it, and Hinson has the advantage on paper. Why does she have the advantage on paper? Because, is the thing there, Adam? I can't see it.
I don't see it.
Okay. Maybe it's on this screen. Where did it go? Okay. I was going to show you. You see what I'm seeing, right?
Yes. Sorry.
Okay. That's not just, okay. I'm sorry. Why is it advantage Republican on paper? Because Trump won the state by 13 points in 2024. And in 2020, when Trump lost nationally, he won the state by 9 points. So this has a very solidly and he won in 2016, for that matter. He's 3 for 3 in the state. And it's one of those states, it had more of those pivot counties. Remember those Obama, Trump counties? Than any state, like a third of Iowa's 99 counties had voted Obama, and then flipped over to Trump in 2016 and have not looked back. That is the atmosphere that Josh Turek, the Democrat, is going to be running in, trying to flip this seat. And again, Democrats nationally have looked in on this and said they think Turek could do that because Turek won a district that Donald Trump carried. Small margin, but Donald Trump carried it. He won that district in the state legislature. Now he's got to try to do that statewide, in a much more nationalized political climate. That's a tall. I think you got something, Adam.
Yeah, if you want to head back over to NJ12, we did get another update in Mercer County.
Yeah.
This is the one where Reynolds Jackson has been performing well, but I think Hamway wins this recent batch, about 2,000 votes.
Folks, if you've been watching, right, that her margin right now, again, Verlina Reynolds Jackson from Mercer County, this is her base. Her margin, she's had the lead here. It keeps shrinking. It's down to 12 votes. Again, what does it mean? It means all the vote that's coming in right now in New Jersey, in these districts, all the vote is election day vote. And Hamway is he's running away with the election day vote. So he's closing the gap. I would expect he'd probably leapfrog her in the next batch here to take the lead in Mercer, on top of having a big day with the election day vote in Middlesex, where he's now leapfrogged Brad Cohen. That's his home base. He's got the lead there. We just don't have the same day vote from Somerset County. But you could see what's probably likely coming here, right? Like, given what's happening in Mercer, given what's happening in Middlesex, why wouldn't Hamway also do better with the election day vote once that starts coming in Somerset County and move in front there? And again, what that's done district-wide, he's now opened up a lead here. It's approaching 9 points, approaching 5,000 votes, almost to the point where I'm looking at Adam for the signal that I should stay on the page. Are we that, like...
No insight on that, but you've been telling us the trends.
You know how that goes. We've probably figured out our language by now. When I think there might be one of those check marks coming, I might kind of, tap dance here for a minute or two. Thinking I thought that update might, but it's not there yet. That's the decision desk. Our College of Cardinals. The plumes of smoke will come at some point right here, and all will be revealed. So I will go back to I think we could see where it's heading there. Back to Iowa, where the Senate race is set. We've gotten more updates, which means the governor's race we should check back in on. And I can see here, Lon continuing to lead. Can you see what came in? Did somebody come in the last few minutes, or did
Woodbury was our
Woodbury was the last big one?
Yeah, it was our, and then we got 2 updates from Polk of about 500 votes.
So there was a little bit more to come out of Polk. Yeah. I see they put him over 10,000 votes. It's a very good number for him right there. That's a very good number for him right there. We'll check in on South Dakota governor's race. Now just over 10% of the vote reported there. And Toby Doden, who's tried the hardest to align himself with Trump here, leading Congressman Dusty Johnson. The incumbent acting governor, just 83 votes behind Johnson, and the Speaker of the State House, John Hanson, running about 6,027 votes behind him. And remember, 35% threshold. So if nobody, there it is. How many times do you get to see this in our board? Not the 50% rule, the old 35% rule. They got it in Iowa tonight, and they got it in South Dakota. Remember, in Iowa, it means state convention. In South Dakota, it means runoff between the top two. And very spread out here. What's going to be significant here, particularly significant when it comes in right here, one of our favorite county names of the night, Minnehaha County. Right, Sioux Falls, South Dakota. This is the biggest in the state, by far the biggest in the state. We're waiting to hear from there. That's going to be very significant when it comes in. And then out west, we're waiting on Pennington County. This is the main population center in the western part of South Dakota. Rapid City is here. So those two are going to be, I think, very telling when they come in. If anyone's going to have a chance here of getting to 35%, I think you got something. 12?
I wish I had something more interesting.
Yep.
But I just wanted to do a functional update, which is we're at about 9:35 right now, and we will we're going to move into a different phase of our programming coming up at 10 o'clock. And I didn't know, if you wanted to reset, if you wanted to clue our audience in on what the plan is, there's also an opportunity we could take a little break before that. But just wanted to pose that.
Yes. Well, I'll leave, again, I don't know how folks feel about that. I kind of feel we got Iowa Senate called. You know, I could put Toby Doden up. I could put Deb Haaland up. But we're going to put NJ12 up because there might be resolution to this while I'm talking. But while I'm talking, here's the plan. We talked about this a little bit earlier. But things are going to speed up very quickly. So first, as always, thank you for watching this. And I really hope over the next 2.5 hours or so, 3 hours or so, you stay with us because this has sort of been the appetizer. You know, we were talking about when to.
I think we are.
Oh, my big dialogue with the audience is being interrupted. Oh my gosh! I missed the moment. And NBC News Decision Desk has declared that in New Jersey's 12th congressional district, Democrat Adam Homowy has won his party's primary. This is the race to succeed the retiring Democrat Bonnie Watson Coleman. Homowy will advance to the general election where we lost the.
I'll see if I can get it back for you.
Well, this is a district that Kamala Harris carried by 23 points in 2024. So you would classify this as a safe Democratic seat in the general election. Homowy will advance to that general election. As we said, he just ultimately here, there's a breadth to his support. These other candidates had very clear, pronounced, sharp geographic limits to their support. Homowy's support spread out really across this district with that one exception there of Plainfield, where the mayor really kind of flexed his muscle. And Homowy did particularly well with the election day vote. Again, this is a candidate who was backed by the most money, had the most outside support of anybody in this race. A big, new, pro-Palestine super PAC came in on his behalf. There's been some controversy around Homowy that has made national news stemming from his relationship, his ties with Sheikh Omar Abdul Rahman, testifying at his federal terrorism trial back in 1995. So that was something that was brought up, certainly. There was some media attention on that. Some of his opponents brought that up. But ultimately here you could see the Democratic voters here, or enough of the Democratic voters here, because Homowy's probably, if this lands at about 30%, I wouldn't be surprised. Enough Democrats in a crowded field are good with Homowy being their nominee here and very likely their next congressman. So with that, we will just remind you of the other major thing that happened in New Jersey earlier tonight. 7th District, Tom Kean Jr., the Republican here, Rebecca Bennett, as the polls had suggested, nominated as the Democratic candidate. It will be Bennett. It will be Kean in the general election. With that, I'm going to move off of New Jersey. We're going to wave goodbye to the Garden State, okay? We say we've paid enough tolls, but we enjoyed having you pump our gas for us. And we're going to go out to Iowa, where again, to recap what just happened here, Josh Turek, state representative from Western Iowa, nominated by the Democrats for the U.S. Senate. He's going to oppose Ashley Hinson, Congresswoman. She easily, as expected, wins her primary. Potentially a competitive race this fall. Democrats would like to make it a competitive race this fall. But again, this is a state that Donald Trump carried by 13 points. And just to underscore the situation for Democrats here nationally and how this fits in, if you do the Senate math, right, maybe we'll just put it up on the screen here, where the Democrats they want to take the Senate, they need to flip 4 seats, right? So what are the first thing they got to do is they got to hold on to Georgia. That's no guarantee Democrats are holding on to Georgia. They got to hold on to Michigan, right? Michigan's got that Democratic primary on August 4th. We'll see what happens there. There's no guarantee Democrats are holding on to Michigan. And the outcome of that primary, we'll talk more about that as it comes in, could have some ramifications for that. So first thing, if Democrats want that is they got to win Georgia, they got to win Michigan. That's just so they don't lose any ground. Then they got to start gaining ground. And the state that obviously gets mentioned first and foremost there is the only seat up this year held by a Republican that Trump didn't win. That's Maine. That's Susan Collins. Well, you know what's been happening in Maine the last couple of days. It's sort of, is chaos the word for Democrats right now? They're concerned for them. I mean, this is Republicans are saying it's an implosion, but Democrats need to get Maine. They would then need to get North Carolina, open seat there, where they're running Roy Cooper. That would get them 2, and then they need 2 more, right? All these things have to happen, and the Democrats need 2 more. And the states they talk about for that are Texas. You know the story in Texas. And Democrats think that having Paxton as a nominee makes that more realistic. How about Alaska? What's the 2-state abbreviation for Alaska? I always forget.
AK.
Is it AK? I hope it's not Arkansas. Texas, Alaska, Ohio, Sherrod Brown trying to make a comeback bid again, or Iowa. And they need 2 of these 4. And these 4 states all have something in common. They all went for Trump in 2024 by double digits. That's the Democratic Senate path, right? Protect those 2, win those 2, and then make those kinds of incursions. 2, not 1, 2 states that Trump carried by double digits. So will Iowa be a state that's competitive this fall? I think National Democrats got the candidate they wanted tonight, but that's still a big if. So that's the story there in Iowa in the Senate race. Governor's race will check back in. Again, 35% threshold here. We got something?
No. Again, just a reminder. At 9:55 is when we do over at 3A. Okay. So it's up to you how you kind of want to budget your minutes over here.
Good point.
We will have lots of Steve content coming up on the Kornacki Cam, but it'll be from our studio right next door to us.
Good point. So we did the Republican governor's race right here. We're going to show our friends in South Dakota again. Not much has changed there. We told you the big population centers, 35% threshold, both of these governor's races. We showed you what had already happened in New Mexico. We took Montana's first district is interesting, but we don't think we're going to get much out of there at all tonight. And so 79 minutes from now, 78 minutes and 37 seconds from now, polls are going to close in California. And as we get to about 10 o'clock, as Adam said, we are going to walk next door. You're going to see all this. We're going to walk next door. The News Now specials are going to begin. And really the thrust of that is going to be counting down to California. Because, again, the way things work in California, we talk about it being a slow vote counting state. It's true. Once they get about 2/3 of the vote in, it slows down and it can take days. Why? There's all those late arriving vote by mail ballots that it's torturously slow. And you routinely have House races that take weeks to get called. But the first third of the vote, 2/3 of the vote or so, is going to come real fast and furious, starting at 11 o'clock. And these counties will light up real quick. How quick? 2024 presidential election, Orange County, okay? Orange County, right down here. Orange County, right down here. It's one of the biggest in the state. It's like 10% of all the votes in the state out of Orange County. And 6 minutes after poll close, we got half the vote out of Orange County. Okay? 2021, you remember the recall attempt of Gavin Newsom? Polls closed in California, right down here in San Diego County. That's also like 10% of the vote statewide. We got that within, I want to say, like 3 minutes. Something like that.
Very quick.
So it's quick. And what you get in California, I'll tell you now, and you'll hear me say this in the News Now thing, in these counties, when they light up in that first 30, 45 minutes, you're getting all the vote by mail, pretty much all the vote by mail that came in before Election Day. They could process that, they can get that ready, and they can spit that out right away. Then the next thing that we're going to get, and we get that probably in the first 90 minutes from these big places in California, it's the poll place vote. The vote that people, they went out and voted today, folks did that, or they went and they voted early in California. The vast majority of the votes in California are vote by mail, but they also have that poll place vote. That'll get tabulated. That'll get reported out tonight. That's what'll take us up to about 2/3 of the vote in California. So then the question becomes, in these key races in California, with 2/3 of the vote, do we have enough clarity to start making calls, right? So we're going to be looking here in this governor's race in California. Top 2 primary, Okay, regardless of party, they're all running on the ballot. You've seen the polling. Tom Steyer, Javier Becerra, the two Democrats, plus Steve Hilton, Republican, they've kind of been the top three. Now, could be a surprise tonight. Somebody else jumps up, one of them falls down, certainly. But that's sort of been the dynamic. Does Hilton get through to one of those spots in the general election, or do Becerra and Steyer manage to both get enough to lock him out? Still a very Democratic state right here. Certainly, if you're Steyer, if you're Becerra, the dream for you tonight is to get one of those two spots and to have the other one go to Hilton, because you think the political gravity of California being so Democratic would carry you then. But certainly a possibility that you could have two Democratic candidates here advance to the general election. Geographically, we'll talk about this more. It's going to be really interesting when the votes start coming in. L.A. County, right? That's the political base of Becerra. He was a member of Congress before he joined the Biden administration. It's like a fifth of all the vote in the state is going to come out of L.A. County. Okay, then you go up here to the San Francisco Bay Area, not just San Francisco itself, but all those Bay Area counties up there. That's about a fifth of the vote. And that's where Steyer lives, and that's where you expect Steyer to do better. So it almost becomes a bit of a battle of geography here. Is Becerra squeezing more out of L.A. County, or is Steyer squeezing more out of San Francisco County? Are they both squeezing out enough that it's going to hurt a guy like Hilton, who's got to do better sort of in northern inland California? Really interesting what the numbers are like in the Central Valley, in the San Joaquin Valley for Hilton tonight. And also maybe complicating things for Hilton. This is a big piece of real estate down here, Riverside County. It's one of the biggest counties in the United States of America by population. That's where the other main Republican, Chad Bianco, is the sheriff. And Hilton's been trying to send messages in the final days of this campaign to Republican voters to give up on Bianco, to coalesce, to unite around him, to make sure that there's a Republican in the general election. So that's a big question. Like in his base of Riverside County, which is a huge area, how is Bianco doing? Is it going to negatively affect Hilton as he tries to get one of those two spots? So, and then sometime those counties, as they light up with that vote by mail and then that poll place vote, at some point, Los Angeles County will light up. Now, holy cow, is that going to be a big moment? We're going to be watching this thing hopefully like a hawk. And if I'm not, Adam is. Both of us. Because the second that L.A. County lights up, maybe it's 11:30, 11:40, 11:20, I don't know. Whenever it is, you're going to get obviously some clarity in the governor's race. You're going to get the L.A. mayor's race. That's when the L.A. mayor's race comes in here. Karen Bass, the incumbent, Spencer Pratt, Nithya Raman. I think you're probably familiar with the basic dynamics here. It's the same as the governor's race. It's essentially the same. If nobody gets an outright majority tonight, and really nobody expects that one of these candidates is going to do that, the top two advance to the runoff. Can Spencer, but how real, the polling has shown Pratt making some moves here, certainly, into the 20s, and I think overperforming where the expectations were at the start of his campaign. How real is that sense that there's some momentum behind Pratt, that he can get into that runoff? How broad is his support actually? We're going to get the second L.A. County lights up, or somewhere right around then. If you're getting half the vote in L.A. County, you're probably getting half the vote in the mayoral race in Los Angeles. And then shortly thereafter, you're going to get that polling place vote. So we'll probably in that first 90 minutes or so get, 2/3 of the vote out of the city of Los Angeles. And we may have a sense, some of those questions about how real that support for Pratt is, whether he could get into this runoff here. A lot of that might get answered. And if it's razor thin there, if it's razor thin in the governor's race, we might not have any resolution at the end of the night. That's certainly possible. You know how it goes in California. And it might be where we know one candidate's advancing the general election. We're just not sure in the second place. That's possible too. At 9:55, I'm going over next door. Again, all of this is going to be on. They're doing the special on News Now. It'll start at 10. And Hallie Jackson going to be hosting it. And we're going to go through. First thing we're going to do is take you through what's already happened tonight. You know what that is, so just bear with us. Then they're going to come. They're going to ask me some stuff about California. We're going to do that. And then we're going to kind of come back here. We're going to take you through any updates from South Dakota, from Iowa, from all the stuff that the junkies like you and me want to see. And then we're heading back over in there. You'll see it all, right before 11 o'clock. And, the way it's going to work at 11 o'clock, they're going to kind of set me loose here. And everything I just described about, that furious, the California vote rush, we'll call it that, right? There's the gold rush, the vote rush. Get it? You'll see it. You'll see this thing light up. And we'll see if we get clarity or we'll see if we get confusion. But that, I think it's going to be a very fun hour. So we're building towards that. What do we need to do here, Adam?
Yeah, I think we can, the cameras will stay on. Everybody can continue watching us. but maybe we just will stay quiet for a little bit as we hit the top of the hour, just so we can regroup and also have some housekeeping. But I think we can just wrap up for this little bit. And obviously, again, everything will stay on. We'll still be here. You'll still do hits. You'll come back here into this studio later on in the hour. But yeah, a lot of moving pieces.
Am I supposed to tweet this out? I keep updating people out there. That's to watch this thing. Should I tell them we're coming?
Sure.
I don't know. That's too much work. Okay. Somebody out, please. Oh, actually, we should enlist the audience. Please help us. Share on social media what's going on tonight, that you don't want to miss this. What's going to be coming, starting at 10 and really, at 11 o'clock.
So stay tuned, and we'll see you soon.
When they tune in, I'm going to be over there already? Are we doing the walkover? Or are they?
I don't think they'll do a camera with the actual walkover, but Melissa's going to jump in.
Oh, okay. Wait. Right. In this day, it's going to continue uninterrupted, right? Like folks watch. If I tell them like nothing's, yeah. I know I've said it. I've said it. You've said it. I get paranoid that if we, we get quiet here for a minute, everybody goes, it's not. So yes, we're going to take a few minutes. Is this staying on? When you see me next, I'm going to be about 30 feet from here, and everything I just described is going to begin. Is this going to be fun?
We are coming on the air on election night in America with voters in 6 of these United States deciding who will be on the ballot in November and ultimately which party will control Congress. I'm Hallie Jackson, and you know I'm alongside Steve Kornacki right now at the big board. And Steve, we've got numbers, we've got results, we've got stuff already coming in.
And it's all just a warm-up for what's going to happen an hour from now with a flood of votes in California.
We are 60 minutes away, but our special coverage begins right now. Welcome to our NBC News coverage of the midterm primaries. And tonight there is a massive spotlight on the state of California, where we think we're going to start to see some results really in the next hour or so. We already have some data in key races in other states where NBC News can make some projections. Starting here in Iowa on the Democratic side in the Iowa Senate race with the projected winner, Josh Turek, a moderate Democrat who's going to be taking on the Republican projected winner in this Iowa Senate race, and that is Ashley Hinson. Trump-backed Turek, an interesting candidate here. He was in this competitive Democratic primary. He is somebody who won in a red district of Council Bluffs, taking on Ashley Hinson here. She is a member of Congress, and I'll tell you, there are some Democrats who think that this could be a majority maker for Democrats in the race to try to take control of the Senate come November. That's not the only race that we're watching in Iowa. We're also looking at this governor's race on the Republican side. Too early to call between Zach Lane, who's backed by many in the Maha movement. He's a farmer there. And Randy Feenstra, backed by President Trump. He got that endorsement really just recently. That's one to watch. Whoever wins that primary will go up against the projected Democratic winner, Rob Sand, somebody who's a popular Democrat in the state of Iowa. Remember, they have a Republican governor. She is widely considered unpopular. She is not running again. Let's take you to the East Coast in New Jersey. The 7th district, super interesting. Gang, this is a major battleground. Rebecca Bennett set now to take on Republican Tom Kean. He hasn't been seen in months. Last vote was in early March, so we'll see how that race goes. We'll be talking about that a lot tonight. And then there's Adam Hamaway, of course, in the 12th district. Super blue, very Democratic. This was competitive, and now we have a projection here. Let me go to Steve Kornacki. He's talking through all of it with us. Start in New Jersey, Steve, with Rebecca Bennett here.
Yeah, I mean, look, it sets the stage. It's not a surprising outcome, but this is the backdrop here. This is what the district looked like in the 2024 presidential election. Donald Trump won this by just 1 point. Tom Kean Jr., as you said, renominated tonight. He only won it by a few points in 2024. And in the governor's race in New Jersey last year, the Democratic candidate Mikey Sherrill carried this district. So this is the definition of a swing district here. Democrats, I think most of the party leaders had endorsed Bennett. I think they got the candidate they wanted. And this is a district we're going to be talking a lot about between now and November.
What's also been interesting here, Steve, and you've been covering the Republican in the race too, Bennett has not made an issue of whatever medical issue that Tom Kean says he's been out dealing with. He has a statement out just today, basically saying he's going to return to in-person work soon. But this really sets up some interesting dynamics when you talk about what's going to happen over the next 5 months.
It's a total mystery here. Yeah. I mean, you talk to folks in both parties, they're not quite sure what's going on. So Kean is promising, he said in that statement today, clarity in the next few weeks, a return to public in the next few weeks. You know, I think certainly Democrats are waiting to see what happens, but Republicans are too, because this is a district that's vital to both parties.
We had been watching, as I'm sure tons of people have been, I know, your live stream, where you were talking about the 12th district in New Jersey as well. This was an interesting one. We have a projected winner in this race in Dr. Adam Hamaway. Interesting race on this side. You had 8 Democrats, super blue. Israel was a factor, and support for and against in this race too.
This race got national attention. A flood of outside money came in on behalf of Hamaway in this race. A new pro-Palestine super PAC backed him. There had been controversy in the final weeks of this campaign, really throughout this campaign, honestly, about Hamaway and his ties to Sheikh Omar Abdul Rahman. He had testified at his terrorism trial back in 1995. Some of his opponents tried to make an issue out of this. This is a very splintered field right here. But Hamaway, it's not a huge share of the vote, but it's certainly more than enough tonight.
Okay, so we've talked to New Jersey. We're also looking at Iowa. We've had numbers come in, and I will tell you the thing that I'm so interested in is what's going on in this Senate race here. We called the race, projected it for Josh Turek here. Moderate from a rural district, somebody who represents Council Bluffs, won by 6 votes in 2022. And he ran in a district that is super red. It's gone Republican since 68, basically, in the presidential.
This was a really interesting choice for Democrats between these two candidates because they're both state legislators. And as you mentioned, Turek represents a district that went for Donald Trump. There's no Democrat in the Iowa state legislature who represents a more pro-Trump district than Turek. His opponent at Walls, there's no Democrat in the Iowa state legislature who represents a more anti-Trump district than Walls. It's the most liberal district in the state. In fact, it just lit up right here. This is the only county where Walls is leading tonight. It's his home county, Johnson County. You could see there, it's no match for what Turek got. But Democrats, Turek had been making the electability argument based on that contrast I just said, and clearly Democratic voters in Iowa bought into that.
And we're going to talk about this more, too, this idea, and this is going to be a theme throughout the night, of what kind of a fighter, when you talk to Democrats, do they want to be putting up when it comes to these midterms in this really existential fight to take control of the House of Representatives, potentially the Senate with this race. Democrats need to win in a state like this if they have any hopes of flipping the Senate.
They don't just need to win in a state like this. They need to win in 2 states like this, and specifically states that Donald Trump carried in landslides by more than 10 points. If you look at the path, if it exists for Democrats to get a Senate majority, they got to defend places like Georgia and Michigan. They got to win Maine. Certainly no guarantee based on what you're seeing in the last few days there. They got to win North Carolina. But after that, they got to win 2 of Iowa, Ohio, Texas, or Alaska, all states that Trump carried by double digits.
And we should say that on the Republican side of this race, we've also projected the winner. We mentioned it, and that's Congresswoman Ashley Hinson.
Yeah, no surprise here. This was seen as nominal opposition for her, so it's sort of a show of strength here for Congresswoman Ashley Hinson. And again, this is just, she goes into this, certainly, it's the sort of burden is on Democrats to prove that something is going to be different than this.
What are you looking for next? We got another, I'm looking at the clock here, 55 minutes, I think, until polls close in California. But for the stuff that's already come in, what's outstanding for you?
Yeah, no, I mean, honestly, I do think we're starting to look here at, we're starting to look here at California. What I did also want to show you was this Iowa governor's race, because you put it up on the screen. It's just an interesting situation right here. Put that back up here. It's an interesting situation because you've got Feenstra, the congressman with a late Trump endorsement. You've got Zach Lon, who's been sort of pitching himself as the Trump populist candidate. You've also got this. So they call it a 35% rule here. Right. So it's not just who finishes first tonight. You got to break 35%. And in Iowa, if you don't break 35%, it's not a runoff. It's a state convention that will decide this race. So there's clear separation now between those two and the rest of the field. Who's going to finish first? And is that candidate going to clear 35%?
And on the Democratic side, you have this guy, Rob Sand. He's somebody who holds state office now. He's widely considered to be a good fundraiser in a state that, yes, has a Republican governor in Kim Reynolds. 49% disapproval rating, Steve. Broadly unpopular. I think the least popular governor in the country, except for Alaska's governor, which he ties for.
Yeah, no, Reynolds choosing not to run for re-election here. Democrats saying here's somebody who has managed to win statewide before. So again, this sort of in line with what they're thinking there on the Senate race. They're looking at a state Trump carried by double digits, and they're hoping that there's a different atmosphere in the midterm, a different political atmosphere. You see Trump's approval rating nationally, and they are hoping that there are some state-specific factors here in Iowa as well.
Okay, Steve, we're going to let you keep looking at the big board. I want to bring in a couple of folks who are joining us here to put all of this into context. 2 people who live and breathe Washington basically at every moment, and that's Ryan Nobles, our chief Capitol Hill correspondent, and our chief White House correspondent, Garrett Haake. Can I start on the thing that I've been kind of obsessed with, which is this Iowa Senate race? We now know what this matchup is going to be. We're going to be talking a ton about this race over the course of the next several months, considering how important it is for Democrats' hopes to take the majority here.
This was a big win for Chuck Schumer tonight. I think there were Democrats that were very nervous that the insurgent candidate, Zach Walz, who was backed by the progressive wing of the party, Elizabeth Warren, Bernie Sanders, and others, was going to break through and win this race. But not only did Walz fall short, Turek won by a pretty convincing margin. That shows that there's at least some level of trust among Democratic-based voters with the party's establishment right now. And it's also a good sign for Chuck Schumer, if he's able to pull off a miracle and win the majority back, that his leadership could be okay. Because right now there are real questions about Chuck Schumer's future. The early results that we're getting in here, Hallie, not just in Iowa, but in New Jersey as well, is a good sign for the establishment wing of the Democratic Party going into the fall election.
Not to be like the fly in the ointment here or whatever analogy you want to use, Democrats haven't won an Iowa Senate race since 2008, right? So it's not like this is the purpliest of the purple here. It's still an uphill road.
It's definitely an uphill road. And Donald Trump, I think, will be heavily invested in Iowa. It's a state he's won repeatedly. It's a state that he thinks is sort of part of his political legacy. But Dems have a lot going for them here. Rob Sand is the gubernatorial nominee here. Republicans are very nervous about him. He's already won a statewide election to be the auditor there. His family is very wealthy. He's crushing it in the money race right now to be governor. You could have a situation here where Iowa basically becomes ground zero for this whole midterms. You have a governor's race Democrats like, a Senate race they need, and potentially 3 House seats in play.
I was just going to say, hey, Steve, can I get you in on this, on the Iowa piece, on the congressional districts there, specifically 1 and 3? Because these are ones, when we talk about battlegrounds, gang, it's not just the Senate race. It's going to be some of these other areas where you've got Marinette Miller-Meeks, for example, going up against, I think we call Christina Bohannon, for example, a rematch. Exactly, rematch race. But you talk about Democrats and Republicans pouring money into this. Steve, talk us through that dynamic here.
Yeah, I mean, look, 3 of the 4 districts here in Iowa are either going to be competitive or are potentially competitive. You mentioned Miller-Meeks here. This was one of the closest House races in 2024 in the country. You could see she had some nominal opposition tonight, but she's renominated. And this will be a rematch against Christina Bohannon, who was her opponent in 2024. And I think notably in this district in 2024, Miller-Meeks underperformed Trump. She ran worse than Trump. Trump carried this district by a much wider margin than she did. This will be a premier battleground district this November. So too will this, the 3rd district of Iowa. Zach Nunn, the incumbent. No suspense here on either side. In the primary tonight, you can see the Democratic candidate will be. This is the interesting one, I think. The 2nd district here in Iowa. You can see Lindsey James nominated tonight easily by the Democrats as expected. Joe Mitchell endorsed by Donald Trump, leading in this Republican primary. Now, this is a district that Trump carried somewhat handily, a 10-point margin for Trump. But this, I think, goes in tandem with the Senate race. If Democrats are successful in making the Senate race competitive in Iowa, a state Trump carried by 13 points, then almost necessarily it will mean that they've made the 2nd district, which Trump carried by 10 points, competitive, because you almost can't have one without the other.
The other race, too, I mean, Gary, you want to jump in?
Yeah, I mean, the theory of the case that I've heard from Republican strategists here is that it starts with the governor's race, that Sand sort of lifts all the Democratic candidates, and that is what makes the whole state competitive down ballot.
There was a great profile of Rob Sand recently, and I'm going to figure out who it is. I'm going to say it in a second, where they talked about it was almost like you couldn't walk into a room without other Democrats wanting to smooch him and hug him. Like he was like a rock star walking into some of these places.
That makes such a difference when you've got a strong candidate at the top of the ticket, somebody that can bring in those independent voters, energize Democrats that might normally stay home. I mean, Iowa hasn't been a real competitive state for Republicans in maybe 10, 15 years. And that makes the map wider for Democrats across the board. If Republicans have to spend money there, that's going to take away resources from other parts of the country. And I think you're right to call it a majority maker, as you said off the top of the show. If they win in Iowa, they've got a real shot at winning.
There's also a narrative value here for Democrats, even to be competitive in Iowa, right? These are the voters who've been abandoning the Democratic Party. If you can compete for these rural voters, if you can make sort of this populist play, that all of a sudden broadens your message all across the rest of the country, too, in a way that the Democratic Party has just been squeezed onto the coast. If you just make Iowa look competitive, it's better for your message.
Put an asterisk in that, because I want to come back to this idea. I want to talk about the 3rd district in Iowa, too, because I'll tell you, I had somebody tonight say to me, kind of an operative type, they think that Sarah Trone Garrett is maybe in the most interesting race in the state of Iowa. Democrat going up against Zach Nunn, of course, sitting Republican, in a race that is considered, as Steve Kornacki well knows, considered a real toss-up, another potential battleground here.
Yeah, and I think that any time that you see Democrats competing in places where Republicans have won consistently. And this district in Iowa is a good example of that. It shows how they are expanding the playing field and playing in places that they normally wouldn't. And, you know, Republican operatives, Democratic operatives have all said to me that they're going to go after, the Democrats are going to go after, and the Republicans are going to be forced to defend any district that voted for Donald Trump by a +12 margin in 2024. And so this is an example of a district like that normally wouldn't seem like it was in reach. But in the political environment that we're in now, with Donald Trump's approval rating where it is, where gas potentially at $5 a gallon, you have a district like this with a congressman in Zach Nunn who's not unpopular, but is part of a political identity right now that isn't as popular.
To the point the vice president is going out rallying support for him ahead of a primary night. I mean, I think that tells you the spotlight in a place like this. And Garrett, and you know this well, right? This is a place where in 2024, the rural vote for Donald Trump was like +40, right? But you've been talking so much, farmers, fertilizer, fuel prices. I mean, all of this right now is a super live ball. It is a big deal. And there's a real question mark. I mean, all politics is local, right? It all comes back to what do some of these folks think come November when they go out to the polls?
President Trump believes that the rural vote is sort of the foundation of his political success, but he has done so much damage to that foundation in the last year and change that he's been back in office, whether it's on gas prices being up fertilizer and some of the sulfate products that come out of the Persian Gulf that have been squeezed off now because of the war in Iran.
Yeah.
And before that, the tariffs. These are export jobs, basically. These farmers trying to sell their products overseas. They're getting hit by the backlash from the tariffs. There's relatively few domestic policies that Donald Trump has put in place that haven't made life harder for some of these voters. And again, if Democrats can put that in play, it's a big deal. And I'll tell you something else, having spent a lot of time in Iowa across multiple election cycles now, but especially in 2024, you talk to a lot of these voters in these rural places who are going to vote for Donald Trump.
Yeah.
And you know who their second favorite candidate was in a lot of cases? Bernie Sanders. The idea that there's sort of this prairie populism element here, the right candidates in a primary can tap into that, and all of a sudden you're having a different national conversation.
But our colleague Peter Nicholas just went to Iowa and spent
I love
a lot
this
of time
story.
there.
Yep.
And what I found fascinating in his report is that he talked to many farmers. I think he talked to at least 8 farmers while he was there. And they all said the same things you're saying, Garrett, that they're unhappy with the price of fertilizers. They're unhappy with the price of fuel and energy in general. But every single one of them said that they still liked Donald Trump. And so even though those policies are hurting them, they still identify and are still connected to Donald Trump, the person and the candidate. Now, the difference between 2024 and 2026 is what? Donald Trump's
not on the ballot. Right.
He's not on the ballot. But the point I'm trying to make here about that is Democrats cannot just say, look at how bad things are.
Right.
They need to go to these farmers who support Donald Trump for one reason or another and offer them an alternative. Say, this is why we will make things better.
And I think that's why, in having conversations with those close to Josh Turek and his campaign, they feel like they have a real shot in the state of Iowa. This, 2-time gold medal Paralympian in basketball, somebody who's got this story, spina bifida, from his dad who got Agent Orange and during Vietnam. I mean, just this story where they feel like because he can win in some of these rural, he's shown he can win in Council Bluffs in this more rural district as a moderate Democrat, that maybe portends well for them in the state.
It makes a big difference, and I want to go back. This will be the only time I mention it. No, I can't promise that. I will talk about Texas for a minute. Because this is...
Only if Hallie can talk about Philadelphia.
Yeah, that's right.
We're not stopping that. How many hours are we on the air? It's going to come up. Look,
there's nothing competitive in Buffalo. So.
That's true. Not even the Bills. No, okay, that's it. I'm done. I'm done. It's too early for that. No, look. Turek, it's hard to other him, right? There's so many of these Democratic candidates like the James Talarico where the Republicans are going to try to say, whatever else you think, these guys are not like us. They don't have our values. They don't have Texas values. They don't have Iowa values. Josh Turek, I think, is very difficult to other in that way by Republicans. It's going to be much more difficult to paint him as like a radical leftist than it might have been for another candidate in another state. I think that kind of connection to the state matters, and that, frankly, that distance from the national Democratic brand that has been so problematic, which I know we can talk about in other races tonight, too.
It was very close to them having that argument with Zach Walz, who was the progressive candidate in the race, who very inspiringly rose to national prominence when he gave a speech in support of his lesbian mothers. But that necessarily might not play culturally in a place like Iowa. That's no longer an issue for Iowa Democrats.
Big battlegrounds there. Big battlegrounds, as we ran through with Steve, in New Jersey as well, especially, Ryan, as you well know, in Tom Kaine's district. He says he's coming back to in-person work. I look forward to seeing you finding him in the hallways to figure out what's going on with that.
Yeah, I can't remember what he looks like.
We got to talk about the big marquee races tonight, though, and that is in the state of California. We are, let me find my clock here. We're like less than 45 minutes away from polls closing in that state. And we got some biggies here, folks. LA, I don't have to tell you, this is a mayoral race that has heated up big time, especially in maybe the last month. The LA mayor currently, Karen Bass, is fending off challenges from both the left and the right. Nithya Raman, a progressive on the Republican side, former reality star Spencer Pratt. He's had some heat around him over the course of the last several weeks. Then there is the governor's race, right? California, the most populous state in the country, to replace Gavin Newsom. Mostly a 3-person fight here. Democrats, former Biden cabinet member Javier Becerra. You've got billionaire activist Tom Steyer. On the Republican side, Trump-backed Steve Hilton, a Fox News personality. And let me remind you how this works in California. Top 2 win and face off in November, regardless of party. So what does that mean? You could see a Democrat and Republican in November. You could see 2 Democrats in November. You could see 2 Republicans in November, because while we're not showing him, Chad Bianco is also Riverside Sheriff in this race, too. Super fascinating. We're also keeping an eye on a number of House contests after the other major political theme we've been talking about for a while, redistricting. The Democrats redrew the congressional map as they have tried to pick up seats. Big factor, 3 big November battlegrounds, Steve Kornacki, that we're looking at in the state of California. I know you have no data there yet, but walk us through, give us the viewer's playbook, because we're going to be hanging out for several hours once polls close. We may get some numbers coming in. We may know a lot in the first hour. And let's be real, we may not know a ton for a little bit yet.
Yeah, one thing I think we can say is we are going to get a ton quick in California. I was saying earlier, you think of the California gold rush. Well, the first hour is the California vote rush. The problem is what happens after that. But I give you a sense of this. At 11 o'clock Eastern, 8 o'clock local time in California, the polls will close. Now, California is a heavy vote by mail state. That means the ballots have been coming in long before Election Day. And the counties are able to take those votes that come in beforehand, process them, get them ready. And what it means is as soon as the polls close, almost as soon as the polls close, they can start reporting out giant sums of votes. So, for instance, in 2024, you take a look right down here in Orange County. Orange County is like 10% of the vote in this primary in California. At 11:06 p.m., we got 750,000 votes just out of Orange County released all at once. It was all of that mail vote that had come in before Election Day. And then these other counties start lighting up really quickly. So in that first hour, maybe in that first 45 minutes, maybe in that first half hour, I think the major counties, the major population centers, whether it's Orange County, San Diego County, in the Inland Empire right here, San Francisco Bay Area, a fifth of the vote or so is right in those Bay Area counties in the Central Valley. We're going to see them light up one after the other, and we're going to get like half their vote all at once. So instantly, I think that's going to give us a sense of the contours in this gubernatorial race, where again here, this is a question, a top two situation regardless of party. And then also on the heels of that initial vote by mail that comes out there are the folks who do it the old-fashioned way, who go out and vote at the polls today, or who maybe did it in the in-person early period. Not many of them, but also the counties can tabulate those and get those reported out. So it means in a lot of these places, probably in the first 90 minutes, 2/3 or so of the vote we're going to have. Is that enough clarity to know what's going to end up happening in the governor's race, what's going to happen in these other races? That remains to be seen, because that last third is where it lags in California. It's up to a week after Election Day that they allow vote by mail to keep coming in. They process it very slowly here. So that's something to keep an eye on. And by the way, when this one lights up, whenever that is, Los Angeles County, not only is that the biggest county in the state where more than a fifth of the vote is going to come out in the governor's race, that's obviously the home of Los Angeles. And when you get that big batch from LA County, it means we're getting a big batch and potential clarity on the spot from that mayor's race in LA.
100%. You've also got some of the candidates in the governor's race with ties, of course, to LA County. Steve, can I just ask you, there's been a lot of discussion around the sort of game theory in California when it comes to this top two primary, right? And voters, to your point, waiting to kind of see, all right, how is this, who's coalescing around who before I cast my ballot, which contributes to this idea that some of this vote we may get in 6 days from now when Cali's counting it.
Yeah, I think two things to keep in mind, particularly if you're a Republican in California and you want to make sure your party gets one of these two spots. You want Tom Steyer and Javier Becerra, the two Democrats. There's a possibility they get those top two spots and Republicans get locked out. Steve Hilton has been doing the best among the Republicans in the polling. There's also Chad Bianco, who's the sheriff from Riverside County. Riverside County, one of those giant Inland Empire counties. More than 5% of the vote statewide will come out of the county where Chad Bianco is sheriff. You have heard in the closing days of this campaign, Hilton making the case publicly to Bianco voters saying, hey, it's nothing personal. I got nothing against your guy, but I need you to get on board with me to make sure I get one of those top two spots. Have they listened to that? Have they heeded that call? When Riverside County comes in, I think that's going to be a very telling moment in terms of Hilton's position in this race. Because again, there are a ton of votes there, especially a ton of votes for a Republican. Is Hilton able to make some inroads there, or is Bianco monopolizing that and potentially costing Hilton position? The other thing I think to keep in mind when it comes to Becerra and Steyer is two different bases geographically in this state. Again, we say like a fifth of the vote's going to come out of LA County. Remember, Becerra was the congressman from Los Angeles before. That's his base. San Francisco Bay Area, not so much San Francisco itself, but all the counties surrounding it there in that Bay Area. About a fifth of the vote in this primary. That's where Steyer lives. That's where you expect him to do well. Is Becerra able to get more out of his base, or is Steyer able to get more out of his base in a way that gives them the leg up in getting one of those spots?
Steve Kornacki, what would we do without you? The good news is tonight we don't have to find out, because you will be on the Kornacki Cam online live streaming your every breath, your every blink, and we love it. We can't get enough of it. Candidly, I'm addicted to it. That's going to be on YouTube. We're so excited about that. You're also going to be here plenty. We're going to have you back in a couple of minutes as we talk about all things California. Deal?
You got it.
This is why we're best friends. Thank you.
I can't wait.
I appreciate you.
Wow.
What about us? So we just
We're close. We're also
we're
close.
not
It's
best
fine.
friends though. Is that?
You know who our other
should
best
probably
friend
go.
is?
We
though?
should probably. Garrett and I are best friends.
Yeah, that's right.
We got a couple other best friends, but they are on the ground in California. They are in the field. They are talking to voters in some of these districts that Steve just laid out and the ones that we're going to be talking about tonight and already are, like Liz Kreutz, who is joining us now from Don Antonio's restaurant in L.A., where we believe, Liz, mayoral candidate Spencer Pratt.
All right, we're back, folks. I give you a second here. If you had a blank screen there, you saw how that just worked on the news now. So they are off and running. And I am going to head out there. You see the countdown to California shortly before polls close in California. We have set this up for you. Can you feel the excitement? It is going to be fast. It is going to be furious. And I'm going to head back out there, and we are just going to live in that. So you do not want to miss that. In the meantime, as we do the countdown to California, let's just take you through again some of the other outstanding pieces of business from around the country, because we're not going to have time during California to do much with these. So again, let's head back out to the Hawkeye State here at gubernatorial.
You're in
primary.
the mayor, so you have
I'm
to
in.
do it.
Oh, right. Okay, I got to hit governor and then the state. Thank you, Adam. I would have done that for 20 minutes myself. So here we go. The Republican gubernatorial primary, and I got to say, wow, Zach Lon is having himself a heck of a night here. As the vote has continued to come in Iowa, Lon and Congressman Randy Feenstra really have kind of been separating themselves from the rest of the pack. What's big, what's outstanding right now? Two places come to mind. One is Story County. This is where Ames, Iowa is, Iowa State University. It's, again, right there in that Des Moines area. But again, take a look at how Lon has been doing in that, Dallas County. These are suburbs of Des Moines. Polk County, this is Des Moines. There's a lot of suburbs here in Polk County as well. He won that. He won that by 10 points tonight. Jasper County, there's some growth there. So the pattern in the area has been favorable to Lon. There are a significant number of votes there. We're waiting. This is a big one. This is where Davenport is along the Mississippi River. Feenstra has been doing better in this area of the state. You can see starting up here in Dubuque. Again, just right down along the Mississippi River here. Feenstra leading in Dubuque, 3/4 of the vote. In Jackson County, in Clinton County. So again, Feenstra may get something good out of here. Again, in the way that Story County here is in a good area for Lon. Scott County here is in a good area for Feenstra. Feenstra needs it to be really good because he is playing not just catch up here. Again, he's behind by 1,500 votes. This is the other thing he has to be mindful of. If he finishes just short of Lon and they're both under 35%, he could go to a state convention. And what do you think is going to happen at a state convention when Trump has endorsed one of the candidates and the lead-in race was this close? I would say advantage Feenstra if it came to that. But is it going to come to that? Again, these two candidates have been inching north as more and more votes been coming in. So it's pivotal for Feenstra, I think, to get a big number here out of Davenport when that comes in. Because he's got to, at the way this is coming in, he's got to get into first place right here. Because right now we're not in convention territory. So some real drama there in that gubernatorial race there on the Republican side in Iowa. Again, remember the winner of this will get Rob Sand, the Democratic state auditor who won unopposed in that primary, the Republican primary in South Dakota. This has just been fun to watch it fill in tonight. And you can see here, Toby Doden, again, he's been running as sort of the Trump aligned, the most. He's been the most adamantly, I'd say, pro-Trump in his public positioning in this race. Running as an outsider here, has now taken the lead statewide. Again, doing very well, particularly in the eastern part of the state here. Larry Roden, he is the acting incumbent, the interim incumbent. Took the job when Christie Noem. Now we just got a little bit of western Iowa there. Very small Iowa, South Dakota. Again, Doden, though. Larry Roden, the incumbent governor. Dusty Johnson, how about this? Member of Congress, represents the entire state, at-large congressman. He's fallen into third place in this race tonight. John Hanson, the State House Speaker there, in fourth, not that far off. Look, what this is looking like right here, I think, first of all, this is the big thing we continue to wait on. Minnehaha County, home of Sioux Falls, biggest in the state. What's going to happen here? Because how clustered these candidates are. If somebody gets a pronounced advantage out of here, that's going to be a big deal. Brookings County, this is another pretty good size one as they go in South Dakota. Dusty Johnson won there. Lincoln County is a pretty good size too. Hanson won there. But you see Doden running in second. So again, this is looking right now like 35%. It could be elusive for all these candidates. Who's going to get in that second spot there? Is Doden making putting some real distance between himself and this field? If Doden could get a good number out of Minnehaha County, he could really solidify that position right there, and this would be a battle for second place. But again, if nobody's getting 35%, we go to a runoff, not a state convention. Runoff in South Dakota for the gubernatorial race right there. I am told by Adam Naboa that in the state of Montana, we may actually have some results. We were saying we wouldn't get too much here. So
not only that, we just got a big one in the past 2 minutes here in the Bozeman or Gallatin.
Big part of the first congressional district. Again, this is one of those. This is the Democrats' dream of making this one competitive. Trump won it by 11. Tall order in Montana for Democrats. But again, this is one of those Democrats think if the climate's very favorable, this is one they could put in play. Trump's endorsed Aaron Flint in the Republican primary. You can see how that's going. Trump appears well on his way to getting his way in that Republican primary here. In the Democratic race here, this is more vote than we expected that we've gotten out of this so far. So a big population center. Missoula is the biggest. Missoula County is the biggest in this district. We don't have anything from there, but Ryan Bussey with a 10-point advantage here. And just sort of take a quick tour of the district here. Russell Cleveland, that's a small share. Right, see, it's a small share of the vote. Where's the biggest chunk of vote? Okay, Gallatin's the biggest chunk of vote. Okay, this is a biggie, and there's Bussey with a double-digit advantage there. That's very significant. See, Kalispell is here. This will be significant. This will be significant. But that's the biggest piece of real estate. In fact, that's not all the vote, but that's a big chunk of the vote right there out of Gallatin County. So that's an encouraging number if you're Bussey right there. 1031. We've done Iowa, South Dakota, Montana. We had nothing left in New Jersey, right? So I'm gonna just go back up to California here. And one thing, maybe we could take this as an opportunity. Oh, jeez. How do I do? What I'm trying to do, Adam, is get out of this specific district and just be able to jump between districts. So I click this and it does this.
I think the best thing is to use your shortcuts.
Shortcuts, right.
Or just click on the individual district.
So I didn't mean to get us into the 23rd district, but this is the opportunity to do this because, again, this is going to go real fast, 30 minutes from now. The House races that we are going to be diving into when we get results from counties here. Remember the backdrop for this in California, the redraw of the state's congressional map by Democrats, trying to squeeze as many seats as they can. 43-9 was the delegation before the remap. The remap, the Democrats would like to get this to 48-4. They would like a net gain of 5 seats. Remember, these are top 2 primaries in California. All the candidates are in the same ballot. Now, the Democrats have essentially succeeded in doing this already. Some of these redraws were so significant, for instance, like in the first district, we have the first district on the first district here. This is a completely transformed district by gerrymandering. Had been a solidly Republican pro-Trump district. Democrats redrew it so much that Harris would have won this by 12 points. So this will be functionally a Democratic game we would expect. We haven't seen any results here tonight. There's also a concurrent special election for the old first district. Very complicated. That's playing out tonight. If it doesn't get resolved tonight, there's a runoff. Then somebody would serve in Congress for 6 weeks, and the district would go away. Yes. Okay, they're going to put the program back in my ear.
Yep.
And
in case they call your name.
Oh, okay. What do they want to talk about?
We're going to take it from here.
Okay. What do they want to talk about?
I don't know.
House races, maybe. Maybe we'll do the House races.
We also just got Missoula.
Gosh. Wait.
Yep.
Are they coming to me? Oh, wow.
Okay.
Okay.
I would maybe be ready for the governor.
For California.
Yeah.
Trying to.
Got it.
Okay. So, do they want? I mean, is this right? This is AOC Sanders, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Exactly. Okay. They'll.
I think so. Yeah, you're hearing programs, so you'll hear when they cue you in.
Sorry, folks. I don't know if you could hear this. We're experimenting tonight, so and I appreciate you guys all bear with us. But while they wait to come to me, we didn't think we were going to get much significant vote out of Montana tonight. We just got a big piece of the puzzle in this first district here. And again, this is an interesting dynamic here. Sam Forsdag is running to the left here, endorsed by Bernie Sanders, AOC. He had been trailing, but he just got a very big number out of the biggest county in the district, Missoula County. And so you can see gets about a 1,200 vote margin out of there, double-digit lead, and it puts him now within 2 points of Bussey district-wide. Still about half the vote in right here, a little bit less than half the vote in here. Some of the big kind of outstanding places, Flathead County, this is where Kalispell is, we have yet to hear from. But that was a significant development right there. And I'm just trying to kind of get my bearings here a little bit too, because this came kind of out of nowhere. And I'm sorry, Adam, tell me again, what did they... Oh, they told me I don't have to whisper. I'm like, what do we want to do on the hit?
I think California, but I think they're also watching you in the studio, and so they can.
Okay.
Take a look at this as well.
If they want to update this one, we can update this one.
Great.
Okay, so folks, they're going to come to me here at some point. I can talk in my. But I'm looking at this camera. I'm looking at. I see my. That's what's throwing me. Okay, sorry about that, guys. So yeah, this was a significant development here. This is the AOC Bernie Sanders endorsed candidate Sam Forsdag, now within 2 points of Ryan Bussey in this district. Again, this is a district, solidly Trump district, and it was 7 points in 2020, 11 here. Been a while since Montana's elected a Democrat to federal office. This is the theory of the case for Democrats is they make it the political environment favors them enough this November. This is the kind of place they could come into play. Interesting if Forsdag were to emerge here, does that call that into, is he too far to the left for this district? Or the folks on the left say, look, there's a populist element there that would resonate here. But that result we just got from Missoula sort of raises an interesting question about where this race might be going. We'll keep tabs on that. Again, we didn't think we'd get much right there. California is going to be coming in at the top of the hour. And I wanted to quickly just go through here the congressional districts we're going to be watching. Again, the idea here is this is a redrawn map. The Democrats are trying to squeeze 5 additional seats from. One of the places that makes suspenseful tonight is down here, the 40th congressional district. Young Kim is a Republican incumbent. Ken Calvert is a long-time, 3-decade Republican incumbent. They were thrown together. Oh, okay, they're going to come to me here, folks. We'll leave it right here. One of these candidates may lose tonight. California's top 2 system, they could theoretically both advance, but we may see an incumbent member lose here tonight. Again, what Democrats did was they took these 2 Republican incumbents and they sort of merged them together to create a much more Republican safe district. But by putting all that Republican vote in one place, it allowed the Democrats to make the districts around it much more friendly to Democrats. One of the places, for instance, that happened was the 48th district. This is a place that under the new lines, Kamala Harris won by 3 points. Under the old lines, Donald Trump won this by 17 points. So again, what they did with the 40th. Yeah, Adam, what do you got?
Vote is coming quick in Montana, both the Democrat and the Republican race, and it's possible that that's maybe what they want to go to you on. Maybe, yeah.
What just?
I would just hang out. I
what
would
just
hang
came
out,
in?
I would hang out there for.
What just came in?
I would hang out there for a second.
Okay.
Maybe on the other side.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay. So, is something coming here?
Potentially.
They're saying something? Okay. Okay, sorry. On the Republican side, in this Montana district here, again, Aaron Flint running with Trump's backing here, now with a quarter of the vote in, comfortably ahead here in the Republican primary. You know, it was one of those where we're kind of wondering if something might happen on the screen, if you catch my drift, but it hasn't. Democratic side, again, some real suspense here, and it just. Is she going to report?
I think it's another reporter.
Okay, I'm sorry, guys. It is a reporter. Okay, it's a reporter. I'm sorry, folks. I don't know if you can see this, but I have the program in my ear here, and I keep thinking they're coming to me. And if you're watching this, you guys are my favorite, and I'm sorry if this is a bit of a mess to you. I apologize, and I love you guys for staying with me. And trust me, in like 18 minutes, this is all going to be worth it, because it's going to be so fun to go through these California counties. It's real suspense here in Montana's 1st District. Nothing new is coming here on the Democratic side. We were wondering if something might light up here. It hasn't. So Adam will shout if it does. But again, we're really kind of zeroing in here on California. We were talking about, you know, the districts that are now. This is a district now that the Democrats are favored to win in November. This would be a flip. Darrell Issa, you know that name. He represented this district. Again, under the old lines, Trump won it by 17. Under the new lines, Kamala Harris won it by 3. Issa said he didn't even want to run in this district. So Jim Desmond looks like he'll be the Republican candidate. Democrats have a choice here. Likely it'll be Desmond against one of these two candidates. Von Wilpert, a San Diego City Councilwoman. Amar Kampa Najjar has previously run for Congress. He ran for Congress in a nearby district back in 2018, 2020. So that will be. I'm sorry. I can't. So that'll be. That's one district that was utterly changed, transformed by redistricting. Another one we talk about. Adam, can we get? Shoot, I wanted to have the 45th. Can we have the 45th district in? Oh, I have NJ12. Can we get NJ12 off and put the 45th?
Oh, yeah.
Sorry, I got
in there.
What I have, folks, are these shortcuts to the districts here. This one, so we've talked about Iowa's 1st district. We have talked about New Jersey's 7th district. Okay, folks, they want me in 3A in 2 minutes. I'm sorry, this is going to be such a hugely contested race this fall. We're going to find out who David Valadao, Republican incumbent, who's always in these close general election races. We're going to find out who his opponent is tonight in this thing. But this is one of those. This will be another top-tier, premier a race this fall. And seeing how these candidates, how much Valadao gets in this primary, I think is going to be an interesting thing to see. Tea leaves for November. Do I need to go to the other room?
Yes, go to the other room.
Okay.
And I think they might start with Montana and go through these.
Okay, so folks, I'm going back to the studio. Please bear with me. I keep telling you, it's like whatever messiness it looks like right now, in 16 minutes, you're going to be happy you stay tuned. So stay with us.
Live for us at the big board. And Steve, I couldn't help, as I was spying on you, as I so often do, see that you were playing around in Montana, where we've got sort of some interesting races there, as we're also looking ahead in the next 13 minutes to California.
Yeah, I mean, in Montana, actually, we didn't think we would get a ton of vote coming into the night. It's gone faster than we thought. More than half the vote here in the 1st Congressional District of Montana. Why is this one significant? Because this is sort of a fringe Democratic target in November. Ryan Zinke, the Republican congressman not running for re-election. Trump had won this by 11 points in 2024. Been a long time since Democrats elected a candidate for federal office in Montana. But their thought is that, look, if the climate is that bad for Republicans, a big if here, but if it is, could that district like this come into play? An interesting contrast of candidates here. Ryan Busse versus Sam Forstag. Forstag, an insurgent, running from the left with the backing of AOC, of Bernie Sanders. And what had just happened a few minutes ago was he got a big number out of the biggest county in the district, Missoula County. It pulled him very close to Busse, but Busse just got some favorable returns from elsewhere, is back in the lead by 1,400 votes. Now, the winner of this, whoever that ends up being, is going to run against. We've now projected this is Donald Trump's backed candidate here, Aaron Flint. So the president, as is sort of his custom in these Republican primaries, is getting his way here. But this Democratic primary is interesting, and it is sort of a tale of very different sort of theories of the game between Busse and Forstag about how to win a district like this.
But isn't this interesting? I mean, I think this is one of these districts where Democrats are hoping it could be a fringe battleground, right? Like if there is some kind of a blue wave that maybe this is competitive here, because Ryan Zinke underperformed here compared to President Trump, right?
Yeah, and I mean, look, there's two different theories of the case here, though. I mean, this is the interesting thing to me is if Forstag were to win this, if he were to catch up in this remaining vote, it's really testing that sort of left wing in the Democratic Party that we've seen have success in districts, very blue districts, districts that are not like this. And they've always made the case, they said, hey, there's a populist element to this that can resonate in, working class areas, even if they're friendly to Donald Trump. Nominating a candidate like Forstag in a district like this would test that. I have no idea how that would go, but it would test it.
He's I think, smoke jumper, right? Firefighter in the state of Montana. Got some attention, kind of went viral for that. Let's talk about some of the other races at play tonight as we are looking. Where's my clock? I think we're 10 minutes away now from California polls closing. And I want you to let me just remind people a couple of quick things. Number one, we keep saying it. It's because it's so important. Top two. Right? It is a top two primary system, regardless of party. And that could be a factor not just in the governor's race, not just in the mayor's race, but also in some of these battlegrounds, Steve, where even in some of these more reliably blue districts, if they have been redistricted, let's say, the Democrats there's some concern about splitting the Democratic vote. Maybe a Republican ends up in the top two as well.
Yeah, there's all sorts of interesting dynamics in these House races tonight. And of course, the backdrop here, Hallie, as we say, is this is a map that the Democrats have redrawn aggressive. This is an aggressive Democratic gerrymander here. And there are some districts, like we could show you here on the House side in California, probably the most extreme one here would be up in the 1st Congressional District here. This district previously was an overwhelmingly pro-Trump rural Republican district. This is what Democrats managed by stretching the boundaries far to the west here, managed to turn it into a Harris plus 12 district. Had been a Republican incumbent, almost certainly going to be a Democratic pickup this November. But there are some more interesting ones here, too. For instance, the 22nd district in the Central Valley, David Valadao, you know his name. It seems every 2 years he's in the fight for his life in this district. Democrats succeeded in redistricting and making this a little more Democratic. They basically added parts of the city of Stockton, a very Democratic city, to this district here. But just to give you a sense of it, Trump would have actually carried this by 2 points in 2020. I think we can, in fact, show you here. In 2020, it would have been 17 points for the Democrats. Why is that? Those gains that Trump made with Hispanic voters, particularly in like Central Valley counties in California, they were so big that they took a district like this that Biden had won in a landslide and Trump eked it out. And so the Democratic bet in this place and in other places is that those gains that Trump made with Hispanic voters in 2024 are not going to be realized by a candidate like Valadao in 2026. And it's going to look a lot more like this in this district.
Which is super interesting. And I mean, this is also one of the ones where there is some concern that Jasmeet Bains, Randy Villegas could end up splitting, as they are also more progressive, more establishment. You're seeing that divide on the Democratic side as well, which we'll talk about. Can I ask you like a hypothetical? Okay. Conan Nolan brought this up, and I'm going to be totally honest. We've talked about this kind of in our little chats in the office, et cetera. LA mayor's race.
Yeah.
Let's say, I mean, there is a world, there is a scenario in which the incumbent Los Angeles mayor, Karen Bass, does not make the top two, right? It could be Spencer Pratt and Nithya Raman. For that to happen, Spencer Pratt would have to do gangbusters in the San Fernando Valley, right?
Yeah. Yeah, that's probably 40% of the vote or so is going to come out of there. You would expect that maybe the west side, those are going to be the places where Pratt would do the best here. But again, I think the other thing to keep in mind from our standpoint tonight, watching these results come in, is it's sort of three phases that you're going to see this LA mayor's race. That first batch that comes in, again, we expect to be big, maybe like half the vote in this mayor's race. That's going to be vote by mail that came in before Election Day. The next thing that's going to happen is they're going to report out the vote that was cast in person at the polls today. Now, if past is prologue in LA County, that's the most Republican-friendly type of vote there's going to be. In other words, you'll see that initial batch, and if what we've seen in the past holds, I think you can expect with the next update, Pratt to do better, to improve his position. Then the problem for Pratt is when you get to phase
the pendulum swings back.
The late arriving vote by mail, and they can come in up to a week after Election Day. That has typically favored Democrats by the most. So Pratt, I think realistically, when you're watching these results come in tonight, Pratt probably wants to be safely, securely into one of those top two spots coming out of tonight, because likely what's going to come in later is going to be more Democratic friendly.
So by the time we're off the air, Spencer Pratt, his campaign is going to want to see some big numbers safely sitting potentially in those top two to make up for whatever we're going to see over the course of the next 6-7 days in California.
He wants to have some pad. And again, that is assuming that the sequence goes as it's gone in the past. California is full of surprises on these election nights sometimes.
Stay here for a second, because I want to go to Ryan and Garrett. I see you flagging me down.
I need to talk to Steve.
I'm only one woman. I can only go. Talk to me. What do you want to?
Steve, what is happening in the Republican governor's race in Iowa? Because I think that's a big story.
Let's talk through some of that data.
So what you were basically seeing there was separation. I'm curious now if it's changed in the last couple minutes. Call it up on the screen. Yeah. Okay. So as the vote has continued to come in, Feenstra and Lon have both separated themselves from the rest of the field. The significance, they're both now several ticks above 35%, meaning no convention if it lands here.
Let me just remind people, and Garrett, you're going to jump in on this too.
I'm like ready to jump out of my chair.
We've been going crazy over here.
Yeah.
Randy Feenstra was considered the front runner, Trump endorsed.
That's right. He was the Trump endorsed, RGA endorsed, the Republican establishment candidate here. He was the guy who had all the backing. He's also never really run a competitive race in his life before now. And the one organization that didn't endorse him is the Maha PAC.
Who backed?
Who backed Zach Lane.
That's right.
So this is a Trump versus Maha Republican primary here in a pivotal state. And right now, Maha's up.
Well, what just happened, though, to put a finer point on it, is we just got Story County. So Feenstra has been struggling in the Des Moines area, in the central part of the state right here. So again, this is where Ames is, this is where Iowa State University is. Again, Feenstra finishes second. Feenstra's hopes really are going to be right here where Davenport is. This is Scott County, this is along the Mississippi River. This is a big piece of real estate in a Republican primary. And you can see in these Mississippi River counties, like, look, starting up here, Feenstra's been putting up good numbers here. Big chunk of vote right here. Again, take a look at like Dubuque. He's winning there by about 300 votes. He's 1,500 behind statewide right now. He's going to need something much bigger out of Scott County. Those are the two. That's the biggest population center that's left outstanding on this, unless there's more remaining vote. Potawatomi, we mostly got in right now. There's actually going to be some vote up here, but we've got most of the population centers are reported. That's the biggest outstanding population center right now.
Zach Lane, colorful character, has the backing of controversial former Republican Steve King in the state of Iowa as well. And if he does end up winning here, he would be going up against somebody who Democrats see as a super formidable candidate in Rob Sand, popular Democrat, good at fundraising in the eyes of Democrats as well.
Yeah, he's already a statewide office holder as the auditor. He has a very wealthy family that's contributed a lot of money to his campaign. He has a brand already in Iowa across the state, which no other Democrat can really touch. That could be a marquee race, really across the whole midterm landscape.
And it would be interesting if President Trump gets involved after not endorsing him at this stage of the race. Yeah. Would there be sour grapes there? Would he get involved? I think that would also be an important
Feenstra, by the way, is in politics because he beat Steve King. So there's some bad blood there. Like, there's generational, Shakespearean stuff going on here in the Hawkeye State.
As we talk about marquee races, the potential for those, we know we're going to get one in the state of California. And what I'd like to do, Steve, is we are getting closer and closer to when polls close. Very quick, give us like the 2-minute thumbnail of the most important places we should be watching.
Well, I mean, look, the vote is going to be like this. A fifth of the vote is going to come from Los Angeles County. About a fifth of the vote is going to come from the immediate San Francisco Bay Area. You're also going to have 10% from Orange County, 10% from San Diego County, 5% in Riverside, 5% in San Bernardino. So honestly, you know, what that means here is half the vote is going to come from LA, Orange County, San Diego, and the Inland Empire. Half the vote in the state's going to come from there. You're going to get another, 20%, as I said, from the San Francisco Bay Area. Sacramento and its suburbs are going to be close to 10%. And then the San Joaquin Valley, kind of extending south from Sacramento, you're going to get close to 10% out of there. What order this is going to come in, we don't know. But what we do know, as I said, is, brace yourself, because minute 48 I see on the clock right there. It was 11:06 in 2024. 2024 was a big election year, presidential election year, ton of ballots. 2021 was when there was a recall election in California. Gavin Newsom was the governor. Remember, they tried to recall him. They did a special election for that. It was like 11:02 p.m. San Diego County reported in, and it was like half the vote in San Diego County. So, I just expect this thing is going to light up. I don't want to overhype it. Maybe it takes 10 minutes, maybe it takes 2 minutes, but once it starts lighting up, you're getting big chunks in all these places.
We're not marrying you to the numbers, Steve. I got you. I promise. We're going to know where it is. But it's interesting when you talk about San Diego County, too, because you've got that some super interesting battleground race down there as well.
Oh, we got House races. We call them right up here. So interesting dynamic here. I'll show you what happened basically here. This district, this is what the Democrats did to make redistricting work in their favor. They took two Republicans here, Young Kim and Ken Calvert, and they merged them into one district, and they made it a very Republican district. It's pretty much a safe Republican district. By squeezing all those Republican votes into one place, it opened up a district like this, the 48th district, which straddles San Diego County and into Orange County here, into Riverside County, excuse me. And this is a district that under the new Democratic remap, Harris would have won by 3 points. Under the old lines, it was Trump by 17. So by putting all those Republican areas in one place, it made this so much more Democratic. Darrell Issa was the Republican incumbent. He didn't want to run here for re-election. That's Jim Desmond, a new candidate they have.
And that's why this is such a big deal. This is one example. We've got a bunch others in the state as well, as we are getting closer and closer to the polls closing. In fact, we are just about to hit the top of the hour, and any moment now, we are going to see the very first results in some of these key California races, literally seconds away. The anticipation is building for the LA mayor's race, the governor's race as well. It is 11 o'clock now on the East Coast, 8 o'clock in the West, and polls have just officially closed in California. We are moments away, maybe 2 minutes, maybe 4 minutes from seeing some of these numbers come in. And all eyes are on the races for LA mayor and California governor. At this point, we want to see where things stand right now. Right now, obviously, too early to call when it comes to that LA mayor's race. You've got the California gubernatorial race, also too early to call. Tom Steyer, Steve Hilton, Javier Becerra. Another reminder, don't mean to sound like a broken record, but it's important. Top two will face off in November, regardless of political party. Significant there. We've also got the LA mayor's race as well. We said too early to call. At this point, Karen Bass, Spencer Pratt, Nithya Raman, too. Listen, we know that it's going to take a second for some of the vote to start to come in. Over the course of the next 60 minutes, as Steve has laid out, we are going to start to see some of these data, some of these numbers come in. I just saw you, Steve, talking with Adam. You don't have anything just yet?
No,
okay.
False alarm.
Okay, that's okay. I've got one eye on you at all times. As we go through some of the other results here, we've talked about some of these other interesting races as well. Like, look at this, the Iowa governor's race on the Republican side. Too close to call here with about 87% of the vote in. You've got Trump-backed Randy Feenstra up against Zach Lane, backed by the Maha movement. Feenstra had been seen as more of a front-runner in this race, but this one is a nail-biter, projected as too close to call at the moment. We are watching for some data to come in on this as well. Super interesting. We've also got the New Mexico race as well. The Republican primary for governor here, too early to call between Gregory Hull, Doug Turner. In South Dakota, a three-way governor's race as well. The current governor, Larry Roden, who is took over for Kristi Noem when she moved on to go serve in the president's cabinet. She obviously has since departed that position. He is running for his first official full term. Dusty Johnson, interesting here, too early to call. President Trump has not made an endorsement in this race. We'll talk more about that as that race gets going. We've also got the Democratic Senate primary in Montana. You've got Riley Neal, Alani Bankhead as well. There is an independent in this race, too. Could be interesting. Kurt Alme, we've said, is going to be the winner on the Republican side there. Let's go to the East with the New Jersey Republican Senate race. Whoever will take on Cory Booker there. Too early to call. Justin Murphy there with 32.9% of the vote. Let me bring in now Steve Kornacki at the big board. The clock's ticking. There's nothing we can do at this point but wait for the vote to be counted.
Yeah.
And as you say, we're going to get some coming in Southern California. We're going to be watching to see what that means for some of these battlegrounds and obviously the LA mayor's race and the governor's race, too.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's just a question of kind of who goes first right here. We took you through how this is kind of going in the past. And again, I think just a reminder to folks that the vast majority of the vote that's cast in California is done by mail. And this vote has been coming in well before Election Day. And what that allows these counties to do is to take these vast piles of ballots. They don't just sit there. They can process them. They can get them ready. And they can report them out. All that vote that arrived before Election Day, they can report that out in one big batch. So everything you're going to be seeing initially here from these counties is going to be that. And then the next phase that's going to layer in on top of that, again, we expect this within the first hour, 90 minutes in most of these big counties, is going to be the vote that was cast in person. A lot of folks went, not a lot, but some folks went in person today and did it. Some folks did early voting in California. So that gets reported next. And generally what that'll do in the first 90 minutes or so is get us close to about 2/3 of the vote statewide counted. The question at that point will be is there enough clarity to know, as you say, a top two race for governor? Do we know, is there clear separation between the top two and everyone else so that we can call it? Or does it go to overtime? Is there a first place candidate who's separated from the rest so we can say the first place candidate goes forward, we're not sure on the second? So if we don't know that, in that first wave there, that's when you start saying we may have to wait for these late arriving mail ballots. And they can come in California up till a week after the election. That's where it gets the reputation for such lag in reporting out its results.
And the same deal goes for LA, too, with the top two. And let's talk about that because, there's been a lot of talk around Spencer Pratt. You heard Conan chat about it earlier. We've talked about it with Ryan and Garrett. And it's an interesting dynamic here because I think Republican voters make up about 15% of registered voters in LA, 55% Democrat. But Donald Trump, President Trump, got something like 26% of the vote in LA back in 2024.
He was able to get 26%. Karen Bass, when she ran in 2022, she defeated Rick Caruso, who had been a Republican at one point. She tried to make that an issue against him. He was able to get there into the mid-40s in that race. Democrats, though, did something in California and Los Angeles a few years ago. They changed the date of these mayoral elections. They used to be in off years. They used to have lower turnout. They'd be in like odd-numbered years. So Los Angeles elected a Republican mayor in 1993 and 1997.
That's right.
Richard Riordan, was his name for folks who remember that clearly. Hallie does. And,
last Republican to win the mayor's race in LA.
Correct. Right. And he did it in an odd number year. And Democrats decided they wanted to sync it up with nights like this, statewide primaries, congressional primaries, when there's far more people voting. There's more, these partisan organizations are more engaged. The idea was, more turnout for a mayoral race would be a good thing, but also it lets the mayoral race get caught up in the politics around it, too. There's a thought that is advantage to the Democrats, too, in Los Angeles. So it's an additional thing. If Pratt is going to succeed in doing what Riordan did, he's going to have to do it in a different kind of year.
I'm going to let you stare at this thing until something blinks or something lights up. And while we do, I want to go to Liz Kreutz, who's in LA for us at a polling site. And Liz, what's interesting here, there are people who might be in line. They still want to vote even though polls have closed. Talk me through what you're seeing where you are.
Hey, Hallie.
Bernardino County. Walk us through.
We got some results from a bunch of places, and this is probably going to start to multiply really quickly, so let's get right to it. San Bernardino County here. Again, this would be a Republican-friendly area, relatively speaking, as they go tonight. Steve Hilton leading the way here. Javier Becerra in second. Now, Chad Bianco, remember, he is the sheriff right south of here in Riverside County. He's running at 22%. I think if you're Hilton, you're not thrilled by that because you were trying to put the word out to Bianco's folks to get behind you and to unite. You're down near Bianco's neck of the woods, and he's running quite competitively there. And you see Steyer running a bit of a distant fourth there with 16%. That's a significant piece of real estate. Kings County, it looks like we've got 70% of the vote here. Now, again, we're getting into toward the Central Valley here. You're going to have Republican-friendly area. Hilton separating himself from Bianco right here. I just want to look at my quick note on Kings. That is, if you're Republicans, you're outperforming how Steve Garvey did in the 2024 primary. So that's encouraging for the Republican total vote share if you're a Republican. Madera County, a little bit smaller here. Let's go up. Now this is interesting because we mentioned, this is very interesting. We mentioned this at the start of the night. The San Francisco Bay Area here was going to produce about 1 out of 5 votes. We said, remember, Becerra, Southern California, LA County base. Steyer, more of a Bay Area base, we suspected. We're in the Bay Area. This is the smallest of the Bay Area counties, but take a look at this. Steyer is running behind Becerra here. Again, this is that vote by mail that came in before Election Day. Hilton, the Republican, leading here. Republicans don't typically do well in Napa County, but it does show, look, that Hilton's basically secured 3/4 of the Republican vote right here. But I think that's notable that Becerra is running ahead of Steyer right there. This is a giant one. Santa Clara County right here. The city of San Jose is here. Again, we're in the Bay Area. And again, wow, what I just said in Napa, multiply that by 10.
Wow.
Javier Becerra with almost a 10-point advantage over Tom Steyer. Again, in what we thought would be a relative strength area for Steyer. Also, by the way, Matt Mahan, he is the mayor of San Jose. This is probably as good as it's going to get for him tonight. He's 11%. He's a distant fifth right there. Really clarifying. Again, the polls were suggesting it had sort of come down to these three. Seeing Mahan running that distantly in his home county reinforces a sense that the polls were directionally correct, that we may be looking at something between these three candidates tonight. And again, Becerra moving up into Northern California. We've seen 2 counties report from that San Francisco Bay Area, both of them giving Becerra an advantage over Steyer. Taking a look going down the coast here to San Luis Obispo County here, 40% of the vote in. Hilton with what kind of separation there? A little bit more than double what Bianco got. That's a combined vote for the Republicans of 45%. And again, that's running north of, Steve Garvey had been the main Republican candidate for the Senate in 2024. In that open primary, he got 36% in this county. So the combined Republican vote is running higher there. We said higher so far in Kings County, higher elsewhere than it did in 2024. We'll see if that holds. That's an interesting thing we're seeing in these results. Becerra with an advantage over Steyer there, not quite as pronounced. Again, going through, we pulled Madera County up on the screen. We'll spend a little bit more time here on this. Hilton, again, more than double over Bianco. Becerra with an advantage over Steyer, a little bit more slight right there. This looks like Placer County we're getting. This is pretty big. You're talking about the Sacramento suburbs. I know it extends all the way there, like to close to like Tahoe and the Nevada line, but most of the population's right there in the Sacramento suburbs here. It's a pretty big piece of real estate. Hilton leading it here on the Republican candidate, 37%. Yeah, kind of tripling Bianco's number right there, and Becerra outpacing Steyer. So Becerra outpacing Steyer pretty much everywhere we're looking. You get up here, this is very remote, small, Northern California right here. This is an interesting test sort of Republican sentiment here because you are in sort of core rural, very small in the scheme of things. Interesting, though, to see Bianco leading Hilton right there. Zoom out. What does that do to the statewide vote? We've got 6% in right now. Hilton is leading statewide, but what that's added up to for Becerra right off the bat is a 40,000 vote advantage over Steyer, with Bianco sitting all the way back there at 14%. So Hilton running double Bianco's numbers. And again, I think the polling was suggesting something along those lines here. And Hilton, again, he was trying to get that Bianco number. He wants that Bianco number as low as he can. He wants to monopolize that Republican vote. And Becerra, though, I think that is That's notable given the areas that we're talking about. I think, these are the two biggest sources of vote that we've gotten so far here. San Bernardino County, and again, this is going to be like 5% of all the vote cast statewide tonight is going to come out of San Bernardino County. About 5% is going to come out of Santa Clara County. Those are the two biggest counties that have reported so far. We took you through some of the others that are also significant, but again, you can see it here in San Bernardino County. Hilton, he would like more separation with Bianco, but again, there's Becerra with an advantage over Steyer. Everywhere we've looked so far in that Democrat on Democrat contest, Becerra's had the advantage over Steyer. You could even look here. These are smaller counties here. Becerra with the advantage. Merced County, this is a bigger one here. And again, Hilton running in first. Becerra, though, with the advantage over Steyer. So we're seeing this in one county after another. Hilton, Bianco, Becerra, Steyer. Steyer's got to start finishing ahead of Becerra in some of these counties. Now, again, Santa Clara, I think if you're Steyer, the worst piece of news you got so far is right there, because that's supposed to be your territory. It's going to have to change from around there.
Explain, this was a Harris plus 40 county, right? I mean, Gavin Newsom won this by 42.
Oh, the San Francisco Bay Area is overwhelmingly Democratic. The city of San Francisco itself, which is coterminous with we got Sacramento. Okay, so this is... sorry about that. Let's go right back in. Again, Sacramento County's huge. This is another 5%er, okay, in terms of the statewide vote. And look at that. Now, they get Democratic here. The Democrats should be doing well, but look at Becerra, 29%. Hilton, the Republican, 28%. Look at the separation there between Becerra and Steyer. I think that's the most significant we've seen so far. And then Chad Bianco running back there at 10%. Boy, if you're Becerra, between what you've seen so far, right here, sorry about that, right here I'm going to get that right here out of Santa Clara County, right here out of Sacramento County, and the fact that everywhere else we looked at Placer County, take a look here, in Nevada. I'm just seeing if there's anywhere here where Steyer is running ahead of Becerra in the vote so far, and so far, there isn't. So what that nets out to statewide is we now have close to 10% of all the votes in here in California in this primary. Hilton running in first. Again, doubling up. When I say doubling up, close to 28%, 13%. And the name of the game there for Hilton is he wants as much separation as he can because there's an awful lot of Democratic votes still out there. But Becerra, I think the story of the moment in these initial returns is right there. That advantage that Becerra has opened up over Steyer. And I think the key to that advantage, again, it's early, but the key to that advantage is it's not coming from the places that we automatically thought of as being advantage Becerra. In fact, some of it's coming from places that we thought
would be the
might be Steyer.
That's exactly
might be
right.
Steyer.
Okay. Steve, I'm going to pause you for 1 second to sneak in the world's quickest commercial break as I see you looking at Monterey County. It literally, blink and you will miss it. We're going to have so much more on the other side of it. Steve's got the board. We've got the results. Do not go anywhere. Don't move. We'll be right back. break, let's go right to Steve Kornacki, because you just said, Steve, and I quote, holy, we have Orange County.
Yeah, we had teased this before. 10% of the vote or so comes out of Orange County. Obviously, big, giant county here just south of L.A.
Yep.
We got half the vote. This is that vote by mail that had come by Election Day here in Orange County. You can see here, Steve Hilton, the Republican candidate, one of the Republican candidates at 34%. There's Javier Becerra. We expected he might do better in Southern California than Steyer. And again, it's another county here where Becerra is outpacing Steyer. The significance of that, again, there may only be one spot for a Democrat in the runoff here. So would it be Becerra? Would it be Steyer? Both of them have clearly separated themselves from any other Democratic candidate in this race. And then there's Chad Bianco, the other Republican here, running at 11%. We just got LA mayor. I am told we got oh my gosh. Remember I said we would get a gigantic batch all at once, and we just did. So, take you through this. About 40% of the vote, of all the votes that are going to be cast, just got released here. We are talking about vote by mail, again, that arrived by Election Day. Some of this might have arrived a while ago. That's the type of vote you're talking about. There's Karen Bass, the incumbent, running at 38%, and there is Spencer Pratt, running at 28% right now. That is an 8-point advantage, or a 25,000 vote advantage over Nithya Raman, the third-place candidate right now, Councilor Nithya Raman, the third-place candidate in this race. That's with 40% of the vote. Now, remember how we said we expect things to go the rest of the way.
Remind people.
In Los Angeles, yes. Right? The next thing we think, and what they've communicated, the next thing that would be released here, maybe in one big batch, would be the vote that was cast in person at polling places. And we know from past elections in Los Angeles, like that 2022 mayor's race, that was the most anti-Bass vote that there was, the vote that was cast in person on Election Day. So you would suspect that Pratt might benefit from when the Election Day vote is added in here, that Pratt might benefit, that he might be able to narrow this gap with Bass. Now, there's not a ton of people in the grand scheme of things who vote on Election Day. It's probably like 15% of all the vote, 15% of all the vote in L.A. But if Pratt does do well there, as we've seen with independent and non-Democratic candidates in the past in L.A., he could narrow that margin with Bass. And I think more critically for him, he could add to that pad between himself and Raman. Because remember, the final piece of the puzzle that we won't know tonight, right, is the late arriving vote by mail. And we're talking about probably like a third of the vote in Los Angeles. We're probably not going to be getting until tomorrow and maybe days to come after tomorrow. The mail can still come in after Election Day. And there's indications, and there's certainly a ton of precedent here, that late arriving vote by mail is going to be significantly more Democratic friendly than all of the other vote, meaning that would be good news for Bass. Right. That would be good news for Raman. If she's going to come out of tonight behind Pratt, it's a huge if, but if she's going to come out of tonight behind Pratt, well, it's not a huge if at this point, she would then have the opportunity, if she's close enough, to catch him with that. But that is a 25,000 vote pad there. 8 percentage points that Pratt has managed to build with that vote by mail here. And if he can build that a little bit more with that Election Day vote, when that comes in, that in-person polling place vote, if he's able to expand on that lead, it does take you into territory we start to say, look, even if that late arriving vote is much more Democratic, has he succeeded in building the kind of pad he needs to finish above Raman and to get into a runoff? You would say at this point, Bass. If you're Bass, those are encouraging numbers for you. And I think the Bass folks have wanted to get this. The theory of the case for them is, if they get to a runoff and they get to a runoff with Pratt, does political gravity take control in Los Angeles? A Republican, for all the reasons we talked about before, the odds of a Republican winning in a city like Los Angeles, it was 75-25 for Harris. But that, who knows if it comes to that. But again, if you're Pratt, this is, I think, kind of what you wanted to see with this first update here. You've got some real distance between yourself and third place. The next thing you want to see is if you can expand that with what comes next and get yourself in a position where you're not sweating it out in that late arriving vote by mail. And if you're Karen Bass and you're just trying to get to that second round, you're obviously encouraged by what you see right here.
That's right, Steve, because to your point here, Spencer Pratt doesn't need to get more vote than Karen Bass right now. He needs to get more votes than Nithya Raman based on how these boards are laying out. Garrett Haake, I know, has a question for you. What's going on?
Yeah, Steve, does the same day vote, are you saying it's more, the election day vote, does it behave more Republican or more anti-Bass? I ask because 38% is better than she's polled in any polling that I've seen. Do you think the vote we would see coming in that next tranche from election day lifts Pratt and Raman and brings down Bass? Or is this something where these are Republican voters in Los Angeles County who are going to mostly support Spencer Pratt?
Based on the past, it would be more that it's just a Republican vote. This is when Rick Caruso ran as an independent against Bass he registered as a Democrat. It's a complicated thing. But he was sort of the more non-Democratic candidate. He did significantly better, like a net 15 points better with the polling place vote, with the election day vote. For that matter, if you expanded it to Los Angeles County, LA City is not all of Los Angeles County, but the only type of vote in Los Angeles County that Donald Trump outright won in 2024 was the in-person election day vote. He actually got more votes in Los Angeles County than Harris did with that. So that tends to just be a more Republican vote. That would be, if you're Pratt, you're certainly hoping it is, because that's your opportunity to really kind of put the distance in you want to see here.
Steve, can I ask you about the governor's race? I want to see where we are on that. Especially, let me ask you this. If you are Tom Steyer and you're sitting and you're watching the results come in, where are you looking to in hopes that you will see something different than what we saw in, for example, Santa Clara County, a super blue area in Northern California where Steyer would be somewhat expected to do pretty well?
Yeah, I mean, so look, in fact, a lot of those places just came in while we were on LA mayor. So look, first of all, LA City means LA County. So LA County, remember, like a fifth of the vote in the governor's race is going to come out of here. And we just got more than 40% of LA County's vote. Remember, Becerra was a congressman from Los Angeles, his political base here. And again, that's almost a 56,000 vote margin for Becerra over Steyer. Deeply, deeply blue Los Angeles County. Hilton running in third right there. Chad Bianco back in fourth at 7%. That, on the strength of that, right? Such a gigantic piece of the puzzle is Los Angeles County. In such a big chunk of the vote is that we now see Becerra move into the lead statewide. It's a little disproportionate. LA's kind of punching above its weight in terms of its share of the statewide vote. So Becerra getting that number out of LA County, we said at the start of the night, how's Becerra doing in LA County versus how is Steyer doing in the Bay Area? Because the Bay Area collectively is the same size. We're starting to get a look. We showed you already Santa Clara County where San Jose is. You can see what's happening right there. Becerra with a healthy lead over Steyer. Move to Alameda County here. Again, Becerra, it's narrower. This is probably the best number I've seen so far for Steyer. Steyer is still trailing Becerra, but only by 3 points there. He's at least not losing much ground right there. Contra Costa County here. These are sort of the East Bay suburbs here. That's, again, some significant distance there, close to 15,000 votes between Becerra and Steyer running in third place. Again, there was some thought that this would be an area of particular strength for Steyer. Solano County, Becerra running in first. Hilton, you get back down here, he's outpacing Steyer. We're just seeing this in every county. It looks like we got more out of Napa County. This is the smallest of the Bay Area counties. Becerra continues to lead right there. For that matter, we got high income, high education attainment, Marin County here, again, in the Bay Area. Becerra, and now this is right.
This is what I was just going to ask, Steve.
Yeah.
Because we're best friends, I feel like I can ask questions that may sound obvious, but should we be reading into anything based on, and I understand it's still early in California with about a third of the vote in there, that Tom Steyer has not been in the top two in the counties that we've seen so far, other than when we just got to Marin there? I mean, how much should we be putting into that? Understanding, obviously, that things are going to shift as we start to get that mail-in vote in.
No, I think it's very significant what's happened right here, and I think the pattern is very clear because again, we've been showing you county by county as it comes in. As a matter of fact, we just got we've got Stanislaus here. This is and Becerra. Look again, Becerra running well ahead of Steyer here. I think this is significant. I think the pattern is clear with this vote by mail. Now, it means two things if you're Steyer. Number one, are things going to turn around for you with the in-person vote? Is there some reason to think that Steyer is going to do better with the folks who went out and voted today or who cast ballots in the early voting, period in California? Is there going to be some kind of reversal there? He would need something like that. Or perhaps more realistically, what Steyer would then need to start thinking about is not the distance between himself and Becerra, but the distance between himself and Steve Hilton. And you can see here, Becerra's margin over Hilton's not huge right now. It's 23,000 votes. And it just shifted, opened up to what did we got? Oh, we got Riverside. Let me just show you this because I'll return to that thought. But we just got Riverside County, Chad Bianco's home county. Okay, he's the sheriff here. Okay, this is a big piece of the puzzle. 5% of the vote comes out of Riverside County. We got half of it right there. Bianco leading in his home county. You know, and again, if you're Hilton, boy, that's 66,000 votes you'd love to have, or some chunk of that. But again, Becerra in second here, Steyer languishing in a distant fourth right there. And again, what that does to the statewide count, right? You know, again, it's generally Republican friendly. There was not a great county for Becerra. So Hilton's running 22,000 behind statewide. He's running 175,000 votes. Hilton is ahead of Steyer. And the other theory I was saying there, the other thought, if you're Steyer right now and you're looking at this is not necessarily can I make it up with the election day vote? Can I make it up with the late arriving vote by mail? Right. Because, again, we tell you the past on this is we've seen so many elections in California, particularly House elections, that flip over from the Republicans to the Democrats in the days and weeks that follow the election because that late arriving vote by mail tends to be so Democratic. And the indications we've been seeing in the partisan patterns of the returned ballots in California has been strongly suggestive that that's going to happen again, that it's going to be much more Democratic-friendly vote as they start counting tomorrow, the day after, things like that. So that's the other question for Steyer is, could he get in range of Hilton enough where if it's just a much more Democratic vote in that late arriving, it's ballots, they're Democratic votes that allow him to catch Hilton for second place. But if you're Becerra, you're feeling very good about what you're seeing with these numbers right now. Because, again, the thing that I'd key in right there is just that's the Becerra shade of like navy blue right there. Yep. And that's in what we thought of as potentially being the best of it for Steyer. It's a huge, population-dense, overwhelmingly Democratic area of the state. And in every one of those counties, he is outpacing Steyer. Meanwhile, in his home county there in Los Angeles County, he's also getting money. He might want to be ahead a little bit more than this in Los Angeles County, honestly, in all things being equal. But any disappointment in that is more than offset at this moment by what's happening right there in the Bay Area. Did we just get? Okay, see, that city of San Francisco is so small. That's also San Francisco County. We don't have that. I wanted to see if we got San Francisco County because it also means we start getting these. It also means we have House races.
Can I ask about one of those House races? And I'll just say, in conversations with those close to Tom Steyer, they have reason to believe they think that some of those late breakers, Steve, will in fact be favorable to them. We'll see how that shakes out. You mentioned Riverside County's in. There's a Republican on Republican member primary in that area, the California 40, that's gotten just oof. Now, I mean, this is a redistricted area, right?
It's a technical term.
It's gotten nasty. I mean, it has. It's like one that we're watching. Yep. Do we have any sense of how that's going right now for Ken Calvert and Young Kim?
It is. Ken Calvert, Young Kim, and look at this. We got half the vote in right here. And Calvert, right, now the division here is Calvert is from the Riverside portion of the district. And you see he's clobbering Kim right there by 26 points. Then you go over, Kim is from the sort of the inland Orange County portion of the district. She's actually losing that right now with half the vote in right there. So Ken Calvert, a 30-plus year incumbent. If you looked at each of their old districts and how much of this new district it made up, a little bit more of it is Calvert over Kim, but Calvert with the clear advantage here. So I think the question now for Kim becomes, can you hold on to second place here? Can you advance to advance to the general election, and you would have a district where there's two Democrats, a very Republican district, but there'd be two Republicans running, and there'd be a lot of Democratic voters on the sidelines who then get to decide the race, essentially. Mm-hmm. And there's some school of thought here that Young Kim would be more appealing if it's a two Republican general election, that Kim would be more appealing to those voters than Calvert would. And so that if she can get into that runoff and not get buried too much here, she could have a chance of winning them over there. Realistically, seeing her with this much vote in, trailing in her home county like that, that's probably what she's got to be thinking about right now. Hold on to that second place position in that district.
Super interesting one here. Steve, I'm going to let you see what else is lighting up the board. Yell early and often. I'm staring at you, buddy. I'm not kidding. I'm looking at you directly, even as I'm having these conversations with Ryan and Garrett. We're also joined here by Matt Gorman, a Republican strategist and NBC News contributor, along with Ashley Etienne, former communications director for Vice President Harris. If I
Adam,
can,
Adam, is it good or not?
Oh, okay, I'm going to give you a second to sort that through. Let me go to you, Ashley,
Okay.
just briefly, because we're looking at these fascinating results in the California governor's race. Surprising to you, or is this about what you expected?
No, I mean, this is about what I
Now we got
expected.
it.
I mean, what I'm really shocked by is
Yes,
that
we just got
Steyer's not
Ellie
doing
Mears up
better
there.
than he
Adam,
is.
can you calculate
I mean,
this?
really, it proves the point that there's limitations to money. I mean, he spent upwards of 250. In this particular race. But I will say, I mean, what I'm finding unfortunate is the LA mayor's race and even Becerra. I mean, Democrats should be doing better in both of these races than they currently are. I mean, there's an underlying sentiment among Democratic voters that they're really pissed at how the state and the city have been run. And so you can see this now in the polls. So the Democrats are both of those guys are going to have to be sweating it out for the rest of the night when they shouldn't be.
And I was struck by that voter that Liz Coritz interviewed, Garrett and Ryan, who said, I want authenticity. I want somebody who I think has my back. I'm not down with either party. I'm kind of more independent, but that's who he's looking for. I gotta say, Steve, I gotta go to you, my friend.
We just
You're muttering
got
to yourself in a really intense way.
I was trying to tell them, I was trying to fly the control room because we've been hyping this. Here it is. We just got same day vote out of the city of Los Angeles, and it's exactly what we were saying might happen. The same day vote is favoring Spencer Pratt. Look at what just happened. He's moved now within 22,000 votes of Bass. A 6,000 vote gap here between a 6-point gap now only between Bass and Pratt.
And this is kind of what you thought would happen, right, Steve?
This is the same day vote. We typically see this be a Republican-friendly vote, and it came out here for Pratt, and it's moved him closer, and I think more critically for Pratt, look at this. He is now double digits ahead of Nithya Raman in second place. He is closer, significantly closer to Bass for first place right now than he is to Raman for third place in this race here. So that's, again, that's a significant development that just came out there. It took us up from just under 40% to 45%. The same day vote is not nearly as big as the vote by mail. The other thing that we're kind of waiting on now before we get to those late arriving mail ballots is also the vote that was cast in person at polling places before Election Day. It's not a huge sum, but it's a bit of a wild card. We don't quite know what to expect with that. But if that was another boost like this for Pratt, then Pratt would be breathing right down Bass's neck and way ahead of Raman. If we talk about him having a pad right there, he just took a very big step in that direction.
He was so excited he just drew an exclamation point. he couldn't figure out how to express it.
How deep can you get into that, Steve? Like, in other words, can you tell us where in LA Spencer Pratt's support is coming from? Same with Karen Bass here and what that means.
I wish we could. Okay. Unfortunately, we just, that's the thing about California. We give you the numbers, and in 2 days, I can give you a great breakdown of where it came from.
We'll be on the air for 48 hours. Don't test us. Steve, go ahead, Brian.
What's so fascinating is the Pratt thing was just a wild card, right? We really had no idea. Yeah. I mean, it was really an internet sensation. There were a lot of people in California. I had friends in California that didn't know he was running for governor or mayor. They were mad that he wasn't in the governor's debate because they just knew he was running for something. But a lot of times, an internet sensation doesn't necessarily translate into votes, and it appears that's what's happening.
Can I just say something? I love this producer, and I love it. He said, "Is Spencer Pratt? Was he really a reality star? Is that fair?" Yes.
Yes,
This
it's a
man
villain.
is
Somebody suggesting
a villain.
wasn't a reality
I'm saying
star.
among millennials, people knew Spencer Pratt well before this race.
Hang on. Can I pull back on this a little bit? Because this is something that's driven me crazy about this race. When you look at the numbers, already right now, a majority of Los Angelinos are saying they want to fire Karen Bass. 50% of the voters that are up right now say they want somebody other than the incumbent to be the mayor. So the Spencer Pratt thing, to me, isn't even really about Spencer Pratt. It's a vote sink for people who are fed up with the way that city's been run or fed up with the fire response. And if this were any other city outside of California where you'd had normal primaries, Karen Bass with those numbers would be toast.
Hang tight. Steve, let me come to you because I know we're getting some more numbers in on some of these critical California House races, right?
Yeah, take a look here. We've got a projection here, too. This is the 13th district here. Democrat Adam Gray won a very, very narrow race in 2024. This got more Democratic, this district did in redistricting. How much more Democratic? Well, it basically drew it even. It had been a Trump district here. The dynamic now is who is going to be that Republican candidate to go against Gray. Kevin Lincoln right now leading by 10 points here. The significance for Lincoln is he is backed by Trump. The other thing here is what's not come in yet, San Joaquin County, this is where Stockton, California is, and that's the big change that Democrats made to this district to make it much more Democratic. They added a chunk of Stockton, a very Democratic city here, to fortify Gray. That's also where Kevin Lincoln has been the mayor, has been an elected official. So Kevin Lincoln right now with Trump's backing, holding on to that second, has some distance there for that second place position here. But this is going to be one of those elections that's going to be very, very closely watched this November. So is this one, the 22nd district with David Valadao. And again, Valadao, you know, the lone Republican here, so clearly getting first place. But a couple things here to note. Villegas, Baines, his two opponents here, close in that race, second and third place here. Again, Villegas running to the left here. Again, one of those sort of lefty insurgent candidates here. The other thing to keep an eye on when all of the votes are counted here, what is Valadao's percentage going to be here? Because this is a top two primary. Everyone's, in theory, is voting here. They're going to vote again in November, but Valadao is the only Republican on the ballot. He's running at 43.7%. He's going to have to get over 50% in November if he's going to get reelected. So keep an eye on that number as it comes in tonight, what that ends up looking like. We have nothing yet from the 11th district. We had showed you the 48th district here. Again, this is this was redrawn, and I want to see which county. We don't have San Diego County yet, so that's significant. Okay. Jim Desmond here, likely to be the top vote-getting Republican. This was Darrell Issa's district, redrawn by Democrats, very aggressively redrawn by Democrats. Monty Von Wilpert, a councilwoman from San Diego County. Notably here, look at this, we don't have any votes yet from San Diego County. What we're getting here is Riverside County. So for Von Wilpert, that's good news just in terms of getting into second place here, trying to get that November matchup. So those are some of the House races we're looking at here.
Steve, I'm going to come back to you in a second on California 22, the Valadao race, because I want to talk about the Dems in that race. But let me first get a vibe check, if you will, with Liz Croytz, who's in L.A. And Liz, I think you have ping-ponged your way back to this gathering for Spencer Pratt, right? Talk us through it.
I have, and as I've returned, it's a much more lively vibe and in very LA fashion. There's now a chopper flying overhead. He's having his party at a Mexican restaurant that he has loved for years. And there's some Spencer Pratt supporters here who seem in a very good mood. You guys have
Instagram, Patriot Wildman.
You guys have probably seen the latest batch of polling that just came out. Shows him doing pretty well in second place, just 10 points behind Karen Bass. How are you feeling about that? Do you feel really confident that he's going to make it to the runoff?
Definitely, he's going to make it to the runoff. There's a lot of people who already voted for him. Their votes haven't been counted yet. They voted day of the election, old school style. So I think his numbers are going to get better.
What is it about Spencer Pratt that you just is resonating with you?
Because he's speaking out against communism and socialism, and it is a real big problem in our cities, especially in LA where it's turned to crap. It's not an accident. They're doing it by design. Karen Bass wants to destroy our city, and it's nice to see someone like Spencer Pratt.
I can simplify it because those buzzwords are like they melt the brains of like left, leaning people. So let's just say it this way: he doesn't want human feces to be a part of your life. Yeah. He doesn't want homeless children outside.
Totally.
Homeless
Thank
people
you.
Outside. Oh,
We
you
have-
didn't
no.
like that.
We have-
you ran away.
We have
He doesn't
talked-
want homeless
Okay,
people outside of
we
the elementary
appreciate
schools
you.
having
Can I
sex
get a shout out real
with
quick?
their
We
own
appreciate
hands
you.
in front of the children.
We appreciate you. We've talked a
I
lot
don't
about the
appreciate
homelessness.
you.
Thank you.
I don't appreciate
All right.
you.
I'm gonna
Listen,
I don't
Liz,
appreciate
I'm
you,
gonna
ma'am.
toss it back.
I got it. Thank you for navigating that so well.
No, we can. He seems
I just want to
just
shout out June Cutter, the chief of staff of Spencer. She's incredible.
Thank you. Okay, Hallie, all I will say is that clearly they're taking a few shots. They're feeling good out
The
here.
margaritas are flowing there at Don
June, we
Antonio's.
love you,
Perhaps, I don't know for sure. Really suspicion. Liz, thank you. Hey, stay close because obviously we want to talk more about Spencer Pratt. We want to talk about Nithya Raman. We want to talk about Karen Bass with this critical LA mayor's race. Let me see if Steve has anything he wants to jump in on here. Anything else coming in, Steve, that's been interesting?
I can give you an update on what we're expecting in this LA mayor's race in terms of the remaining vote, because it's a little bit different than they've done it in the past. And this is what LA County is now telling us. So again, seeing what's in with 45%, I've got it on my phone here. I'm just going to read it to you. Come on. Okay. So it's 11:45 Eastern right now. Sometime starting at about midnight Eastern in that next hour. They're not saying exactly when.
Okay.
What they are, I should back up. Bear with me here. I first want to say, remember that Pratt got closer to Bass with that last update. And we said we think that is vote that was cast in person on Election Day. So it's actually a different type of in-person vote. That was the vote that brought Pratt closer to within 6 points was the in-person early vote. Okay, it all gets categorized. It's technical, but it all gets categorized as polling place vote. But that was actually the in-person early vote. We have not yet seen tabulated and reported out the vote that was cast at polling places today. And again, I say that's significant because we had that discussion. Literally, the vote that's cast in person at polling places on Election Day, that specifically has been the most Republican-friendly vote in Los Angeles. We don't have that yet. What Pratt made that jump with was the in-person early vote. So keep that in mind. He was able to get closer with that. Now, we think starting sometime after midnight, in that midnight to 1 a.m. hour, what they are going to release, they say they will have some more vote by mail that was received prior to Election Day. Okay, so remember, that was what we first saw. That was that first giant chunk. That should be more Bass-friendly, though we did see Pratt leading Raman in that. Keep that in mind. Then, sometime after 1 a.m. Eastern, okay, 10 p.m. local in L.A., they say they will then report out the in-person Election Day vote.
Okay.
And that's where we expect Pratt to make another jump relative to Bass. And then after that, we're just living on the periodic updates of vote by mail from there. So Pratt's, again, if form holds from the past, Pratt's got another big jump in him here when that in-person same-day vote gets reported out, which, again, may be a while, but keep that in mind as you see this margin between him and Bass and him and Raman.
Super interesting. Can I go to another race? I know we're all California, and I want to live in that with you, but I've got to ask you about this. What appears to be an unexpected situation that has developed in the state of Iowa in that Republican primary there. Let me bring this up. Randy Feenstra, Zach Lane. Can you go to Iowa, Steve, here? Yep. We have said that this is too close to call. Remember, Randy Feenstra, Trump-backed candidate, up against Zach Lane, who has some support from sort of the MAHA groups in and around Iowa. He's a farmer. It appears as though Feenstra has conceded. Now, we haven't called the race. It appears Feenstra has conceded in a video that's been posted called Lane and conceded this race up against a popular Democratic governor in Iowa. This is interesting, Steve.
Yeah, and remember, what happened here, we can show you, as we were talking about this, if you remember before California, we said Davenport, Scott County, this was sort of the last gasp for Feenstra. He needed a big margin there, probably something around 1,500, 2,000. He needed to blow out Lane here. Less than 500 votes, a 456 vote plurality for him there. That was his last gasp. That was the only kind of big remaining piece of real estate. Didn't get nearly what he needed. You see, there's just a very small county here that's outstanding. So just based on this vote, you know, it's significant. That's a significant margin with no county that's unaccounted for right here. And again, with that 35% rule. So this is a Trump-backed. Now,
that's right.
Keep this in mind. This is a Trump-backed candidate. At the time of that Trump endorsement, there had been more than 10,000 early votes that had already been cast. So did the Trump endorsement come too late? When a margin is this close, and his endorsement didn't come till the Friday after the election, while the early voting period was underway, is that the difference here?
Steve, are you able to see geographically, is this a little bit of not enough anywhere for Randy Feenstra? Is there somewhere where Zach Lane performed particularly well? I mean, that might tell us a little bit of that story.
Here. This is Feenstra's congressional district. This should be pink wall to wall. It's not, you know. This is a good number. This is a big vote producer on the Republican side, relatively speaking. This is a good number. This is a good number for Lane. This was this I think was about as good as it got for Feenstra here. Woodbury County, where Sioux City is, but he should be cleaning up in here. And the 4th district punches above its weight, right? They're all equal-sized population, but the 4th district's where the Republicans live in Iowa. Yeah. So in a Republican primary, it's more than a quarter of the state. This was supposed to be the sort of vote producer that powered Feenstra. He didn't get nearly enough out of his home district.
What's also interesting here, and I suspect to the point...
we got San Francisco.
Go. Steve, go back to California.
Sorry, I'm just told
We've got San Francisco, and let's go back to California. Again, we're ping-ponging around, folks, because we don't control when the numbers come in. So we're at the mercy of the vote counters. What you got in California there in San Francisco?
Okay, yeah, San Francisco. And again, the city of San Francisco, not nearly as big as Los Angeles, but this is significant. This is about 4% of the vote here.
Steyer wants to see this.
And Tom Steyer, you were saying, where in the Bay Area is Tom Steyer getting what he wants? Kind of what he wants here. He certainly got first place here. The gap here, about 6,000 votes over Becerra. If that sort of trend holds there between them, Steyer can squeeze more out of here. That's not quite half the vote. So he does get San Francisco. We also just got in, here we go, San Diego County. And remember, this is like 10% of the vote in the state. So we just got, again, all that pre-election vote by mail in here. And Hilton leading on the Republican side. But there it is, Becerra with that. It's more than a 30,000 vote advantage over Steyer for second place. Bianco getting buried. Just dwell on that for a second. We said great news, not great. We said good news for Steyer out of San Francisco. He's running in first. He's finally running in first over Becerra in a sizable county, a margin of 5,900 votes. But again, what we just saw come in moments later in San Diego County, it's a margin of 31,000 votes, 5 times that size. Becerra wiped it out like times 5, just with what came in there in San Diego County. So again, you sort of, now we're getting close to half the vote that's tabulated in this thing statewide. That's some real separation right there. That's a 240,000 vote gap there, 242,000 vote nearly gap between Becerra and Steyer. Again, Becerra much closer to Hilton here than Steyer is to Becerra. And there's Bianco running back at 11%. Remember, we said, Hilton wanted to get as much distance as he could, 26.5 down to 11% there. Again, 436,000 votes for Bianco. So really, it's clarifying here. I think the picture's clarifying. The only other place here I see that Steyer blue, this is Santa Barbara County. This is decent size, but we've seen some much bigger ones. But you take a look here in a place like Kern County. There's a big Republican area here. Hilton in first here. It's close between Becerra and Steyer. There aren't a ton of Democratic votes right there. But just kind of work our way through here. Tulare. I just want to see if there's Fresno County. I don't think we'd shown yet. Becerra with an advantage there. He's finishing. And Hilton's getting good numbers here. He's finishing ahead of Steyer as we kind of work our way, through the San Joaquin Valley right here. It's all Becerra over Steyer. So he's been able to build a very significant lead there. And really what it would rest on for Steyer, it's starting to look like what it'll rest on here. You said, do they feel that the same day vote will be different for them? We do have some of that, as we said, some of that early vote is now in Los Angeles. This looks like it did with that vote by mail. It doesn't look like that gap between Becerra and Steyer has changed much here. Again, this is where Becerra represented. So there'd have to be either some change with that polling place vote, or it's just going to have to be such a flood of Democratic ballots coming in after, being tabulated after election night or into the wee hours this morning that would just lift both Democrats over Hilton. That's increasingly what it needs to be for Steyer.
We just got that San Francisco vote in. Steve, right? Can you go back there and tell us if it says anything about another interesting House race there? Not a contested one from a Republican-Democrat perspective, but inside the Democratic Party, Nancy Pelosi's seat. Yeah, it does. So here you go. 40% of the vote. This is the 11th congressional district. Pelosi retiring, first elected in 1987. And you can see here, this is pretty significant. So Scott Wiener is a state senator. He was expected to do quite well here. He was expected, frankly, to finish first. And the question has been who would get second place here. So you see Wiener, I think, performing as he expected he would. Connie Chan is the candidate who was endorsed by Nancy Pelosi. Pelosi came in sort of at the end of the campaign, or toward the end of the campaign here, and got behind Chan. And Chakrabarty is the former chief of staff to Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. So this has been closely watched in terms of, again, it's one of the most liberal
Democratic congressional districts in America, could that brand of sort of progressivism, how would that do out here? Of course, these other candidates have their own sort of progressive credentials as well.
Right.
But with 40% of the vote right there, Weiner performing as expected, Pelosi's preferred successor running in second place right now, AOC's former chief of staff, that's a very disappointing number for him. Something would have to dramatically change.
He didn't get the
again,
endorsement.
With that election day vote. Didn't get her endorsement. Correct, right. You got a lot of others on the left, yeah.
Other members of the squad, but not from AOC.
The one who knew him best.
But he also spent millions of dollars of his own money on this race, and so far it's not translating into votes.
And to your point, Steve, that Scott Weiner number, as expected, considering he had the state party's endorsement and was considered a front runner here. But an interesting one when you look at this battle, as we keep saying it because it's really part of the storyline here, the fight for the soul of the Democratic Party. And what's so interesting to see in the state of California, what kind of fighter do Democrats want to put forward for some of these critical races come November as they are looking to take back the House and possibly take back the Senate as well? Ashley, let me sneak you in very quickly on this while Steve takes a look at some of the numbers that are coming in.
No, I was just saying earlier, the interesting thing about Chan, my former boss, Pelosi, is the best vote counter in, in history, and clearly got this one wrong in her own district. I mean, I'm pretty shocked by that. But I wouldn't look to California to determine sort of what's the profile of Democrats to win in competitive seats. I would actually look at Iowa. In fact, I mean, if you look at what Sand's doing and how he's positioning himself, he's sort of, running counter to the Democratic brand, talking about corruption and fraud. He's leaning into values, not ideology, I think, which is different. He's going after affordability and is aggressively targeting independent voters. I think that is going to be the formula to win these competitive seats moving forward, not necessarily looking at California. And that's, to our point last week about Tallarico, that's exactly how he's also running and positioning himself. So I think that's a formula on how you win these red states in competitive districts.
We've heard it even tonight in some of these acceptance speeches from Democrats. Affordability, affordability, affordability. Hey, Steve, I promised I would come back to you on the Valadeo District 22 in California. Can we, unless you're digging in on something else, can we go there? Because it looks as though we are now projecting that, of course, as we said, David Valadeo will be one of the winners here, setting up this fight between Randy Villegas and Jasmeet Bains.
Yeah, and it's so the Villegas here running from the left here against Assemblywoman Jasmeet Bains, leading here by just over 1,000 votes. I'm just seeing where the vote is. This is Villegas' base, Tulare County. He's a local elected official here, so he's outpacing Bains here with only 39% of the vote counted. This is where Bains' base would be. She's running a little bit ahead of him here. I'm seeing these for the first time too, so I'm trying to process. Kings County, look at that big margin there for Villegas. Fresno County, they're basically about half the vote. They're basically running even. This is inconsequential almost. Well, it could be if it's very close. But this is interesting because, again, Villegas is the candidate sort of the left here. Jasmeet Bains is the candidate of the DCCC right here. And those are, especially when you consider, we don't have a ton of vote that's even in there yet. We still have some vote here where Villegas is running up the score. How much is left here? We got still about half the vote.
Okay.
Yeah. Bains is going to need, I think, is going to need something bigger out of Kern County here to catch Villegas. This is potentially a significant development.
And Hallie, I think this race is interesting for Democrats because there's definitely a disconnect in Washington as to who the preferred candidate is here. As Steve points out, that D-Trip would prefer Jasmeet Bains, but Villegas is Latino. Latino voters are going to be so crucial to Democrats' hopes of winning back the majority. So the Congressional Hispanic Caucus would really prefer to see him as the nominee.
He has made the case that he is the best candidate to win over working class voters in that district. Ryan, Garrett, thank you. We're going to sneak in, again, world's second quickest break, I promise, because we still have numbers coming in at the big board for Steve Kornacki right as we get close to the top of the hour. More results on the other side. Stay with us. Welcome back to NBC News. It is the top of the hour. The polls have been closed in California for just about 60 minutes, and it is already shaping up to be a big night there as we are seeing votes still coming in. Let's take a look at the state of these races, starting with some of those headlines we are seeing tonight out of California in the governor's race there. And a reminder, folks, top two winners will face off in November, regardless of political party. You can see that NBC News projects this is too early to call. Republican Steve Hilton, backed by President Trump, former Biden cabinet official Javier Becerra, billionaire activist Tom Steyer. That is one of the marquee races tonight. You know what another one is? The LA mayor's race. This is also too early to call at this point. The incumbent mayor, Karen Bass, facing challenges from both her left, Nithya Raman there, and her right, Spencer Pratt, a familiar name to anybody who watched reality TV in the early 2000s, reality show villain who has made the case that Bass has not done enough in response to those devastating wildfires in Los Angeles. Central to his campaign, allegations Bass denies. This one's got a lot of heat on it. We are seeing some of the vote coming in LA County. Steve Kornacki's walking us through it. Let's talk about California's first district here. You've got James Gallagher, the projected winner, one of the projected winners. We will see if it's going to be Mike McGuire, Audrey Denny, who served, by the way, McGuire as Senate Majority Leader for 2 years and the top Democrat in the state Senate for a year as well. One to watch. We'll also take a look at the 13th district in California. Projected winner, Adam Gray, the Democratic incumbent, first elected just in 2024. So the question is going to be, who will the other winner be? Former Stockton Mayor Kevin Lincoln or entrepreneur Vin Crudiventi, largely self-funded. We're keeping an eye with 35% of the vote in there. Big battleground district here, folks. California 22. The projected winner, the Republican incumbent, David Valadao. This is kind of one of those races where perennially Democrats think they will be able to knock Valadao out here. He is going to win and be one of the winners. The question is, who will be the other one? We're looking at Randy Villegas, more progressive, thinks he can win over working class voters, or Jasmeet Bains. She is backed by the Democratic Congressional Campaign Arm, putting her on their red to blue list. We're going to be talking about this race come November. There's also the California 40th district as well. This is what has become a nasty member-on-member primary on the Republican side with Young Kim and Ken Calvert. Ken Calvert will be one of the winners. At this point, we'll likely be talking about this one in November. Kim has made the case that Calvert has been in Washington too long. Calvert has made the case that Kim is simply not MAGA enough for this district. One to watch. Let's talk about Iowa now and the Republican governor's race there. And this one, boy, super interesting. Too close to call right now. Zach Lane, backed by the MAHA Action Committee. Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy has his backing as well, with Randy Feenstra, Republican congressman who President Trump has backed, who, based on NBC News' reporting, has conceded to Zach Lane. We have not called the race. You can see too close to call there, but this is a bit of a surprise, considering it does not appear that the president's endorsement got Feenstra over the finish line. Lane, if it is Lane, will end up facing Rob Sand, popular Democrat in Iowa there. Montana, let's talk about the Senate race in that state. Again, this is a place that has not elected a Democrat statewide since 2018, but Alani Bankhead is hoping to change that. The Air Force veteran, the projected winner in that primary. There will be an independent in that race, along with a Republican as well, Kurt Alme. New Mexico, the Republican governor's race, a projected winner here, and that is going to be Gregory Hull, taking on Deb Haaland in that one. Let's get to Steve Kornacki at the big board on the night we have seen so far. Some interesting races, Steve, some races we're definitely going to be talking about in a few months, and then some real question marks that everybody's curious about, starting with the one you're looking at now, the governor's race. Yeah, I mean, look, we're getting close to half the vote here in the governor's race, and I do think the situation is kind of clarified in a way where it may be a while here, but I mean, the basic dynamic. Wait a second, you're not allowed to say it. Clarity,
well, we call that
for forever from now.
We call that California clarity.
Yeah.
Where you think you know, but it takes a week to find out. Thank you.
We're grading on a curve here, exactly, Garrett. So, look, the clarity is the separation that we've seen now between Javier Becerra and Tom Steyer, the two leading Democrats in this race, which stands at about 250,000 votes, the Becerra advantage over Steyer in the statewide count. You see Steve Hilton, one of the Republicans, the top performing Republican, actually running in first place right now. Chad Bianco, the other main Republican a distant fourth. The question is that a distant enough fourth for Hilton? Because we're getting to the point now where we have largely seen in these counties, just about all these counties, that big pre-election day vote by mail release. That's getting us to, almost all the counties filled in, almost half the vote. Now, we still have, as we say, there's that same day vote that's getting added in other places here. So this is going to tick up. But the upshot of it is this. How many total votes have been cast? Look, over 1 million for Hilton, over 1 million for Becerra. That's over 2 million. You're looking at nearly about 4 million votes right now with not quite half the vote in, meaning there are still 4 million votes to be counted in California, and a very significant chunk of those are going to be late arriving vote by mail that are going to be tabulated, maybe tomorrow, maybe in the coming days, maybe over the next week, whatever exactly it is. But that size of a pool, okay, we're talking millions of votes right here. When you see the advantage right now that Hilton has over Steyer, not Becerra, that Hilton has over Steyer, okay, you're talking about a 300,000 vote advantage, okay, 7 points. But in a pool of millions of votes, late arriving vote by mail, if it's dramatically more Democratic, which we've seen in the past, 300,000 votes is something that Steyer could overcome, and he could potentially pass Hilton. That would mean Becerra and Steyer would pass Hilton here, because it would just be overwhelmingly Democratic vote. It would benefit both of them, and that Republican share of that share for Hilton would just tick down. So Hilton's put himself in a decent position right here. He's running in first because he's consolidated a lot of that Republican vote, but he hasn't consolidated. Again, he was putting out a very urgent call in the final days of this campaign, telling Bianco's supporters, look, I like the guy, you like the guy. We all want a Republican in the general election. You got to get behind me. Some of them, I think clearly when you see that separation, did heed that call here for Hilton. I think this is a larger gap than we saw in a lot of polling. But again, the question is, did enough of them? Sitting there, Bianco is on 454,000 votes. He's on pace to maybe land somewhere, upward of 1 million votes in this primary. Probably short of it, but upward of 1 million votes in this primary. How much of that, could Hilton have used? Now, again, he very well could make it here into this runoff. But I just, when you see this gap, I would flag it here because, Steyer right now, it's not so much about, when I say some clarity, I don't think it's as much now about Becerra versus Steyer. I think it's about both of them versus Hilton in those late arriving vote by mail.
Can I ask you, you described it as you feel like, as looking at the numbers here, Steve Hilton might be in a decent spot with the separation. Where does he need to perform to upgrade the decent to comfortable?
Yeah, I think it's less where he needs to perform right now and more to just tell me how Democratic is that late arriving mail and how much of it is there. Because again, it's not so much a geographic question right now. It's just a question of the sort of the contour, the partisan composition of that late arriving vote by mail. And I think Republicans in California have come to have like nightmares about this stuff because there have been so many Republican candidacies in California that have been sunk in the slow bleed of the post-election night, days, weeks long count as that incredibly blue vote by mail gets tabulated here. So that's what's on my mind when I see this right now. If you're Becerra, you're feeling great. Because you've got separation from Steyer and you figure you're going to benefit from late arriving vote by mail just because you're a Democrat. If you're Hilton, you're feeling you've done some really good things right here. You've gotten some real separation from Bianco. You've gotten some good numbers in these counties. But boy, you've seen Republicans, have pretty good election nights in California, only to have terrible days, weeks after in that vote by mail. So I think that's the question here. What is that gap between Steyer and Hilton at the end of the night? And how much of that vote by mail, late vote by mail, Democratic vote is left.
Can I ask you on the House side of things, some of these battlegrounds, there's really 3 big ones that we're watching in the state of California. We just talked through the one in the Central Valley. We just talked through the one around Fresno. What about the one in San Diego where Jim Desmond, the Trump-backed candidate, is going up against 2 Democrats? Are we seeing anything new on that front, Steve, in any of these battlegrounds?
So we did here in this 48th district, we did get some of San Diego County. And again, Von Wilpert, a councilwoman there. So it's split. The district is basically split evenly between these two. So Desmond clearly in front right there. And Von Wilpert has some separation there. It's a ways back, but again, he's kind of consolidated the Republican vote. But again, this is a district that had been Trump plus 17, transformed to Harris plus 3. So this is one that going into the general election, the Democrats are going to be favored here.
And again,
need to win it. I mean, that's one of those where they really have set their maps up in such a way that has to be one of the big pickups for Democrats.
You know that, Ryan.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And I think that, the way it's trending right now, they like Von Wilpert. She's their preferred candidate, at least from the Democratic establishment. And it continues in this direction. I think that they feel pretty confident about that race going into the fall.
I hear both of you making murmurs of what I assume is agreement, but you tell me.
No, agreed. I mean, they set up these districts for somebody like the Democrat coming out of this, like if it's Von Wilpert or Campanehar to do this. But again, it's a Harris 3 seat, but the road to the majority goes through places like that. It goes through places like Adam Gray's seat and some of these others we've been talking about. And look, David Valadao, he doesn't have 9 lives. He has 29 lives.
It's incredible.
It's been
6 terms, right?
Exactly. And the only time he lost was in 2018, very, very narrowly to a guy named T.J. Cox, who was later indicted and went to, just actually reported to prison about a week ago. So he won't be running. But Valadao is somebody who has 9 lives in this district, and so they need a very strong candidate. And the NRCC is very excited to see Villegas, who's the more progressive AOC, Bernie Sanders-backed candidate, over Baines.
Valadao is the last Republican who voted to impeach
stole that
Trump
from
in
me.
the House.
I wanted to say
We were
that.
all there, man. It still counts.
You got to finish the sentence, though.
The more important thing with Valadao is that he voted for the big, beautiful bill, which had drastic cuts to Medicare, biggest cuts in our nation's history. And that district is the most dependent on Medicaid of any of the districts in the country. So Democrats are feeling really good about it. The other thing I noticed, too, if you look at turnout is higher for Democrats than it is for Republican in Valadao's district. So he's incredibly vulnerable. I think that is one that Democrats in the DCCC feel very positive about and are going to keep dumping a lot of money.
Just to finish that sentence, though, so if people don't, you talk about Villegas, you talk about David Valadao, the only currently sitting member of Congress who is running for re-election.
Current House member.
Correct. Current House member who voted to impeach President Trump after January 6th.
And President Trump largely silent about it.
Yep.
Right?
Not gone after him.
There's a number, there's a long line of members of Congress who are no longer members of Congress or are on their way out of Congress because of the decisions they made shortly after January 6th. For whatever reason, Valadao has escaped the wrath of Donald Trump and could potentially still be in Congress after all of this, depending on how this race goes.
Some of you may have noticed our eagle-eyed viewers that the M&Ms have emerged onto the table. We're going to take a very quick break to eat them, and we'll be right back, fueled up on the other side. Stay with us. Welcome back to our NBC News coverage. We've had our post-midnight chocolate, and at this point, we're getting some numbers in. Coming in for the California House, Let's start with the 11th district in this state. This is the seat that Nancy Pelosi, of course, a Democratic legend in the eyes of her party, is vacating. And you can see one of the projected winners will be Scott Wiener, somebody who has received the state party's endorsement. Question is going to be, will the other winner be perhaps Connie Chan, the San Francisco supervisor? She has been backed by Pelosi. We will find out more there. And let's talk about the 26th district as well, where Jackie Irwin has been the heavy favorite to win. And in fact, NBC News is projecting her as one of the winners as well. Samuel Gallucci, Republican, Michael Kozlow, Air Force veteran, also in that race. We will see who is the other winner ahead of November, because your every so often reminder, top two advance regardless of party, meaning you can't have a Democrat and Republican, two Democrats, two Republicans. We shall see. So, all things California. We are waiting on the governor's race. We are waiting on the mayor's race. I want to bring back our esteemed guests and friends, Matt Gorman, Ashley Etienne, over to my right, Ryan Nobles, Garrett Hake to my left. We've had some interesting results already, and I keep coming back to some of these California House races because, as we talked about right before the commercial break, Garrett, this is, in many ways, some of these districts make or break if Democrats do want to take back the House come November, and that's what this is all about. Right. That's why this is such big news.
Yeah, I mean, look, one of the stories that we've been following for months now has been the redistricting battle, and California made this aggressive move to try to put as many as 5 seats into the blue column. But a lot of what happens tonight will set the table for that. Can the party coalesce around the people who are going to come out of these districts, whether it's tonight or whether it's, in a Dem-on-Dem, what's effectively a runoff race in the general election? And we don't know the answers to those questions yet, and we won't know them tonight because of the hashtag California Clarity that we've already talked about. But
I love that you're trying to make fetch happen.
I'm going to make it happen.
I'm down. I'm okay with it. I like it.
But this is sort of a big investment by the party. And when we're sitting here on election night or in the week after election night, I mean, we'll be talking about the seeds that were planted now as to whether or not Democrats take control of the House. And it could be that simple.
And I think there was also a real question tonight, not necessarily progressive versus moderate, but also new versus seasoned. I use the word old, right? There were a number of kind of upstart Democratic candidates, particularly in these House races, that were trying to shake up the establishment. Many of them who'd said they would not support Hakeem Jeffries as Speaker of the House if the Democrats were able to win back the majority. And I don't really see a consistent thread here among the results so far tonight that demonstrates that one side is winning out over the other. In some cases, we've seen the establishment Democrat do well, for instance, in the Iowa Senate race. But in some of these congressional districts in California, we've seen the upstart progressives and the younger candidates do well. So that, I think, is kind of the story of where the Democrats are trying to figure out where they are as a party. Are they this new next generation, or do they want to stick with what they know? And I don't think they've answered that question.
We've not seen any troubling signs for the incumbents yet either in what we've seen so far. Some of the older incumbents who are hanging on.
Like Doris Matsui. I mean, she's doing incredibly well.
No, I mean, look, I will say this. If we're sitting here on election night and we're at about midnight and California is deciding the House majority, it's been a pretty bad night for Democrats. Like, there are a lot better opportunities they should be having in a lot Eastern Central Mountain time zones that should take them over that very small margin that they currently need to win the majority. I think also there's been a lot of talk in Iowa on the Democratic side. Ashley Hinson's a really good candidate. And I think that she didn't have a competitive primary. She's as good, if not better, than Joni Ernst. The first district back when she won it was a Democratic seat. It was at best a purple seat. It had been held by Bruce Braley and the Republican Rod Blum. She made it 57% for the Republican last time around. And I feel a lot better going up against Rob Sand with Zach Lane than I did Feenstra, who was losing altitude these last couple weeks. I was surprised it was that close. I think I'd probably attribute that to the Trump endorsement. But Feenstra was losing altitude for the last 2 weeks. Not a surprise.
I'll just say, though, our buds over at the Cook Political Report have just recategorized that Iowa race from likely to lean Republican now, right? I mean, because of the fact that Josh Turek is, in fact, the winner there. I'm
not surprised, because I think to those folks, Feenstra is a known quantity. He's been in federal office for a couple terms. Lane isn't. And so I'm not surprised at that. I expect that to evolve a little bit. But again, Feenstra ran not a great race.
We talked just on this at the start, but if you're national Democrats, there's a lot worse places you could decide to have your Alamo than in Iowa right now. I mean, there's so much at play right now. You've gotten the candidates you wanted. You've gotten the Republican candidates you wanted in the governor's race here with a kind of an unknown in Zach Lane, and that could obviously come back to bite Democrats in the long run. But it's just such a great state to try to plant your flag and win not just the midterms, but the argument about the kind of people you're trying to reach.
And who's going to determine whether or not we're winning that argument are going to be independent voters. If you look at Iowa, they're a third of voters in Iowa. Right now, Trump is polling at 25% with independent voters in Iowa. So that's a huge opportunity for the Democratic Party. And you've got somebody like Stan who's positioning himself as not the typical Democrat. He's a sportsman. He's leaning into his own faith. He's doing an exceptional job of making the case about corruption and the economy, why the economy is so bad. And that is having overwhelming appeal to independent voters. They're now trending Democratic than they are for Republicans. So that is where the opportunity rests.
You do wonder if there is a boomerang and where it exists, because, again, Democrats have not won a Senate seat in Iowa in almost 20 years, basically. And so don't get excited. I'm going to talk about Texas for 1 second.
We haven't done your obligatory Philly mention yet. Do you want to work it in this segment
for a minute? But a la Texas, when we were all sitting together during that thing talking about, is James Tallarico going to be able to
Yeah.
But
there are some places
but I was more like Georgia than it is like Texas.
Okay.
In a lot of respects. And
we had a Democratic governor not that long ago.
And Hinson's a far better candidate than Ken Paxton. Hinson is. I think we're not talking about it to go back to that point. And I will say this. We saw this in 2020 when Joni Ernst was running against Teresa Greenfield. And this is also true, I would say, in Montana. Montana and Iowa, you're going to get a poll, let's say October 1st, that has the Democratic candidate within about 4. You always will. It's a tale as old as time. No matter what the margin is, I think Republicans will pull out both seats. But you will see 1 or 2 very close polls with about a month to go. And people will freak out. Tons of money will go in. And things will go back to equilibrium.
But again, one last thought on Iowa. I mean, why that could be the sort of leading indicator here. It's also a demographic, play here. In Iowa, if you're going to win, you're going to need to win white voters, white men, the people who've been working class white men who've drifted so far away from the Democratic Party. That's a big lift. But if you're doing it there, we're not having the California conversation at midnight. We're talking about a bigger deal.
But are Democrats happy that Josh Turk's the one that is going to be telling that story in the state of Iowa instead of Zach Walz?
I mean, absolutely. I mean, I think, he's, again, positioning himself as a moderate, which is appealing to those particular votes. Yeah, absolutely. Great profile. I mean, it makes a lot of sense. So, I mean, I think we're feeling very good about Iowa. But when I was making the point that Iowa's more like Georgia, we picked up seats in Georgia when Trump, at the midterms, when Trump was president the first cycle around. And so, you look at the economy and all the factors that flip Georgia, you can see them there as great possibilities in Iowa.
Can I sneak in, Steve? I see you studying L.A. there. If you have something, do it. Otherwise, I got a Montana question for you.
We just got, we did. This is about 4,500 new votes that just came in here in L.A. So this is in a small chunk. Adam, how did it break?
Steve is talking. Oh, there it is.
Bass 40, Pratt 20.
Okay, so this was a bad. This is. I suspect this is. It broke about 2-1 for Bass over Pratt. Again, it's a small number of votes.
Okay.
Remember that the LA told us that they expected they would have a few updates throughout the night of that vote by mail, which we saw was very good for Bass early on. So I suspect that's what we just got. One of their incremental updates of vote by mail that they said would come in overnight. That, again, that's the dynamic here. That vote by mail is going to probably be better there for Bass, and maybe even Rahman for that matter, than Pratt, although Pratt has a pretty good cushion over Rahman right now. But there is still an update to come in this mayor's race, probably in these overnight hours, maybe soon here, from the polling place vote that I would expect would be very favorable to Pratt. Then after that, it would be all late arriving mail. That is if you're Pratt, though, that cushion you have over Rahman, I think that's the big development in this race tonight. That's a pretty significant cushion.
And Garrett is right that this is a referendum on Karen Bass, but given the fact that we were saying that there was a possibility that she wouldn't even be in the runoff, the fact that she's comfortably in the runoff right now, as it appears to be, and if you look, there's far more Democratic votes tonight than there are Republican votes. she looks like she's on the path to survival, despite everything that she's
Which is a fascinating political dynamic, that she looks on the path to survival.
That we even have to be talking about her survival.
When a majority of people in the city say they want somebody else.
Yeah.
So as we're getting to the last 5 minutes of our coverage here, at least for the moment on this part of it, I wonder if I can ask you all, as we look at the landscape of the night, what we have learned. But I'll ask it this way, and we did this last primary night, even though I maybe messed up the toss, which is the thing that you're obsessed with. You know, what is the thing that you're kind of obsessed with at the moment? I will tell you, I mean, I think Iowa was super interesting. I think what we saw in New Jersey was fascinating. I'm looking very closely. What is Tom Kean going to do when he comes back? Remember, that's the Republican in New Jersey who hasn't been seen since his last vote on March 5th. He's supposed to be coming back to work in person in a couple of weeks. He's facing Rebecca Bennett, as NBC News has projected, and that is going to be a gangbusters race in Jersey here. Ryan, you next.
You stole like the best three. That's okay.
Yeah.
That's why she goes first.
That's why she goes first.
Smart
That's
to
why
go
it's her
first.
show.
Right?
I was just thinking maybe I go last. What am I going to do?
I'll tell you what I'm obsessed with, and I might be stealing it from Garrett because we haven't talked about it yet, and that's that Dusty Johnson, who is the sitting congressman from South Dakota, who's running for governor, is giving up his safe House seat to run for governor. Looks like he might be on the outside looking in the runoff in South Dakota, which I think is pretty fascinating. Dusty Johnson's a well thought of member of Congress. He's somebody who is considered to be a productive member of Congress, was thought to be relatively popular in South Dakota. I know South Dakota is probably not at the top of a lot of people's minds, but there's a lot of powerful people in South Dakota, including the Senate Majority Leader. And so the idea that Dusty Johnson might be on the outside and appears to be at this stage appears to be on the outside looking in, I think is a pretty significant development. And the idea that he might be out of politics by the end of this year, I think is pretty shocking.
Trailing Toby Doden maybe speaks to your point of the anger against incumbents.
I could speak on that because I could build on that, actually, Ryan. Thank you so much for setting me up.
We don't call it stealing, we call it building.
Well, no, that's right. I've been taking a list over the course of the night about all the House Republicans who run for other offices this year and are have either lost or appear likely to lose or who've not gotten the Trump endorsement, who basically seems to have hit a dead end. And what I think we're seeing is a split here between Democratic voters who are looking for like kind of meat and potatoes, basic candidates. Your Tureks, your Rob Sands, some of these other candidates who can have credible governing experience and kind of, even Javier Becerra, who you could argue is kind of boring. I saw, I think it was Maeve Reston, a former CNN reporter who now is an independent journalist, who called him the cardigan of the race, just like kind of a warm sweater to comfort people, versus Republicans who are saying, I don't want your experience, I don't want your governing background, I want somebody who's authentic, somebody who's as, pissed as the next guy. I'm looking at all the things our guy who told us he was voting for Spencer Pratt said. He wants authenticity, and he wants somebody who's as mad as they are, and there's that split still between the two parties. And we'll see how that aligns in November.
Ryan and Garrett stole all of your time, so you have 10 seconds.
No, I mean, I think the economy is still the central issue across the country, and we see it, in a stark example in Iowa, where you have a situation where the Medicare cuts are incredibly impactful to local voters. Tariffs are killing farmers. You got rural hospitals closing. You've got healthcare costs going up. I mean, that is a recipe for Democrats to actually win. You've got a state where Trump won by 13 points, and now it's a toss-up state. I mean, it's an incredible opportunity. Democrats are going to continue to invest a lot of money. We've got really good candidates that made it through. So I'm going to be watching how they position themselves and what that'll signal to Democrats who are going to be running in competitive seats in November.
I'm obsessed with how long it's going to take California to count all their votes. It's going to be seen in 2 weeks. No, but like Tom Kean's race is a perfect example, right? If Tom Kean is surviving politically on election night and he's coasting to victory, and we're talking about California, then suddenly those California seats become a lot more important than the ones they hand drew for Democrats to win.
Steve, I gave the final word to you intentionally. What is the thing that you are obsessed with after tonight?
I'm obsessed with what happens here in this governor's race. Does this end up being the top two as Democrats? Does Steyer get a huge late arriving vote by mail here? Or does Hilton get in there? And you have a Republican versus Democratic contest in California. If you're Becerra, of these three, you're the one feeling best right now.
Okay, Steve Kornacki, we appreciate you so much. It's been a night. We've covered a lot. We're going to have all the results on NBCnews.com.
All right, we're switching over the transmission over to Kornacki Cam here over in This is like an interim studio between 3A and 3A West here at Rockefeller. Steve is walking back onto our set in front of our board. What a night.
What a night. We got people left?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Loyal viewers.
Well, let's go through it. Let's start here. Let's go through the. Well, okay. First of all, the governor's race here. Again, now about half of the vote is in here. Adam, what was the last major update we got? Governor's race.
We got Trinity County, 21 votes. I
said major, and you gave me the most minor thing possible.
Lake County, 780. Mariposa, 715. Los Angeles, 10,000.
10,000, okay. One thing I do think is interesting in the LA County portion of it, we were looking at this question here, of could Steyer, surpass Hilton on the late arriving vote by mail. Hilton is technically running ahead of Steyer here, in LA County. Again, with this half of the vote, it's interesting. As overwhelmingly Democratic as this area is, the second Democratic candidate so far, at least, I expect that late arriving vote by mail will probably be more Democratic friendly and would help Steyer. But Steyer may not, with the hundreds of thousands of votes left here, probably like 900,000 votes left in LA County. I'm not sure how much Steyer will end up netting over Hilton there. But again, if there's a huge shift there, that's really the question here. If there is a huge shift in that, in the partisan composition of that late arriving vote by mail, and there can be, because that's the other way to look at it. If there's 900,000 votes left in LA County, well, let's say after tonight, because we're going to have some reports overnight, let's say that gets down to about 600,000 remaining vote by mail. If Steyer ends up beating Hilton in those votes by 10 points, that's 60,000 votes. If he can beat him by 20, it's 120,000. So it would need to get that much more Democratic. But in the context of this gap that Steyer faces here against Hilton, which is just under 300,000 votes right there, that's the kind of, it's just that late arriving vote by mail is such an element in this thing. LA mayor's race. So we were getting some communication from our decision desk on what to expect here. Where do we stand on that? And what's the immediate thing we're waiting on? Is it the
I think so. It's possible we get another batch of mail vote. We think the two most recent batches were mail vote. But yes, my guess is subsequent batches for the rest of tonight.
But we have an election day batch, right?
Our election day, yeah.
Yeah,
and I think there will be multiple election days.
And that's the thing. If you were watching over there, so a little bit of confusion here. It's called the polling place vote, right? You can vote at a polling place on election day, or you vote at the polling place, in person before the election, right? Collectively, that's probably like 15% of the vote right here. Now, if you remember, there was a big batch that came in, and we got all excited about it because it was a momentous moment when Pratt got closer to Bass there. We think that was the in-person early vote, right? It was polling place vote, but it was the in-person early vote. That was the big pro-Pratt sort of polling place vote that came in. Now to come is going to be the vote that was cast in person. Sometime tonight, that's going to come in here. Is that going to be as pro-Pratt? Is that going to be a little bit different? But that's an opportunity for him, at least, I think, in theory there, to close this gap more with Bass. But again, that question is going to arise here with half the vote left in the city of LA. Well, again, after tonight, it'll be less than half. That late arriving vote by mail, is that overwhelmingly Democratic? Is that enough that Rahman could erase this kind of deficit? I tell you, though, if you're Rahman, that is a pretty substantial deficit, I think, that she faces here versus Pratt here for second place here there. So, again, resolution tonight, this falls into the category of probably something that's going to take a little time to get to. The governor's race and the mayor's race. Let's go through the House races, because this is the stuff we wanted to spend some time on here. And let's just start. What did I do wrong here? House race, why isn't it populating?
Click on one of our shortcuts first.
Nothing's populating.
Click on a shortcut and then...
okay, so if we went up... Okay, tell me if these all work.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay, so let's just... look, first district, this was one... This is... The story on this is the Democrats radically transformed this one with gerrymandering. Had been a very Republican district. The gerrymandering turned it into a Harris plus 12 district. So the suspense tonight, there is James Gallagher. There's an interesting footnote on Gallagher we'll get to. But Gallagher, projected to finish first right here. Would it be Mike McGuire, state senator, Audrey Denny running on the left for second place right here? clear gap between McGuire and Denny in this race. And again, you see Gallagher, the Republican, finishing first here, but this is a race where the Democrats are strongly positioned for the general election, and this would count. Again, the Democrats trying to squeeze 5 more seats out of California. This would be one of those gains for them. The first district was a Republican. There it is. Look at that. We got results. That's,
wow.
We know how to get those check marks on the board. So there it is. It's going to be McGuire and Gallagher in the general election. McGuire, the overwhelming favorite. Now, that said, Gallagher is probably going to be a congressman come the general election. Why? Because if you remember, Doug LaMalfa, the Republican, unfortunately, the Republican incumbent in the old 1st District, passed away in January. So there is a concurrent special election playing out in the old, the one that Trump won in the landslide, the old 1st District tonight, that Gallagher has finished first. And has he cleared 50%?
He's at 61% right now.
Okay, it looks like he's going to clear 50%, meaning there won't be a runoff, meaning he'll get likely, have we called it? I don't want to.
No.
Okay, we haven't called it, but he's very likely to be the next congressman. It will be an appointment that will last, it'll be an election that'll last months. He'll represent the old 1st District until the Congress ends. At that point, the 1st District will cease to exist. But he may end up being, it's a bit of trivia here, he may end up being an incumbent congressman running against McGuire for a seat in a different district this November, where McGuire will be the overwhelming favorite. Okay, enough.
They have now called it in the
They've now
special.
we are getting check marks everywhere. Gallagher has been called the winner in that special election, again, for a district that will cease to exist in about 5 months' time. Just kind of continuing in the area right here. So an interesting story is Ami Bera actually moved to this district, Democratic incumbent from a different district. Now, we'll get to his district in a second because there's an interesting story there. But basically, his district got a little bit less Democratic in the redistricting. This one got more Democratic. So he wanted to run here. He moved here. And again, we've projected we'll finish first here tonight. Could we get a check mark here too? If they're watching, we may be able to get another check mark up here for Mr. Tucker, but I won't push my luck. But again, Bera switching districts, already an incumbent, heavily favored to win here. But we mentioned that one because the district that Bera left, let's call that one up here, the 6th district, right? So we say it got a little bit less Democratic. I mean, it's Harris by 9 in this district. But Kevin Kiley was in the 3rd district. We were just showing you the district that Bear is now in that got blown up. Kevin Kiley was the Republican incumbent there. He didn't want to run in that district. He ended up moving here. He ended up switching to run in the 6th district. He also left. He's a Republican who left the Republican Party to run as an independent in this district. And with that, that's that vote by mail that's come in here so far. It's only from one of the counties too. So we're still waiting on Placer County. Hold on. We have Sacramento County. Oh, I'm trying to figure out why it's gray. It's gray because that's Kevin Kiley's. Oh, my gosh, I'm not used to seeing gray as a candidate's color. That's what happened when an independent leads a county. So in Placer County, you see Kiley finishing first. The other Republican.
Steve.
Yeah.
I do have an update for you in the LA mayor's race.
Oh, yeah. Okay, let's get over there.
We just got another 6,000 votes.
Yes, tell me about it.
Bass gets 38% of them.
Uh-huh.
Pratt gets 20%.
Yep.
And Rahman gets 33%.
Is that mail?
Unclear.
We suspect that's vote by mail. Though interesting, right? What was it? Do you have the breakout of the previous vote by mail update you got?
Yeah, I mean she in the first vote by mail, Bass hit 39%.
Yep.
In the second vote by mail, 40%.
No, but sorry to interrupt. You have Rahman's number.
Rahman's number, 30. It was 34.5 to 30.7 to 33.
And Pratt's is down at about 20 in all of them.
Yeah, he was at 17, 20, and 20.
You think what I'm thinking?
It's late.
That's not what I'm thinking. The implications of that, right? We still have half the vote to come.
Yeah.
We're saying Pratt's got a pretty good cushion over Rahman here. And I think with this next polling place update, he may be able to expand that. But that polling place update's not going to be huge. So if we largely have half the vote to come, and it's going to be vote by mail. And you've already given me now, they've had 3 subsequent vote by mail updates. They're not huge, but they're not nothing. The pattern in them is Bass first, Rahman second, Pratt distant third.
Right.
If that were to be the pattern with the remaining vote by mail, it's going to come in days following the election. If it's 39, 36, 33, 20, something like that, which is what you're telling me these 3 roughly have been, she could erase that.
Right.
That's what it would have to be. That's the shift that Rahman would need with the vote by mail that is yet to come. But the other big variable there, we should say again, is when they get that polling place update. If that polling place update is super friendly to Pratt and bad for Rahman, then that math that I just laid out may change a bit. But it's interesting to see that kind of a shift, because remember, when we got the first big report in the LA mayor's race, that vote by mail, that initial vote by mail, Pratt had some separation from Rahman. Bass was well in first, but Pratt had some separation from Rahman. If we end up having, hundreds of thousands of vote by mail, not hundreds of that, but tens of thousands of vote by mail to come, over 100,000 vote by mail to come, where Rahman is leading by that kind of margin over Pratt, it could still get interesting. That is a good cushion he has, but I'd be very interested in what that cushion looks like after we get the next polling place update, because then we could take a look at that math and see if it. I
think it's a big variable. Yeah.
It's a big variable, and again, the guidance we've gotten from our decision desk on the timing of that is we don't know.
Yeah, I mean, additional. It is earlier out there, but I think the pattern in the past has been they report a few times over the course of the overnight here on the East Coast.
What's our plan here?
It's been a good broadcast. We can wrap up whenever you're ready.
I mean, do we want to go through any more of these? I wanted to show the 6th. You
were on the 6th.
Yeah. No, this is interesting because again, the dynamic here was Kiley, his Republican, his district got blown up. Barra moved into his district. Barra projected to finish first there tonight. Kiley moves to the 6th district, this very kind of strongly Democratic district now. Says, I'm not a Republican anymore. He says, I'm an independent. I'm going to run as an independent. And we got 40% of the vote in right here. And I want to kind of just linger on this a minute because I'm seeing something that may be interesting. So in Sacramento County, we're at about 38%. Payne is leading there over the 2 Republicans. He is leading, though, right? And, because these are like kind of equal size. Now, right. These are pretty comparable, these 2 counties, in terms of their share of the vote in this district. And you got the Democratic candidate running in 3rd in like half the district, 800 votes behind 1 Republican. Kiley is not really, he's an independent, but when I say Republican, he's 5,000 votes behind Kiley. And over here, he's the other Republican a little bit stronger here. It's closer. So it nets out to, I ask you again, are you thinking what I'm thinking?
I got distracted by an Orange County vote report. Sorry.
Let's see. Okay, and allowing for late arriving vote by mail to favor the Democrats, I think we really have to bake that in.
Yeah.
That probably is what Pan needs. Pan's closer to getting shut out here than you would have thought. In a district that is the product of the Democrats blowing up Kiley's district to create 2 Democratic districts. You've got Kiley running in first. You've got Pan, the Democrat, running in second, but only 1,230 votes ahead of the other Republican here. Another Democrat, gobbling up 12%, another Democrat 11%. And Pan is lagging in, so he's leading in the Sacramento County portion. So what's going on in Placer County? Right. he doesn't have as much distance from the other Democrats. It's more Republican. That's interesting.
Along those same lines, yeah, the one I've been thinking about is California 40 with Calvert and Young Kim. Just because those initial Orange County report, I would expect that Young Kim would have gotten a better result
completely.
Out of those initial returns. So I am very curious to see how much Kim Verrett can gain in the coming days.
Yeah, because I mean, look at in each county, Kim is not far ahead. Right, this was supposed to be the inland suburbs of Orange County, inland area here was supposed to be, Kim was supposed to do very well here. Not a terrible surprise that Calvert's up good in Riverside, but yeah, no, I was surprised when I saw that number for Kim too. Does Kim make it to a runoff in California 40? We're not I don't think we're getting an answer tonight, but that's an open question. And this is at least, I didn't think this would be interesting at all. I wanted to see it was just a unique situation, an incumbent member thrown into a new district here running as an independent. I just put this up here to see how this would, what the number would be, and almost prepared to say maybe Kylie doesn't even get through tonight. I don't know. Well, the top two advance, and the Democrat, the top performing Democrat in this district right now is only, as we say, 1,100 votes, 1,130 votes ahead of the second place Republican. And again, looking at the geographical pattern between these two counties, you're seeing Pan run in first here, but not by a ton, and you're seeing Pan run in third here with not a lot of daylight to the other Democrats. Again, we always, you know what I'm going to say about the late arriving vote by mail. So again, if I'm sitting in a situation where I'm saying, hey, is there some world where Pan gets locked out? You got to counter that with, you assume the late vote by mail will boost them. So, but that's an interesting one. Again, probably nothing tonight, but that's an interesting one to think about. 22nd District, we've gone through this. We just got another vote update. About half the vote is in. I see Valadeo ticked up a little bit there, just in terms of the breakdown of where it's coming from here. Fresno County, we got Kings, we got Tulare. This is Villegas' neck of the woods. And what's the breakdown there? Yeah, Villegas ahead of, it's about 1,200 votes right there. Again, this is going to take a long time. It's going to take a long time to get that one. The 11th district we've gone through. 48th district, Von Wilpert. I'm just looking if there's anything. In the 13th district, right? Trump's endorsed Kevin Lincoln here, from Stockton, which is the new part of this district. Although Lincoln's only running a kind of distant second right there, but Lincoln nonetheless. 12 points ahead here for second place, again, with the Trump endorsement in a district that was, again, that's very even on paper, but that's more friendly to Gray than it was before he won one of the closest races in the country in 2024. So this is something Democrats are expecting him to keep. Those are the 45th district, Derek Tran. We had, I got to place myself here. I got it. This I wanted to see here, right? They're telling me, they're giving me the hook. This is the last one I wanted to look at, I promise. Just unclear who this was again, Tran had won a very close race against Michelle Steele in 2024. One of the highest concentrations of, I think every candidate is Asian American in this race. One of the highest concentrations in this district of, it's Little Saigon, Westminster, Garden Grove, California, strong Vietnamese American population there. Interesting dynamics in that race, but that's obviously Tran's got the only Democratic candidate in there. So anyway, We'll wrap it up here. It was it's what we said it might be in California, unresolved. Can Pratt hold on to second place there? What's it going to look like when that next batch of polling place comes in? Then what does the post-election vote by mail look like? Can Pratt hold on to second place in Los Angeles for the mayor's race? And can Steve Hilton hold on to a place in the runoff in California? Or will the Republicans get locked out? And will it be a Democrat versus Democrat general election? Plus a couple of twists and turns still to come in these House races. We will track it in the hours, days, maybe weeks ahead. But as we said with California, a lot happens quick and then a lot of nothing. So we're getting to a lot of nothing. We'll call it a night. Adam, thank you. It's a pleasure. And thank you, everybody, for watching. I know it was a hectic night. And if you stayed with us, my gosh, I love you even more than I loved you last week. So thank you. Have a good night.